And it's because of these feeder bands that are coming around. They are, yeah, exactly. You see these little darker spots. There is a velocity difference, basically. Looking at this spot right here, not so much a couplet. We want to see reds and blues around each other, and you don't usually get that around with these tropical environments. So yeah, I can see why these are being issued. I can see the spots that would have any type of road right there along I-10 just to the east of Welsh. Welsh is a beautiful little town. Southwest of Lafayette, near New Iberia. This is what we're looking at as far as tornado warnings, reason-wise.
All right, Patrick, so as we're taking a look at some of the current conditions, we do want to talk about some of those bridge closures that were mentioned earlier. Early on in the evening, you much called it. You said that some of those bridges were going to end up submerged, and not long after that, we used to see the alerts from officials saying that the bridges were start to shut down, and it's probably because the conditions start to worsen. And they wanted to make sure that the areas were clear before we started to really feel the impacts of what was happening. So just kind of walk us through that process of the conditions you were taking a look at that made you feel like this was something that was inevitable.
Well, you don't want people up in the air in cars being blown off of bridges. Not to say that's going to happen, but you know, that's the kind of issues that they're going to have. They're going to have wind speeds up on bridges that are just, you can't drive through that. It's just unsafe. So they're going to close all the bridges.
Something else that I appreciate from you is when you give us kind of your top 3 weather headlines for the day. So looking at what we see right now, what do you feel like are some of the biggest takeaways for this current forecast, Patrick?
Storm surge.
Correct.
Wind speed and duration of the event. How long is this going to be over our area? Because the sooner we can get it out of here, the sooner we can start the recovery mode.
Absolutely.
So the thing about this compared to Rita, to put it in perspective, that Rita was a larger storm in my opinion, and it lasted longer because of that. I think this will be improving certainly by daybreak here in the Triangle. Not the case up in the lakes areas. We're going to have that mainly up to the lakes area. So we want to get it out of here as soon as possible so that it can do the least damage and also, or at least lesser damage. Longer the residence time or the time it sticks and stays over your area, it can just grind things up more, and we don't want that to happen. So we want to get it through here pretty quickly. So look at Jennings at 2 miles an hour. And so that's, the storm surge is the other thing. This is what is the biggest issue over towards our east. We are very fortunate here in southeast Texas. Still, the verdict is out on what exactly, it just continues to get better for southeast Texas. Look at that. Big improvement.
Definitely better. We're going to take a look at that to get a little more in detail on just it, but we do want to pivot to KHU reporter Brandy Smith. Tried and true, social media has really served as a lifeline when you look at these natural disasters, these events across the state of Texas. It's been a way for people to connect, people to engage, and for people to really just continue to know what the current conditions are when we can't be everywhere. So let's go ahead and see what Brandy has been able to find across social media. How you doing?
Hey, Dejanique, I am so sorry. Good evening. I wanted to give you a look at some of what we're seeing on social media right now. News is there's not a lot, and I'll share why in just a moment. But first, we saw photo after photo of gorgeous sunsets, the calm before the hurricane from the Beaumont area earlier tonight, and then we saw the rain either hunkering down or wind picking up at 10, 11 tonight. Rick Jervis, who's a reporter with USA Today, drove through Port Arthur earlier, and you can see the building boarded up, the town just about empty. So hopefully it means people made choices to stay safe as Laura comes ashore. We're seeing a lot of love and prayers expressed for Southeast Texas, and one of those common images you're going to see over the next couple hours, the next couple of days, is this one. I don't know if you've seen it on your social media feed. Texas and Louisiana hugging each other, getting through this together. They've supported each other so much through past storms, and Dejanique, we can only hope that they're going to get through this together as well.
Thank you so much, Brandy. And that's the theme that I've definitely been trying to drive home as we continue to look at the effects of this particular storm as it continues to jog to the east. It's like a slight sigh of relief, but at the same time, our hearts just go out to our neighbors that are going to have to endure that cleanup after the sun comes up.
I am so sorry.
And they realize what's happening. We want to go to Jaleesa. She's in Beaumont outside of the Education First Federal Credit Union. Jaleesa, we've been speaking with you all night. I'm starting to see the rain come down just a little harder than it did just a few minutes ago when we spoke to you. Are you feeling a change in the conditions yet?
Yeah, it's kind of fluctuated a bit. I want to say like maybe 15 minutes ago, the rain eased up for just a little bit, but then once again, it started coming down steadily again. So we are seeing a change in weather. I ran inside really quick to grab a slice of pizza, and my photographer said that he started hearing the wind now. We're starting to hear those gushes. They're starting to make that sound, and that's always a reminder for a lot of people who have ridden out hurricanes. They can hear the wind come. So we're starting to see those gusts of wind pick up slowly but surely. I'll step out of the shot so you can take a better look at everything. But on the plus side right now, we still got power around here. We have not seen any power go out around here. We are seeing a slowdown in the number of cars here, which is obviously great news. We are happy to see that. You should not be on the roads right now if you do not have to be. Once again, really wonderful news there. But the wind and rain, fairly right now. Manageable, of course, where we're safe, where we are actually covered right now too, which is really nice. But it is picking up slowly but surely. And of course, we are going to keep an eye on course because we're expecting it to pick up much more significantly as the minutes and hour progress.
Jaleesa, we definitely want you and your crew to stay safe out there. Conditions start to progress, as you mentioned. I couldn't help but notice in the background that tree was just whirling with the wind. And so you can definitely tell that the speeds are starting to pick up a bit.
Do you see this right now? Gust of wind coming through right now. Yeah, that bush right there that you're talking about, that's my indicator. That is how I've been keeping an eye on the wind here. I've been seeing it just come steadily sway that way. So that's how we know that the wind is here and it's picking up, and we're seeing those gusts kind of come through much more frequently. But of course, we're keeping an eye on it, and most importantly, keeping safe.
Definitely keep safe. Okay, go and run inside. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. And that's something you guys can do too. If you decided to stick around, kind of take a look at some of the things that are around your homes. If you have trees in your yard, are they starting to sway? Are they starting to move? Starting to hear those howls of wind? Those are really your indications that you should probably take cover somewhere that's within the interior of your home where you'll be safe, away from the windows. You may end up losing power soon, just starting to set the expectation as this storm rages towards the Gulf Coast, making its fall. We've been saying this all day. This is a storm that has intensified. It's a large storm. It'll be a historic one. And so we want to make sure you all are as safe as possible, especially if you decided to stick this one out. We do have some pictures coming out of Mid-County that we want to head on over to. Quiet for a second so that you can hear. It's really starting to howl out there. And so just imagine what the conditions will look like as we continue to progress through the hours of the night, and this storm makes its way over southeast Texas, over Louisiana, and then heads north, leaving us the pieces at sunrise. Patrick, you're thinking about these scenes we've been seeing from the reporters on the ground and then here from Mid-County. Is this in lockstep with what you expected to happen?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out when we're going to see hurricane force winds into Orange. I don't think they're far away. In fact, you're looking at 74 mile per hour wind gust over in Lake Charles. So The edge of that is not far away, maybe just into western Cameron and western Calcasieu Parish. So we're getting close till we start seeing some gusts over towards Orange and Bridge. It's going to start really picking up, and it may be already picking up into Orange and Bridge City, just kind of looking at some of this data.
And do a timeline of what folks can expect throughout the night, when the most intense time will be.
Right now, we're seeing the storm making very close to making a landfall. Go back there. See, you can see that it's very close to making a landfall.
Yeah.
Maybe, within the next 30 minutes, I think, into right around Cameron Parish. So, let me see. Looks like as we go through, I'm trying to get my cursor to work right. There we go. What we're going to see, I can pull it, and we'll take this and go and do it this way. I'm going to put on a track. Let's see if I can do it. Go at 15 miles an hour. So,
and you're just watching the background work, folks. Normally this part is done offline, but when we're dealing with a very fluid weather situation, you get the dirty work on air too. So that's what's happening here as Patrick is forecasting.
So we'll do this roughly 15 miles an hour. So let's see, Orange, let's see, Beaumont by 418. So really, sulfur by 236 is what this is indicating. So we can extrapolate right around Beaumont and Orange. I would say somewhere around over the next 2 to 3 hours, it's really going to go downhill. After about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, things ought to start improving. But as you head towards Beaumont, about 4 o'clock, that's what I'm expecting. Kirbyville, Beaumont, about 4:30, and then up towards the lakes area, I'm talking about Newton, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, give you a timeline. So weather will seriously go downhill over towards over the next couple of hours, and then that will be moving past Orange and head towards Beaumont and Kirbyville by about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and towards daybreak up towards Jasper and Newton.
So when we take us out of Southeast Texas as a whole, is Orange County still the area of most concern for us?
I think that's when the storm is. I think the county of Orange is the most susceptible to the highest winds in Texas, and also Newton County. Those two counties are going to see the worst wind damage in Southeast Texas. Maybe not Jefferson County because it's just a little further to the west, as you can see. So that's what I'm concerned about, is mainly Orange City, Bridge City, Mauriceville, Deweyville, and on up towards the North Twin.
And speaking of Jefferson County, we did get word that they've switched over to generator over at the courthouse. So it just goes to show that the folks are really starting to feel the effects of this storm. As you mentioned, in just a few hours, we'll be feeling the worst of it.
Yeah, that's the way it looks like right now. I think between now and about between 2 and 4 in Beaumont, along parallel to Beaumont and Orange, we ought to see the worst of the weather. Let's look at wind speeds. These are actually sustained winds. Again, we'll get to this in just a second. Wind gusts, sustained winds now in Lake Charles at 52 miles an hour. So coming on up, 33 sustained into Port Arthur. And as far as, there we go. Look at Port Arthur. Now wind gusts up to 53 in Port Arthur, 2 in Orange, 33 in Beaumont. Lake Charles has already seen severe, or I should say, hurricane force winds. As we take a look at radar, Again, this is what I'm going to say. Do you see these notches in here? Let me stop it. Do you see these notches and feeder bands? Remember, the feeder bands are where you're going to see the strongest winds. That's ones that are going to cause the most damage as far as what you need to watch for. Let me give you a different color. I like pink because it's so different from the rest of this. All right, so this area right here, Sabine passed this out. So the winds are going to be lighter in here, okay? But these feeder bands, those are going to have the stronger winds, okay? Feeder band here, certainly a feeder band in around the Eyewall. These are the feeder bands. So in between these feeder bands, we'll do this in blue, so you can see you get a break, okay? So we'll give you a break between these feeder bands. Feeder band or a moat, break here, break here, break here. Those are lighter winds. So this is the gustiness that you're going to see over the next several hours in South Texas. That's what brings signs down. That's what brings down trees because they can't handle that wind going from, say, 60 to maybe 100 miles an hour, or from 70 and 80 miles an hour up to 120 and 130 miles an hour. And it goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for 3, 4, 5 hours. And that's why you have trees come down. That's why you have signs and things like that being damaged severely because of the metal fatigue or just the back and forth gustiness is what we're looking at. So that's where we're at. Let's take a look at satellite. As you can see, the eye just about ready to come on shore, maybe making a landfall within the next 15 minutes, if not right now.
Patrick, really quickly before we head to Jaleesa Irizarry back in Beaumont, can you give us the wind speeds right now in the city?
City of Beaumont, this is over at the Beaumont Municipal Airport on Highway 90, 21. So it's not bad. These are sustained winds. As far as the gusts to 33, gusts to 35 into Orange, but Port Arthur's seeing a gust to 53. So things will start picking up here within the next hour in through City of Beaumont, and especially over towards Orange County.
Okay, so if we can touch base with Jaleesa now, I just wanted to get those numbers for you. 21 miles per hour in terms of the sustained winds in Beaumont right now. If we take a look at our landmark
40,
right now,
40
Jaleesa,
sustained, our gusts just went to 40 in Beaumont.
Just went to 40 in Beaumont. Jaleesa, are you feeling a difference?
We are. We're definitely feeling a difference in regards to those gusts of wind. You can kind of feel it come back a little bit more so. I'm kind of take you back a little bit more. And they're happening much more frequently, which is obviously significant as we progress and as we see this night go on through. And with that wind, we are seeing some outages. We're actually hearing that the Jefferson County Courthouse switched to generated power as the winds had increased. And we're starting to see some power outages right across southeast Texas. There is an extreme wind warning in effect right now, and that's why we're feeling those gusts of wind right here. And we're expecting to see those winds get a lot stronger as this night progresses. And I actually just touched base with Larry in Orange County, whom I met earlier today, who was hunkering down and riding out the storm in his home. Just checking in with him, and he said that they are indeed seeing a significant increase in wind right there. He said he still has power, surprisingly, but just down the road, he says his friends tell him that they have indeed lost power down there. So unfortunately, he says it sounds like it's only a matter of time for him as well. But again, we're out here. We do not want you out here. But of course, if you are at home and you want to send us any photos, you can send those on our 12 News Now app. You can send some pictures and videos. Again, don't need to do that outside. You can do that from the comfort of inside your home. We do really want you to be safe. We are being safe as well as we see the rain and the wind continue to pick up here in Beaumont. Again, we're definitely feeling those 40-mile-per-hour gusts come through a lot more frequently now. Again, we're keeping safe though, and we'll keep you posted.
Again. Hey, you got me. All right. Jaleesa, it's Jordan Williams. I had a quick question for you. I've got our energy power grid map pulled up. The gentleman that you were speaking about, where exactly does he live?
He lives on North Teal Road. I believe it's in North Orange.
North Orange? Okay. I just did a refresh. Guys, if you want to come to me, we'll check back with Jaleesa in just a little bit as the conditions change in Beaumont. The gusts there being reported over 40. So this is the energy power grid map. Energy service area. I am seeing some outages right now it's only a handful of customers at this point, but that would be generally in the Pinehurst area. I'm seeing some outages right now also, about 100 customers. I mean, nothing huge at this point, but we are starting to see what I would describe as scattered power outages. This is in the Vider area as well. So we'll be watching these, obviously expecting this to really increase exponentially here in the next little bit. No data yet on that one. Let me do a refresh on this for you folks. I wanted to make sure we were watching the whole area. You know, energy service area also extends well into Louisiana, and you can just see a small snapshot across the state line in the Lake Charles area. All these dots, pretty significant power outages already around Lake Charles. So we'll keep an eye on this throughout the night, and of course we'll link you to this on 12newsnow.com and our social media sites so you can get informed about what's happening in your particular neighborhoods. So we know Southwest Louisiana is getting this worse and worse. I'm going to zoom out just a little farther. Right now, no power outages around Baton Rouge, but we have a crew from ABC News in that particular area of Louisiana keeping tabs here on Hurricane Laura. And as you're looking at the screen here, I believe we just declared that Hurricane Laura has made landfall. Is that correct, Patrick?
It's awfully close if it hasn't. Sure.
Okay. Unfortunately, it appears we've lost your microphone as well. We're going to say.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've got you.
It is very close. If it has not made landfall, it is awfully close to the coast right now. I would say within 5 miles, maybe 6. Let me try to zoom in.
Well, we're receiving word, and is this from the National Hurricane Center?
Is that what they're saying?
The National Hurricane Center is reporting landfall in Cameron.
Okay. So I won't go against them, but
we'll go with this at 12:05 a.m. Hurricane Laura made landfall as a very strong Category 4 storm. You know, that eye is still significant. It's about to pass over Cameron.
Yeah, it does look like that way, and let's see, I think it's still a few miles off land. At least that's what I'm seeing here on radar. So, okay, it's made landfall.
Well, there you go. The one little animation, and there we have it. But conditions are going to be rapidly deteriorating, including across on our neck of the woods here in southeast Texas. But in places like Cameron, my goodness, they're probably having wind gusts
120 plus.
120 plus.
Probably sustained winds 120, gusts to at least 185, maybe closer to 200. Hard to believe.
And the storm surge, would that be happening now, or does it
follow?
follow?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so storm surge flooding is probably already occurring.
Yep. It is probably, Cameron is probably underwater right now, and it's heading over towards Hackberry and moving north into southeastern Cameron Parish very quickly.
Okay. Let's do a radar update before we go back to Beaumont. I'll let Patrick zoom out just a little bit. Again, if you're watching with us, we want to let you know Hurricane Laura has made landfall about 5 minutes after midnight, as expected, just here in southwest Louisiana. The outer edge of the storm affecting us in Jefferson and Orange counties right now. Patrick is watching wind gusts, say 40 to 50 miles an hour, likely already across the Golden Triangle.
That's exactly right. Seeing some wind gusts, I know, in Beaumont of at least 40 miles an hour. And as you can see, the yellow colorized pixelization. Let me stop this. This is more than likely the extent of the hurricane force winds, maybe a little bit further out. So not too far from moving across the county, state line here very shortly. But as far as wind speeds, these are current conditions. As far as wind speeds, these are sustained wind speeds of 52 in Lake Charles, 33 into Port Arthur. Wind gusts are at in Beaumont, 53 into Port Arthur, and 71 currently into Lake Charles.
You know, Patrick, I was talking earlier about the power outages that Energy's grid was already detecting in the Lake Charles area. I understand we have some new video showing lights flickering and perhaps going out around Lake Charles. They're going to be hit so hard by this, not just by the wind, but also the storm surge. And you can see this is some video, looks like a crew perhaps at a hotel dealing with the wind. Can we listen in?
That rain picking up, the wind picking up, those waves start to come in there. Storms here estimated to be anywhere from 9 to upwards of 20 feet in some spots. It's going to be a long night.
That's NBC's Morgan Chesky checking in from Lake Charles. This video, like it was taken within the hour. So again, we had landfall of Hurricane Laura as an extremely dangerous major hurricane, Category 4, right around Cameron, Louisiana, just 4 minutes ago. And now the storm about to inflict its on a place that has such, haunting memories. We talked about Hurricane Audrey that hit this part of the country 1957. Let's look at the wind gusts right now. 12:09 here this morning. Gust of 53 in Port Arthur. Patrick, is that at Jack Brook?
Yes,
that's
exactly.
the Port Arthur side. We've also got Beaumont registering 40-mile-an-hour wind gust. That would be at Beaumont Municipal.
That's correct. On
right
90.
there on Highway 90. So that's on the far west side of the city. So it's certainly possible. We've been talking about the tight with the winds. It's certainly possible if you're, say, downtown, maybe at Lamar, in different parts of Beaumont, that you may be having already stronger wind gusts than that.
Looking at tropical storm force wind gusts already in southeast Texas now, especially the triangle. As
you do that, we're going to bring back in Jaleesa Irizarry. She's live at 105 and East Terra. Tell us how much wind you're seeing.
We're seeing those gusts pick up right now, actually, and it's getting pretty significant. As I was standing by for you, it was kind of a prolonged gust of wind that we were feeling here. And you know who else is feeling some significant wind right now? It's the residents in Orange County, and I actually have Larry from Orange County on the phone with me right now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Larry, how are things going in Orange County right now? Tell me, what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Okay, well, what I saw was a bolt of lightning, and then suddenly lights are out. And in the distance, I've been hearing this off and on for the past 30 minutes. It sounds like transformers blowing up, but I could be wrong.
Okay, it sounds pretty loud, though?
Yeah, it's a distant boom.
Okay.
Early, it was a much closer boom, but now it's more distant.
And it's lights out for you right now. You have lost power out there?
Yes, I have lost power entirely.
In regards to the transformers you believe that may be blowing up out there, is that something you've heard from the previous hurricanes you've ridden out?
Yeah, that's what happens. The trees knocking down power lines, or maybe there's a surge of some kind, as in lightning, and start popping.
Okay, so you are seeing a significant come through right now in Orange County?
Not a significant amount. I saw several bolts to the southwest, but that was about it.
Okay, Larry, we want to make sure you're staying safe as well. You prepared well for this storm, and you've ridden out storms before, right? Tell me a little bit about what you've made.
Well, basically the preparations are that you just have to, think, what am I going to do without power for the next week or 2 weeks, and then stock up from there. And throughout the year, you try to, take down trees that are weak so they don't fall on your house.
Absolutely, and one of those things when you know you're going to lose power is to conserve that battery, Larry. So I'm going to let you go. I want you to be safe, okay?
All right.
Take care.
Appreciate you.
That is Larry. He lives on North Hill Road. He says it's around North Orange. He's been riding out the storm up there, and I've been texting back and forth with him. I had interviewed him earlier in the day. He said he heard he saw a lightning boom, and he completely lost power. So now he is riding out this in the dark in Orange County. In regards to some winds, again, we're starting to see them pick up. Those gusts of wind slowly starting to whoosh up. I believe it was told earlier today or just a few minutes ago, that the winds have gone up to 40 miles per hour, and we're feeling them. You can see them right now as it kind of pushes us this way. But again, we're staying safe. And the rain still steady, light still, but it's a steady rain. It's just kind of continuously going. On the good news, there's no power outages in this area. All the lights seem to be on here, but the wind has definitely been steadily.
Jaleesa, I want to go to the energy power map that we're tracking. Folks, this is, we can link you to it on 12newsnow.com. If you come to know you, she was just interviewing that man in orange, and in the past, more than 22,000 homes and businesses have lost power in Orange. Again, this is the grid that we're watching. Zoom in here, and you can see some of what we're tracking. Here's actually the state line, and I'm actually going to apologize. My fault. The outage with the 22,000 is actually in Benton. But we'll zoom back here. This data is refreshing right now. Looks like the Mauriceville area, we've had a significant number of customers affected there. This makes more sense. Again, my fault on it. Mauriceville, pretty much in the dark at this point, 1,700 customers. I'm going to zoom in here. A handful of outages just outside Mauriceville. Again, we're also going to look over here in places like Vidor, see power outages coming in there. So we're going to continue to track this, but I'm going to zoom out one more time, see as I pan across. This gives you the perspective. Here's Beaumont, here's Orange along Interstate 10, and this huge swath of southwest Louisiana already lost power as they're starting to see these hurricane-force wind gusts. I believe they were telling me, apologize, a lot of information coming at me here. I believe we've also got, perhaps was it our Skycam in Orange that you were offering up? Okay, new video from Lake Charles. Let's go to that. And we can see some of the power flashes. You know, Patrick, this is consistent with the type of power flashes you see in tornadoes. That's the transformers blowing and the circuits going down. So I'll let you.
What am I looking at?
You know, I don't know. It almost looks like surveillance footage, not particularly clear. Oh, that is the I-10 bridge. So that is one of the Louisiana Department of Transportation cameras. And yeah, that would appear to be power flashes in the distance there. So we certainly know Lake Charles has had force wind gusts, perhaps worse at this point, Patrick, right?
Oh, gosh, definitely.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
All right. We're going to go to Randy Smith, who is with us live right now, tracking some of the social media posts as we watch Hurricane Laura move ashore. Brandy?
Well, Jordan, when you're talking about power outages, I mean, this is a really clear visual of why. This is in Lake Charles. Morgan Chesky's a reporter for NBC, giving us a look outside the balcony of where they're staying. He says you can hear the wind getting stronger, and you saw just a second ago as he peers outside, the rain pouring down, the trees bending in the wind. Some updates on road conditions for you. Want to let you know that I-10 in Louisiana is closed. So eastbound is closed from the state line, and I-10 westbound is closed west of the Atchafalaya Basin. So there are detours. You shouldn't be on the road anyway. No need to worry about detours. TxDOT says I-10 in Texas is still open, but encourages you to use drivetexas.org. For any emergency reason you need to get out, you can check conditions that way. Also an update, the Rainbow and Veterans Bridge access points in Port Arthur, they are now closed. You can imagine what the wind speeds up at the top of those bridges are right now. TxDOT says after Laura passes, its crews are going to begin evaluating the roads for any damage, start removing debris. They're going to have crews throughout the state coming in to assist. So just something to be aware of. Even once the storm passes, that doesn't mean roads are going to be clear to travel. Think about that as you plan in the hours and days ahead. Some other things I want to just really quickly, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this, for flash flooding, you may see as the rain pours in, never, ever drive through still or moving floodwaters or on flooded roads, you know the saying, turn around, don't drown. We can't remind people enough. Also, if your vehicle for some reason stalls in deep water, if you're driving, the water comes up too fast, leave it, move to higher ground if you can do so safely. And we're not just talking about driving the danger. Don't walk or swim through flood water either. You don't know what's in there. That water is dark, it's murky, it can be deep. You don't know how powerful it is or what kind of debris could knock you off your feet in those cases. So I just want to wrap up all the prayers going out for people affected by Laura. A lot of love sent to folks in East Texas, Lake Charles, praying for everyone in Southeast Texas and Louisiana. Jordan.
Brady, thank you so much for that perspective. So many prayers coming in from across the country. I'm sure you, like many of us and members of our 12 News team, have been receiving texts and messages from viewers far and wide. We do want to remind you we are going to stay on the air tonight. We've been broadcasting nonstop since 10 o'clock this morning, helping you and your family stay safe. We want to offer the reassurance that we are here for you. We're going to be with you through the duration. We thank you for sticking with 12 News. Chief Meteorologist Patrick Vaughn remains in our Storm Tracker Center. He's watching the latest gusts, some of the new data coming in. These update fairly frequently, Patrick, and we're starting to see, what you guys like to call ground truth from our cameras. We've had Jaleesa reporting there from 105 and 69 in Beaumont, starting to see the gusts intensify.
That's exactly right, and they're only going to go up. Already seeing the winds at tropical storm force wind gusts now occurring across the triangle. Everybody reporting in the triangle tropical storm force wind gusts. And to put things in perspective, Jordan, we had a wind gust of 55 miles an hour a couple weeks ago. So we're not far from that, what we experienced in Beaumont about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Right over Beaumont. Otherwise, wind gusts have been at hurricane force into Lake Charles. They are now at around that. And, we'll look at actual wind speeds. And as you can see, 20 to 30. Let me go back to that. Yeah, 20 to 30 across the triangle right now. Sustained winds, 30 mile per hour sustained winds in Beaumont, 52 into Lake Charles. But you factor in the west, and you're at the anywhere between about 40 to 70 miles an hour across southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana. So where are we headed from right now? We just got this updated. Okay, there we go. Any tornado warnings? Yes, tornado warnings still off to the north and west of Lake Charles, Kinder, Eunice, Crowley, Lafayette, New Iberia, over in towards Acadiana. Because of those outer feeder bands rotating in. Again, there is a severe tornado watch in effect for all of southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana because of for quick spin-ups along these feeder bands. There is until 8 a.m. This morning. As far as an extreme wind warning, that's in effect until 1 a.m. for southeastern Hardin, eastern Jefferson, all of Orange County, southern Jasper, Newton County, southern Beauregard, all of Calcasieu and Cameron Parish, south and southwest Jeff Davis Parish, southwest sections of Acadia Parish, and western Vermilion Parish in southwest Louisiana. Warning is in effect, no changes there. As far as the track, let's see if the track has changed and continue to move on off to the north. Wind still at 150 miles an hour, so making landfall as a Cat 4. Should be down to a Cat 2 by 7 a.m. Right over Newton, maybe Burkeville, Texas. Things will be on the up and up by 7 a.m. Probably after about 5, 6 a.m. here in the triangle, we should be seeing winds decrease, but obviously the worst weather will be then up in the lakes area of southeast Texas. That's the very latest. Let's take a look at radar one more time. But the storm is on the coastline, so landfall has occurred. Category 4 storm with winds of 150 miles an hour. Oh, we did get a report over towards Cameron, just west of Cameron, mesonet out there. Let's see if I can get it to work. Wind gust of 89 mile an hour wind gust reported at Calcasieu Pass just a few minutes ago. So we're getting reports of hurricane wind gusts and all that in through southwest Louisiana.
Got it, Patrick. And we're going to let you continue working as this system makes its way across Louisiana and southeast Texas. 5 a.m. is the golden hour for the Golden Triangle when conditions will start to look a little better. As for now, we need you to hunker down, hold on, and ride this storm out. We're going to reset in just a bit. Folks, get some things in order. We want to remind you we are in this for the long haul. We'll be here with you every step of the way as this storm makes its way through, as the daylight starts to break through the clouds, and then we're able to see what damage is left behind. 12 News will be there on air and online. So just give us a couple minutes, get things in order, and we'll be right back.
Off.
This one or this one?
So
the
I've
one
got
on the right's been charging longer.
I've got two wind assessments in Cameron.
Me, we've switched this one like 3 times.
Unless, yeah. Do you need me to come back?
No.
.116-mile-per-hour wind gust measured at Cameron at a Cameron wet flow site.
As you can hear, Southeast Texas, Patrick Vaughn and our Storm Tracker Center there working.
Yeah, we're looking at data coming in right now. Let me zoom in a little bit. This is the eye is on the coastline right now of Louisiana.
Patty's, we're not on right now.
Okay. Ooh, Holly Beach.
Ooh-wee. Hold on to your butts.
I don't know how to, but Weather Channel said to Texas and Louisianans, put your social security card ID and next of kin in your pocket.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Stuff. Hey, Southeast Texas, we are continuing our wall-to-wall coverage as Hurricane Laura has made landfall in Cameron Parish. Right to the east of us. Our neighbors are definitely feeling of this storm. We want to take it straight out to Chief Meteorologist Patrick Vaughn, who's been keeping close eye on these conditions. This is a monster. This tire.
It really is, as we continue to watch the storm making landfall, as the eye is now on the coastline and the calm is now moving into Cameron Parish. So we'll go to the next slide. I want to show you that, and we're going to stop it and go a little bit closer. And we've got two damage reports. The first one is a sensor over towards Cameron, measuring 97 mile per hour wind gusts. A second sensor, I think it has 116 mile per hour wind gusts. There you Cameron weather flow site. So again, you're getting the hurricane winds without a doubt there. Now, whether it's 50 mile an hour is yet to be determined, but something to watch as this continues to move towards the north and northwest at 15 miles an hour. Still has not turned due north. So that's not some good news for Orange County, but things are really going to start increasing as far as the wind speeds in Orange County. Let me pause this and let's take a little radar tour.
We're going to take a radar tour across southeast Texas. That's where we're heading.
What I'm looking at is, I believe that the hurricane force winds sustained, how about that, are in this location.
He's going to hide that in just a second.
Okay,
there we go.
that's not working. Let's try that again. One more time. All right,
Alrighty.
so a little temperamental. Certainly the hurricane winds are there. So we're getting close to the state line. It could be a little bit further to the west, but seeing winds really close to Lake Charles, if not sooner, towards this area. So we're getting real close to having hurricane force winds come on into southeastern sections of county, as this will continue to move off towards the north and northwest. I'd say within the next hour, Orange will start seeing some wind gusts close to 100 miles an hour, at least hurricane force, and possibly amping up to 100, maybe 120, 130 miles per hour.
Gosh, when you talk about the power of Mother Nature, that is definitely something that we keep a close eye on for our neighbors in Orange. That's going to leave behind some damage.
Well, it's that, and you're going to have trees come down, and that when the trees go take down power poles and unfortunately do damage to houses. There's the current wind speeds, which are not terrible right now, and through Port Arthur, Orange, and Beaumont, winds of 52. So this is still coming in off the coastline right now. Let's take a look at us. Okay, 35 in Beaumont. Okay, that's not too bad. We've had 43 in Port Arthur. That's the highest it's been so far. Orange at 43 and Lake at 71. So the gusts are coming up. We've got a lot of room, and they will continue to increase as the storm continues to move away from the coastline. Again, that storm is just made landfall just a few minutes ago, and it is moving away from the coastline just north of Cameron, you can see, and I think, let's see, let's go from Orange. You're probably about, boy, in the next 15 minutes, if not that, you're going to probably see hurricane force winds or gusts through Orange County. Let me zoom in, because that's the Eyewall, and it's getting dangerously close over towards Orange County.
You know, Patrick, while you do that, I do want to show folks, just a couple of minutes ago, Jalissa Izazari was visiting live with someone from Orange. She was tweeting about this, and she shared a man's interview live who was hearing the transformers blowing in Orange. And I'm going to go to the energy power grid right now, and you can watch this with us. This has changed a lot in the past 15 minutes. Seeing some good clusters. This is not good, it's bad, but clusters of outages on the south end of Beaumont. A couple hundred people affected there. Another couple hundred people. We'll zoom in, and I can try and give you exact locations on this. Looks like this is just to the west of Interstate 10, neighborhood near Laurel. and very close to I-10. And we're also seeing some outages. Let's zoom down into the Port Arthur area. Looks like pretty much all of Port Acres is in the dark right now. Based on this, here is 73. I know it'll be kind of maybe a little difficult to see, but yeah, pretty much all of Port Acres lost power. Some outages around the west end of Port Arthur, right around the core of the city. This is right along Gulfway, say Gulfway down to 9th Avenue. This is Stadium. So again, you got a large section of the city already in Port Arthur that's lost power. A couple hundred customers. Scattered outages around Groves. We'll work our way through mid-county here. Really important H's seem to still have power at this point, Dejanique, but I do want to take us over to Orange County. And you can see a lot of red. So again, red on this point is power outages. Significant in the Mauriceville area, 1,600 customers there, 1,000 right here along the Highway 12 corridor. Numerous neighborhoods already in the dark, and that would be consistent with the, perhaps hurricane force wind gusts that are creeping into Orange County right now. So we're going to keep refreshing this because the data is changing minute by minute.
Boy, I was just going to say what a difference an hour makes in this case. I just pulled this up. The entire map was green. Now we're seeing all of those red lines that I was referencing, and that's what's really going to help you guys determine what's safe, what's best for your families, and it know just how severe the winds are picking up, Jordan.
And look across the state line. So again, this is the Beaumont, Port Arthur area. Here's the Golden Triangle. Follow I-10. And Lake Charles, this is also part of Energy's service area. The crews are most likely. Let's talk about a base scenario for a second.
Yeah.
Maybe Southeast Texas just entered outages. Maybe we get lucky somehow, and the crews are going to have to go to hard-hit areas like southwestern Louisiana, the area around Vinton, around Sulphur. Not familiar with. Is it Carlos? Patrick, help me out. Yep. And again, Charles Metro. I mean, it looks like. Just eyeballing of Lake Charles Metro is already in the dark, so it is going to be Westlake. Westlake's kind of scattered north of I-10 here, right?
Sulphur, Carlos is dark.
Yeah, exactly. You can see just huge areas. So the energy crews have their work. We're going to focus primarily on Southeast Texas, but I just wanted you to know, my goodness, across the state line has changed dramatically in the past 15 minutes.
And of course, as we know, thousands of crews, they're on standby. We saw some crews at Buc-ee's. We saw crews in Baytown. The trucks are ready to rock and roll as soon as the conditions are clear and start to assess the damages and try and get the lights back on, Jordan.
And that really quickly. I mean, if you be honest, this storm is going to be out of here, as Pat's been saying, by early to mid-morning.
All righty. We want to get over to Brandy Smith. Brandy has been taking a close look at social media for us over the past couple of hours. And Brandy, what are you seeing right now?
Just a lot of video right now, Dejanique, of that storm, of the wind moving inland right now as we're watching that eye roll on shore. So this is video from Orange right before midnight, so not very long ago. Folks out there in the storm, do not do that. You saw that guy with the poncho on. These are not safe conditions to be in. I know there are reporters and meteorologists out there in the field. They're out there to show you what the conditions are like so that you can stay home. Here's another look in Orange. The wind picking up, the trees rolling, and a reminder, this is just the early stuff. As the storm moves on, we're going to see stronger winds. Now we move to Lake Charles, where you can see that wind, the palm tree, just totally bent that way. All of the next few are from Lake Charles, and they really give you a clear picture of the wind coming in sideways. This is, as Laura makes her final approach on there, the stop sign spinning around. Who knows if that's going to make it. This pop of blue is a really interesting thing to note. It's a big-time power flash in this storm. Something to take note of. Again, very dangerous conditions out there. There's the wind, the potential for flooding. You don't know what is out in the debris, in the water. So just that reminder, folks, to take care, to hunker down, to be safe. I know my job right now is to show what's on social media, but it's really heartening to see that there is not a lot from folks because they are heeding those warnings. They're being safe, they're staying home, or they've evacuated already. So guys, that's about the best we can ask for right now.
Absolutely. We definitely want to see the roads clear. But just having to deal with the impact of what's happening over the next couple of hours, it's definitely going to be something to see once the daylight starts to reveal the damage that's been left behind. Thank you so much, Brandy. I want to shift it over to Beaumont, where Jaleesa Irizarry has been at Education First Federal Credit Union right off of 105. We've really seen the condition go from fair, and it just has continued to progress as has been standing outside of that building. Can you tell us what you're feeling right now?
Absolutely. It has been progressing significantly, especially in the last 20 minutes or so, which I feel like I've been saying repeatedly, but that's the case. We're seeing it slowly progress. We were actually waiting for a little bit just to get out of the rain for a tad inside the entryway of the bank, and you can start hearing that whoosh. You can start hearing those gusts kind of come through. I looked at my photographer, Alex, and I was like, was that the wind? Yep. So we are hearing that wind. We're starting to see some more expanded, I guess, gusts of wind. And let's point at our indicator right there. The bushes, they have been just kind of leaning to the right for this entire time. As you can see, the wind push them through, and the rain as well. Obviously, it's angling off now as the wind continues to be an issue here. We're going to see the rain kind of push sideways a bit, but it's still steady. It's still light. It's not significantly rain, which is nice, but it has been coming down steadily for the last couple hours now at this point. Once again, we are seeing those gusts of wind really kind of pick up, feel a little bit more significant. I don't know what the latest gust numbers are right now here in Beaumont, but we're feeling them out here.
Absolutely. If your photographer is able to just shift over, we were talking about maybe finding some landmarks in your area just to be able to see what the conditions are doing. We want to see that tree that we've been looking at. Is it starting to shift with the wind, or is it's kind of stable right now?
It sure is. No, it's shifting with the wind. As you can see, it's kind of leaning significantly towards the right. And again, that has been our indicator. Even while if we pop inside for a quick second just to get out of the rain, we stare at that, and it's pretty evident of how much wind is pushing that bush right there. So that is a very good indicator. I don't know if Alex can pan over to the lights to show the rain and the direction it's going in as well. Again, kind of a nice light rain, but there's a lot of it, and it's been coming down a significant amount of time. Again, the plus side of this, not a lot of cars on the road right now. We're happy to see that. The number of cars has dropped significantly within the last half hour or so. Really haven't seen many cars by any means, which we are happy to hear because you have no business being outside right now. We are outside to keep you safe and keep you, and we're doing it in a safe manner, just about a few feet away from where we will be staying this evening. But once again, wind is picking up, rain has been steady. Stay indoors, stay safe.
Absolutely, Jaleesa. We appreciate that. We want you to do the same because, as Patrick mentioned, those conditions are going to continue to deteriorate across Beaumont in just a couple of hours. So we definitely want to take cover so that you're not caught in the midst of that. Jordan, want to check in with you. We've been keeping a close eye on that energy map all day long, and for the most part, it's been green, Christmas tree green. But things are definitely changing as the storm has made landfall.
Someone decided we need to see a little red at this point, and this is exactly what we expected, Dejanique, as the strong bands intensified, especially coming across the state line. Places like Orange County starting to be hard hit by this, and we're zooming in here. I'm going to take you in a little bit closer. We know the area, Highway to Reeseville. Here's Interstate 10. So scattered outages around Pinehurst, 640 customers there. The Mauriceville area, particularly hard hit, more than 1,600 customers in the dark, and that's on this side of town. Another 947 customers here. As you get back closer to Vidor, also some scattered outages. Looks like the city of Vidor right here is in decent shape, but more power problems along Interstate 10. In Beaumont, largely green still at this point. And that indicative, remember, Patrick's talking about the folks over here to the east getting the heavier winds and heavier rain bands at this point. So Beaumont, there is one area of concern I'm going to take you in. It's right along Washington Boulevard here, where we have, let's get the update, 592 customers in the dark, and another couple hundred here, it would seem. So this is, again, Washington Boulevard in the area of Euclid, Waverly, this part of town. So that is certainly an area we'll watch. Port Arthur is also starting to see outages. I know we were watching wind gusts pick up there at the Jefferson County Airport, the Jack Brooks Regional Airport, picking up a bit sooner. Patrick? 60 gusts to Port Arthur right now, and that would perhaps explain why we're starting to see outages. Again, Port Acres is in the dark at this point. Desjanique, areas near Port Arthur as you approach Highway 87, 82 there. Also, another section of town here. This is new in the past couple of minutes, right along Gulfway. Let's see, 372 customers. This is right off Woodworth. There's a couple of blocks there affected, and another section of town all along Gulfway from Stadium over to 9th Avenue. So sections of the city, and now this is new. We've got Groves, if you live off Hoggaboom, near the soccer fields, Rares Twin City, off 73, power outages there. So I would say about a third of Groves now in the dark. And this is also new as we work our way up. Patrick, just confirming a 60 wind gust at the Jefferson County Jack Brooks Regional Airport. Let's go into Nederland. And scattered outages there, just of Nederland Avenue, just east of 69. So this would be like behind Philpott. I would expect to see some more there. Beauregard Gardens, north of Canal Avenue. Again, significant outages now being reported, Dej. So yeah, we're going to keep watching this. A lot of our friends are going to be dealing with this throughout, not just today, but unfortunately it would appear particularly weeks to come.
So guys, you can see as the storm continues to make its way more inland that the map continues to have the red line. So
I'm going to refresh
it hasn't, okay, so if it has not reached your area yet, it may be a very good idea to go ahead and phones on the chargers so that you're able to stream the information that you need because it looks like these power outages are going to continue to spread throughout the evening, Jordan.
And you know, it's interesting. We've been hearing from Energy about how they stage their resources.
Yeah.
They're going to keep the crews in smaller groups. You know, we're all responding to COVID differently, and now we have a confluence of two really, you know, potentially disastrous situations with a Category 4 major hurricane and, you know, in the midst of this pandemic. So we talked about how the shelters were different. In this case, Energy is responding differently as well. They're going to be keeping their crews in smaller groups, but they feel like they have high enough quantity of employees and contractors in the area that they're still that will not delay their response.
Correct, and something we'll definitely documenting in the coming days of how they're responding, what's different, and how effective this new way of is
Bingo.
In terms of this natural disaster. 12 News reporter Victoria DeLeon is out Coons right now. Victoria, we're hearing you're at a gas station. First is, do you feel safe? And if you do, kind of walk us around and let us know what you're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jordan, James, and I have been at this gas station for the past hour and a half. We do feel safe, and that's why we've kind of stayed put. We stopped driving around a little while ago. Now, I know you guys were talking about energy and power outages. Now, over here, it's not too bad. Nothing I'm concerned about, but the lights at the gas station kind of started to flicker a little bit. Again, nothing I'm concerned about. The wind just earlier, we had one gust that kind of like took us back a little bit, but other than that, it's kind of on and off. I am having to hold my earpiece just because it's been falling out because of the wind. That's a wind gust right now happening right now. I don't know if you can see this garbage bag or this bag on the gas pump, but this is kind of what we've been paying attention to as the wind starts to pick up. So if you can see that, you can see the strong winds kind of coming in. Again, it's on and off again. There have been, a few cars on the road, and that's not what officials want to see. In the past hour and a half that we've been here, we've had two people that we've spoken to. One of them coming from Louisiana. They said they just at the last decided to evacuate. Another one drove in from Arkansas, picking up his father from Nederland and getting him to safety. And right now they're looking for a gas station that's open, that has gas, because they're running low. So Dej, we are definitely keeping them in our prayers and helping, and that they just make it somewhere safe and they don't get stranded.
Absolutely. That's what the officials have been saying since early today, even into yesterday, Victoria, when they were issuing those mandatory evacuations, that was their biggest fear when we started to feel the effects of this storm, that people were going to be stuck with nowhere to go. And that's something that we may unfortunately end up seeing in the coming hours. So you're absolutely right. We're thinking about them, we're praying for them, and we're hoping that they can stay safe during these conditions. Thank you so much, Victoria. All right, Patrick, we want to take it over to you, taking a look at the current conditions as this storm continues to make its way inland. What are we looking at right now?
I just wanted to get some storm reports, getting reports out of in and around Cameron, Louisiana. Winds at 120, well, sustained at 93, gusts to 121 miles per hour near Calcasieu Pass. So let me take this off, and the winds are going to dramatically go up very shortly into Orange County, back over towards Port Arthur, probably within the next 15 minutes to half hour as this continues to move away from the coastline. This is the Eyewall, and if we're going to see any damage, it's going to be right around here on this Eyewall. And it is moving off towards the north-northwest. So heads up, and we'll see damaging winds now. This is serious business coming into Orange County. Port Arthur probably got a little bit longer, but Orange County is really going to start seeing it into Bridge City over the next half hour to an hour. We're really just going to start seeing power outages and other things.
Patrick, I'm over here at the energy grid right now. I just refreshed it again, and I'm also joined by Maurice, who is on the phone with us. Maurice, are you still with me? Yes, sir. All right, let me so we can hear you a little bit better. I'll ask you to speak up. I'll hold the phone up here. Maurice, tell us exactly where you are, because I've got the power outage map pulled up.
It sounds like I'm about to lose power here in a second. It sounds like the power's struggling to stay on.
Hang on, they can't really. Let me try one more time. Lauren Hensley's here helping us out. Maurice, sounds like you're about to lose power.
Yes, sir.
Ah, okay, I got you now. Sorry about that. Where exactly are you?
In Groves, Texas.
You're in Groves, okay. Whereabouts in the city? If you'll tell us, I'm just curious to kind of track power outages.
I'm on Berry Avenue, right off 9th Street, by the local market basket in Groves.
I know exactly where you are. All right, what are you seeing while I work the map here?
It's very strong winds, heavy rain bands, and this all happened within the past 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, it really has picked up, right? Really has picked up.
I have a privacy fence around my house, and the back of it just collapsed. The wind took it down.
Oh, goodness. You're definitely going to be dealing with some damage once this is over.
Yeah, most definitely. I have so far only one tree limit's fallen so far, but like I said, I know it hasn't reached the peak yet, but we're going to hang in there.
How strong is the wind right now? I mean, does this look like a normal summer thunderstorm, or are you starting to see some higher gusts?
Oh no, it's nothing like a normal thunderstorm. It's extremely strong. Right, I tried to sit outside for a while and watch it, but the wind is too strong, so I had to come within my house and watch from inside the house.
I was just trying to zoom in, folks. So here's 73, here's 39th Street, where Maurice is visiting with us from. It looks like base map. Do you still have power right now, sir?
Yes, I do, but once again, I say just within the past 10 minutes, there's been 3 large. This one sounds like I said. It sounds like the transformers over here are keeping up.
Sure.
And I'm expecting to lose power at any moment now.
You know, and I don't know if you could hear us earlier. I will relay this message from Chief Mayor Patrick Bond. There is the outer edge of the Eyewall, which is the worst end, that is crossing first into Orange County, and you guys may get just a little bit of it there in Port Arthur and Groves. So I really would encourage you to stay away from the windows, and we might check back with you in, say, 30 minutes. We're watching the radar, and I'll keep an eye on the power grid. But yeah, keep in touch with us. Please stay safe. I assume you found a place in your house kind of away from all the windows, I hope? All right.
Do you guys kind of have an idea of how long the eye will pass by us?
Patrick, he wants to know how long it'll be before the eye, or at least the Eyewall, approaches. He's in
The
Groves.
Eyewall will be very close to over the next hour, and things could be passing by, I would say by 3 or probably 4 o'clock in the morning. It should be north of us, and things will start improving after 4, certainly after 5 a.m. here in the Triangle.
Maurice, I don't know if you were able to hear any of that, but he said it should really start improving by, say, 3 or 4 a.m. So it may be a long next couple hours. We're coming up on 1 here. Dejanique, I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, always good to hear from the folks who have the boots on the ground. These are the people that are going to be directly impacted, obvious effects of this storm, not only tonight, but in the coming days, weeks, months, and in some cases, if we look to our neighbors to the east, especially in Lake Charles, the coming years. We know what it looks like to have a storm hit you and what that recovery takes. And so as that storm continues to roll throughout, and our prayers are definitely with those folks. We're continuing to keep you updated with wall-to-wall coverage here on 12 News. We are available across all social media platforms as the storm starts to rage and as the power starts to go out. It's very important that you have those cell phones charged so that you can keep up to date with the information. We'll continue to send out push alerts through the 12 News Now app. And of course, we're going to stay online live. You can catch that YouTube stream if you just go to 12 News Now for our YouTube channel. Click the subscribe button and you'll be able to follow us throughout the night. So before your power goes out, I keep saying this, but it is so important. If you don't have one of those little power packs with you, go ahead and plug up right now, because those power outages are definitely going to continue to expand as the night progresses. We have some images we want you guys to take a look at.
Oh, wow.
Patrick, you want us to come to you?
Yeah, look at that. Lake Charles, the airport where the National Weather Service is located, the Doppler radar there, just reported a 104-mile-per-hour wind gust there at Lake Charles Regional Airport.
Wow, 104 mile per hour. And what does that type of damage look like when you have 104 mile per hour wind gusts, Patrick?
Oh, it's bringing down trees, you know, without a doubt, and it's doing damage, damaging winds, no doubt about that.
Damaging winds.
That's why there is no power in Lake Charles right now, because of that kind of stuff going on right now.
And gosh, we were just talking about the timing of this storm, just the optics of it all. You've got a major storm like this. It's coming through in the night, and now you're without power. It just adds this ominous, gloomy layer over an already tough situation for folks to have to deal with. And so in a few hours, once there is some sunlight and we're able to start to assess the damage, just kind of bracing ourselves for what we will see both in Southeast Texas and to our east, where our neighbors are definitely taking the brunt of this particular hit right now. All right, let's take a look at some video coming out of Groves right now. We just spoke to someone in that area, Maurice, telling us that he was definitely starting to feel the effects. His privacy fence came down. He said within 45 minutes of the rain, things just really started to deteriorate, especially as it pertained to the wind. This is off Twin City Highway.
Dej, that's probably not far from where Maurice lives.
Yeah.
Maurice was off 39th and Berry, which is basically near Bruce's Market Basket, kind of in the heart of Groves, so maybe a mile from where that video was.
Just goes to show you the strength of Mother Nature, as we've been saying. Not anything we are not used to in Southeast Texas. When you think about living on the Gulf Coast and the threat of hurricanes, but this is not any fun, that's for sure. Taking a look at the energy map right now, it's continuing to light up in red across the area, Jordan.
I would still call it scattered at this point, Dejanique,
Yeah.
and I'm over here at the big board, folks. Mauriceville, that we may have seen some worsening of the power problems in Orange County, and that would be expected. I'm really starting to watch Port Arthur. We probably have close to a third of the city now without power, especially when you factor in Port Acres. This is a giant outage here. 1,600 customers all along Highway 73 coming into town already have lost power. And in the city, parts of West Port Arthur, there's a stretch along Gulfway, 2 areas off Gulfway that have lost power. And we're zooming in here. to the city of Groves. This may have changed. Maurice was right here along 39th Street. Wouldn't it be neat to find the neighborhood exactly? Okay, here he is, 39th and Berry, Dejanique. He still has power, but he's been reporting the power flashes and the transformers blowing, and you can see the reason why. This is the area just to the south of his house and the area just to the east. So he is surrounded by power outages. And as we zoom out here, again, roughly half of Groves has already lost power. And we're also seeing these problems in Nederland. No significant change, just one neighborhood. This is not far from my parents' house in Port Neches, is off Ridgewood, that has already lost power, just off Twin City. And then as you come over here, this is the neighborhood behind Philpott, say off, let's draw us some landmarks. 27th here, Canal Avenue. So you get the idea if you know this part of Nederland. We can really zoom in, and wherever you are, folks, can get access to this, energy.com. The neat thing we've talked about before, you can put in your account information and they'll send you text alerts. So I'm watching my neighborhood in Beaumont, and you can do the same for exactly where you are to get a good feel for what's happening. As I zoom up here,
how's Beaumont doing?
You know, Patrick, let's do a quick refresh here, and I'll have to zoom back in. We're going to zoom in one last time. Patrick, other than a couple of scattered outages on the south end, it's just scattered stuff. You know, 50 customers here, et cetera. Don't want to downplay that at all, but certainly so far, Beaumont's holding up the best, I would say, of the triangle. Dej?
But Patrick, when we were going over that timeline, you did say it may be around 2 o'clock-ish that Beaumont started to see the worst of things. So not out of the woods just
Oh, absolutely
yet.
not. The worst is yet to come. In fact, the extreme wind warning has been extended until 3 a.m. now because it's taken time. You know, it's going to have to push back a little bit. Timing is not perfect in this business, as you can see, but we are. Look at this. Look at all the wind warnings. Let me stop this. Okay. Let's see. Over towards Sabine Pass. What is that? 89 mile per hour wind gusts and 74 mile per hour sustained winds at Texas Point. Okay, so Texas Point, just southeast of Sabine Pass. Also, other reports, we got that 104 at Lake Charles. And where is that? Lacassine National, 76 mile per hour wind gusts measured at Lacassine Ross site. And all around Calcasieu Pass and near Cameron, they've had wind gusts, there you go, 121 mile per hour wind gusts. That is serious business right there. So that's what we're seeing right now. But we're going to see the winds continue here. Let me go a little bit closer.
Okay.
And this signature. So we got the eye over Cameron and over Hackberry. Do not, if you, yeah, I'm hoping everybody's out of Hackberry. I'm not against that. So here we go with the winds. I can pretty much guarantee that this band right here is going to have hurricane force winds in it. So it's extremely close to Orange, over Sabine Lake, off that way. So that's where I believe that the hurricane force winds are located. So you're not far. It's going to really start picking up in Port Arthur and Orange over the next hour or so. That's what I think is going to happen.
All right. So within that hour, we're definitely keeping a close eye. And we're really asking you guys to stay inside. I know sometimes it's really tempting to kind of take a peek outside if you decided to stay and ride out the storm, just to kind of stand on the patio, check out the conditions. Now's not the time to do that.
Certainly don't go out during the eye.
Absolutely. And what Patrick is saying is you may start to feel those effects within the next hour, especially if you're in that orange area. So guys, please just hunker down, go into a space in your home where you feel safe. You're not around too many windows, because that wind is going to be a major factor coming up within the next hour for our folks who are still there. We want to take it to Beaumont. Jaleesa Irizarry has been a trooper for us out there. Jaleesa, what's happening now?
Oh boy, I gotta tell you, it has been picking up significantly here just in the last 15 minutes. I know I keep saying that. I sound like a broken record, but I'm incredibly serious. The gusts have been very significant. I actually am gonna walk out over here. My photographer Alex and I were kind of staying back out of the wind's way when all of a sudden we were hearing these gusts pull through and so this scraping sound, and I didn't know what it was, but I kept yelling, nope, nope, want nothing to do with it. This cigarette holder right here came off from the top, I want to say like 12 feet, and was just dragging across the cement, and that's what we heard until it's here and fell on the ground. That's how significant the wind is starting to pick some stuff up, so please, I hope you have stuff locked down in your backyards. Let me walk on over to here just to kind of show you the gusts of wind. They are, again, they're not incredibly significant, but enough to really knock a few things over. I was standing out here earlier today, and you can kind of just feel it carry off my back. And let's go to our trusty bush that we've been relying on heavily just to show the significant, the lean going on here of this constant wind kind of blowing in that direction. So, and with that comes the rain blowing in that direction. So we've been seeing a significant amount of wind, those gusts really picking up, really getting loud here as well. I keep looking at my photographer Alex just to make sure I'm not going a little bit crazy when I hear these big gusts of wind kind of roll through, but this is a significant storm that does need to be taken seriously. In fact, Daniel Brown, our lovely news director, introduced me to the Waffle House Index. Forgive me, I'm from the Northeast. I don't know what that is. I ventured to a lot of Waffle Houses. That being said, I did look up really quick. It's actually an informal meter used by FEMA to kind of figure the significance of a storm. And when a Waffle House is closed, that's fairly significant. Well, guess what? The Waffle House right around the corner, those lights on, no one home, honestly. So that's how serious we need to take this storm right now. A lot of people staying inside, staying put, or risk leaving town at all. And again, you feel this wind picking up right now? We're feeling it. So we're going to go in and stay safe for now, guys, but I'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much. I definitely see the winds picking up, and I see you shifting a bit, so I do want you guys to get inside. That's our number one priority, your safety. Check out the conditions once things are a little better. But I think it's better on the inside, Jaleesa, and this is a serious condition. But anytime I hear the Waffle House Index, it does make me smile a little bit.
Apparently I've been out of the loop, Dejanique. I mean, my boss is going to yell at me. I mean, I do occasionally make a pilgrimage to a Waffle House from time, but I was not familiar with the index. So this is a lot you can learn at 1:05 in the morning in the middle of a hurricane. So I do want to share a couple. Jaleesa is on one side of East Texas. This is Luis De Leon, who is across the street at the Academy. And this was another one. This was taken just about 15 minutes ago. And this is going to be enough to start causing more power problems, even in places like Beaumont. To wake up the board and get out of this. Hang on. There we go. All right, let's get back to the energy power outages. And as I do this, can we show the wind gusts right now? Patrick's got them pulled up. This is some new data that I know he wants to share. Gust of 45 in Beaumont. Look at that, gusting to 61 now at the Jack Brooks Airport, right?
That's exactly right. Look at the pink expanding up to Kirbyville, too, and to Quincy. This is everything is expanding now as the storm continues to move towards the north. Jennings, Louisiana, 60. Look at Lake Charles at 98. So again, this is not terribly bad, but it is certainly going downhill as far as the gusts. The gusts are increasing as the circulation continues to move away from the coastline. Let's see where the center is. And last time I checked, it was over Cameron Parish. Yeah, right over Big Lake. There it is. Stars would probably be shining right over Big Lake right now. But that means that the Eyewall, boy, this is a small Eyewall. That is, I'm very grateful for this. The winds, the hurricane force winds may not be more than 20 to 30 miles from the center of circulation on the west side, and that would be awesome for our area. But I can pretty much guarantee that this location, let me stop this and go a little bit further. You're seeing all these hurricane wind symbols, and those are showing us damage, or wind gusts being reported by mesonets that are being set up. So here we go. We're going to see the Eyewall. This is the Eyewall coming in. It's basically about Lake Charles Carlos, in and around south of Suffer, it's like what I used to call it when I lived there, to the east of Orange, right off Sabine Lake. We'll say Johnson Bayou is the Eyewall. That's where you're going to get 75 plus miles an hour. So it's not far from Orange and from Port Arthur, right across the lake, and it's certainly possible that it's right very close to Orange, maybe a little further west. That's what we're looking at right now. That's where I think sustained winds are going to be 75 miles an hour or greater.
Something we are definitely going to continue to watch. But for a quick moment, we want to break this up to talk to Brandy Smith. He's been keeping such a close eye on social media for us. As you've been saying all night, Brandy, it's kind of a mixed bag because at certain points you're not seeing a lot of media, and that's actually a good thing. It's because most folks aren't in town. They aren't able to whip out their cell phones and show us what's happening, and that's actually good.
It's great, Dejanique. I have to say, you don't see people who are out wandering in the storm, putting themselves at risk, putting first responders at risk, because they would have to help them out of a dangerous situation. So a lot of the videos that I'm going to be showing you are from hurricane hunters, from meteorologists and reporters out in the field. And Patrick just talked about the winds. That's one thing this hardcore hurricane hunter is talking about in Sulphur. He's just outside the Eyewall. He said this was going to be the last drive before he hunkered down, and then he posted another video. So this is 12:45, about 20 minutes later. He thought it was the final reprieve before the inner ring of violent winds. He was going inside, hunkering down. Haven't seen an update from him since, so hopefully he did. Now, here's along the Calcasieu River. This is something I wanted to show you in an earlier hit, but my computer didn't update. So this, what you're looking at, is 70-mile-an-hour winds. Look at the force of that, and remember that this storm is packing winds of about 150 miles an hour. So you think double that. Just incredible power that Mother Nature loads into these storms. And then just a quick look in Orange, a little bit of wind, a lot of rain coming down. And as we're seeing these videos, I just want to remind folks that there are a lot of people out there who are thinking of you. I know it can be scary. Maybe you're alone. Maybe you've lost power. You're watching us on your phone or your tablet. But prayers are coming in from all over the country for folks in Louisiana, for folks in Southeast Texas, anyone who is affected by Laura. And I know that might not be a huge relief for you, but just know that there are thoughts and prayers headed our way. I want to show you a really popular meme that's going around. This one, Texas and Louisiana hugging each other, saying, let's weather this together. It's something we've done before. It is something we'll do again. And these prayers are in response to just this huge storm. One of the astronauts who's at the space station sent this photo on Twitter today. I mean, you just look at the scope of it. Absolutely massive. So things I want to run down, just some road closures that you're aware of. I-10 is closed in Louisiana, eastbound from the state line, westbound from Atchafalaya Basin. There are detours. You shouldn't be on the road right now, so that's not something you should be concerned about. In Texas, I-10 is open, but if you have to go out for any kind of emergency, check drivetexas.org first. That'll give you current road conditions, any closures that you might need to know about. Here are two to mention: the Rainbow and Veterans Bridge access points in Port Arthur and Orange, they're shut down. You saw that video of the wind. You can only imagine what it's like at that level, as high as those bridges are. So TxDOT says once this storm rolls through, it's going to have its crews evaluating roadways for damage, start removing debris. Crews all over the state are coming in to assist. But it is that reminder that even once the storm passes, there will be days of cleanup because of the debris, because of the trees knocked down. Just be aware as you're heading out that the roads, your normal commute, your normal path to the grocery store, wherever you might want to go, it might have some obstacles on the way. Wrapping up with some tips from Red Cross. Okay, during a storm, listen to area radio station, TV. You're doing that. Step one, check. During a storm, it's important to stay indoors. Don't walk on beaches, riverbanks, floodwaters. The reason you don't want to walk in those floodwaters contaminated with sewage or contain dangerous insects or animals. Just a heads up, I know sometimes folks like to get out there in it and walk in that storm water. You don't know what kind of debris there. It could knock you off your feet. You don't know how deep it is, if there might be a pothole that you step into. It is just too dangerous, guys, to go out there. So that's why we want to warn people, don't go walking it, and definitely do not drive into high water. Turn around, don't drown.
Hey, Brandy, it's Jordan now. We're swapping out here at the desk for just a second. You've been through a lot of images. I know you've been watching what people have been posting. What has struck you most early Thursday morning?
I think what Dejanique and I talked about in the beginning of this conversation, and that's that in past storms, I've really seen a ton of video from folks who were out there, you know, putting themselves at risk to get video, to get photos, and we're not really seeing that right now. All I'm seeing is video from news organizations, from meteorologists, from reporters who are out there doing their job as they should. And it's heartening to know that people have heeded those warnings from local emergency managers or who might not even be in the area because they listened to the mandatory evacuation orders. So I think that's the thing that is sticking with me most. Also, just the prayers coming in. I mean, I showed about 40. I could show 400 more. People all over the country, all over the world are awake with us right now, thinking about Southeast Texas, thinking about Louisiana, and praying for everyone who lives down here.
And we need it. And we know especially the people in the hardest hit areas, places like Lake Charles need it desperately at this point. Over, Brandy, thank you so much. I'm going to walk over to the big board here and you can follow me across the studio. We've got some new information from Energy's power grid. So let's take a look at, I just pulled up the numbers and you can see here we now have 15,000 customers without power in Jefferson County and roughly 9,000 customers in Orange County. And if you go across the state line, again, Southwest Louisiana, completely in the dark at this point. It's got to be incredibly scary as they deal with gusts over 100 miles an hour in places like Lake Charles, probably worse as the Eyewall moves north. So scary. A quick update, we're watching how the Jefferson County numbers are shooting up. Significant power problems now across Port Arthur, Port Neches, and Nederland and Groves. Significant sections of Port Arthur. You can see these chunks red. The main corridor through Groves along Highway 73, along 39th Street in the dark. And then we've also got significant outages now across Nederland. Beaumont still largely has electricity on at this point. But again, come over here, my goodness, into Orange County. Again, roughly 9,600 customers. I know you can't read that, but you get the scope of what Energy is going to be dealing with once the worst of the winds ease up. Let's go to the weather computer right now. We can show you Chief Meteorologist Patrick Vaughn's latest track on this. You can see the landfall. This happened within the last hour in Cameron, Louisiana, as a Category 4, a major hurricane, a very strong Category 4. And now we have the extreme wind warning that continues through 3 a.m. for Southeast Texas because of these dangerous hurricane conditions across our area. Patrick, anything you want to add?
I'm trying to update this graphic so that you can see it. It is on the coastline right now, and I'm only going to go to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, or this morning. And it's going to be right over Newton County, northern Newton County, as a Cat 2 storm. So it is entirely possible that Newton, Texas, much further north than, say, Sabine Pass or Beaumont, would have stronger winds than us. Unbelievable. It's all about the track. But that's the way it's looking right now. We are watching radar very closely, and as I can get this to where it needs to go and hit select and then save, I want to take this and put that right there, and that's the track for the next, less than 6 hours, because after 6 hours from now, it should be 6-7 hours from now, it should be by and large out of the area. So now let's go ahead and close this and take a look at radar.
Patrick, we're getting word that the Lake Charles radar is now down.
It is down.
I'm
going to have to change.
Can you check that?
Yes, it is. Oh, it is down. But I can switch to. So it did. Water is probably flooding.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, water is reached the South Lake Charles. So that's what's happened. It's probably not because of wind damage. Well, I'd say that they've got wind speeds of 108 miles an hour gusts in Lake Charles, and maybe 8 or 9 feet of water has now pushed into South Lake Charles. Is what's going on as the storm. As we take a look at the Eyewall. Let's see where that is.
We do know that your colleagues, not your colleagues, but certainly your meteorological friends, the employees of the National Weather Service in Lake Charles, did evacuate.
Yep, that's the good news.
That is the good news. And we've been saying all night long that we certainly hope that our friends in Southwest Louisiana took this seriously and moved to higher ground, because they are facing a life-threatening situation, no doubt. And we are watching the edge of the Eyewall start to come across state line. Patrick's going to be swapping out his radar sources. As we mentioned, the Lake Charles radar is either underwater or torn apart by the winds. I have Kelly Lewis with me on the phone. We've been chatting with you earlier. You're in Groves. Tell us what's changed since we last chatted with you.
We lost power roughly about 45 minutes to an hour ago.
And how are you holding up? I'll start with that.
We're good. We got our generator running. We are experiencing some pretty severe wind gusts. We actually just noticed that we lost a tree.
Oh, was it the tree that was in the video you shared with us earlier?
No, not that one, luckily, because that's a pretty big one. It was actually one next.
Okay, all right. Your family all safe?
Yes, we are safe.
Can you hear the wind? I know that's something that we keep hearing from people about the feeling of just the pressure from the hurricane enveloping them.
Yes, yeah, it's pretty intense at this point.
We want you to stay safe. Is it worse than you thought, or is this about what you were expecting?
This is new for me, so it's definitely picked up. It's a little more than I expected, but not too bad.
Not too bad. Well, we'll put you on the scale there. Not too bad, but pretty intense. I want you and your family to stay safe. Please call us back as conditions change. And I'm glad you've got a generator. Make sure you use it safely. You know the protocols on that.
Absolutely.
Kelly Lewis with us live from Groves over the phone tonight. Please stay safe. I'm going to hand you back over and pass the phone off. Just 1 second. And as we do that, 38-mile-an-hour wind gusts, I think I was seeing on the update there.
That's the wind speed.
The sustained wind speed.
Yes, but look at Lake Charles, sustained at 85. When we switch on the winds, we lose orange. Orange apparently may have just gone down. But look at Lake Charles, a wind gust to 128-mile-per-hour wind gust, almost 130 mile-per-hour wind gust in Lake Charles. Port Arthur now a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust. Incredible wind gusts going on that, Jordan. About 130 mile-per-hour wind gusts in Lake Charles. And Port Arthur now up to 61, but still 45 into Beaumont and 29 over towards Kirbyville, but those are going up right now.
You know what else going up? The power outages. Roughly 29,000 customers. That would be 29,000 homes and businesses in our 12 News viewing area that have power. I'm over at the big board again, guys. Checking these numbers. 17,000 customers just alone in Jefferson County. 11,000 customers in Orange. That number rapidly rising. Let's do a refresh here. Okay, Lauren Hensley is here, 12 News anchor and investigative reporter. We're going to get Judge John Gauthier on the line from Orange County to talk about this, because Orange definitely getting hit the hardest in the Golden Triangle at this point. We'll visit with him in just a second. Apparently, he's here right now. Hey, Judge Jordan Williams from 12 News. We do have on the air live. I appreciate you taking our call. What's happening in Orange? Are you at the EOC?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah, and how is the situation there?
Well, of course, the way everybody's trying to, most of the folks are trying to get a little rest, so they'll be ready to roll in first thing in the morning. But looks like we've skirted getting the storm surge, which we're all very happy about here. That because that was a big major concern for us. I know we're still going to have a little bit, but not near what they were predicting because it went to the east of us. But so now we're really primarily focused on wind and wind damage that we'll be probably seeing tomorrow morning. As these crews start heading out. Like I said, we've got about 300 emergency workers here that are ready to roll from, National Guard, Coast Guard, DPS, military, and then all of our local emergency groups. And they're ready to roll first thing in the morning as soon as it gets safe enough for them to get out and start assessing our roadways.
They've staged at your EOC?
Yeah, we have 300 here at the EOC.
That's got to be reassuring because when you
it is
because when I'm watching the energy power grid. We're starting to hear from more people. Roughly 11,000 plus homes and businesses in Orange County have already lost power. So that's probably roughly half of their service area. They've got their work cut out for them, as do you guys.
Well, they do, and one thing that is like all these storms we've had over the years, and Entergy as well as everybody else, is that is to be prepared when we know that there are going to be these wind events like this, and they are prepared. They have, I know it's over 2,000 workers that are waiting on standby right now with equipment and ready to roll first thing as soon as it gets safe enough for them to get out and about to start. And I think we're going to see a fast response on that because people are better prepared as well as we are. Like I said, you learn from these things every time, and you needed to do it what you need to be prepared for. And that's one of the things we were prepared for, both marine rescue. If we had the storm surge, we have a lot of boats and stuff, but it looks like we're not going to need those, thank goodness. But now we got to focus on the wind, getting electricity back up, and then, like I said, homes that are going to be damaged as well with debris. So that's a concern for us first thing in the morning.
I love that you're staying positive, talking about how we can use all of these storms as learning opportunities, because some might say we've had a little too much learning opportunities, too many of these.
Well, I have to agree with that. I mean, we're getting good at something I would rather not be good at all.
Amen.
But we are, I said, anytime, any experience, in life, we've always been taught, you should be learning from every one of them. And I think we've done a good job of doing that in our area because we've had so much of it, and we've had so many different type of events we've had to deal with, and it's made us to be very well prepared, and I think we are even in this situation.
I have a question, and perhaps this is something you could get an answer for if you don't know. Are the crews that are there in Orange, are they willing to stay and deal with, the power problems in Orange County, or is it a possibility that Energy will perhaps move them to Charles, where virtually everyone is in the dark? Do you have any info on how they handle their response?
No, we've been, we've been in contact with the president of Energy as well, and they've assured us that the resources they have for Orange County as well as the Jefferson County, all the areas that they have staged, that those workers are here for us till the job is complete. And that's reassuring, because that's the last thing we want is, we've had that in storms past, not from our energy folks, but from debris people. You always have debris companies come in and, a storm happens farther down the coast and they pack up here and leave and go down there, and that's hard because then you're having to let a company to do that. But, Energy's a good company. They operate very professionally, and I'm happy with that. And we don't foresee that in any way, and they've assured us that not happen.
Okay. Well, Judge, I'm going to let you get back and maybe get a little rest. I'm sure it's not easy to do that at an EOC, but we certainly appreciate you taking time and taking our call. Please stay safe because we are watching radar that shows the outer edge of the Eyewall kind of crossing the state line at this point. So I would expect not the best conditions over the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's what we're knowing. The next 30, 45 minutes are going to be our roughest time.
All right. Well, you guys stay safe, Judge. I really appreciate you taking our call.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Judge John Gauthier with us live from Orange County this morning. 1:26 as you wake up with us. Patrick, I know we need to get back to you. You've swapped over your radar site because the Lake Charles National Weather Service radar is not operating.
Well, it's not operating, if it's down or what, but we're not getting imagery from them. But let me see if I can get that second source. But actually, Fort Polk is down too. Let me see if Houston is having some issues. radar imagery coming to a premium tonight in southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana.
You know, these things happen at 4s.
Yeah, something tells me that unfortunately Lake Charles is going to be down for a while. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking right now. I'm looking at turning this radar. Okay, Fort Polk is down too.
Oh goodness. Well,
Houston and Lake Charles and Fort Polk are down.
Well, while you do that, I'll let you, I'll let you work and share with this for folks. I know you guys are pulling up the energy power grid. I'm going to do a quick refresh before I turn it back over to Dejanique Garrison for just a bit. We're going to zoom in one more time. Oops, went a little too far. Let's try again. A lot of power outages in Orange County. It almost looks to me like all of Orange County, maybe not quite. There's a little green out there. You know, Energy will let you do the breakdown by county, so I'm going to pull this up. It has in fact worsened even since I spoke with the judge. Close to 16,000 customers in Orange County without power, 20,000 customers in Jefferson County. Energy's local outage total 36,000 at this point. So you get the idea, Patrick. And these increasing wind gusts, even just tropical force gusts, have been enough to knock out significant amounts of power around the Golden Triangle. You know, and it's interesting, and this will be a question that we'll see and we'll be asking as the power crews get out to assess in the morning. And the question's going to be, you know, is this minor damage or is this, you know, transmission lines that have come down, the major stuff?
Well, that's what happened with Rita. You know, we knocked down transmission lines and towers over in southwest Louisiana. They said Energy said that this was their worst outage in the company's history back in 2005. Hopefully, we're not repeating the same situation just 15 years later. So you can see Big Lake right there, and Hackberry and South Lake Charles within the eye right now, as it continues to move off towards the north at 15 miles an hour. So it's going to be close for Orange. Will they see the wind gusts that we've been seeing into lakes of 130 miles an hour? But the eye is right over Big Lake, Louisiana, and you can see the Eyewall is over Lake Charles, back over along I-10, including Carlos, back to Sulphur, Louisiana, Vinton, Louisiana, Stark over into, it looks like it's coming into Orange, West Orange, seeing the Eyewall right now coming into eastern Orange County, back over to just northeast of Port Arthur, as you can see. Very limited rainfall over towards, say, mid-county right now. But, man, if this is, Beaumont could be very lucky out of this as this continues to move off towards the north now. May not see what we were seeing earlier in model data. So that would be wonderful news. Unfortunately, I think Orange County and specifically Newton County going to see the worst of this. And from what I'm seeing is that the real catastrophic speeds are in a very small location, or small ball, basically, maybe only 30 to maybe 50 miles from the center of circulation. So that would certainly lower the size and the scope of the power outage, because of the hurricane force winds are smaller than what we saw during Rita. So there's your radar imagery in the eye over towards Hackberry, just about ready to come into South Lake Charles, as you can see. As far as wind gusts or wind speeds, these are the wind speeds right now. They are sustained at 38 in Port Arthur and Orange, no big deal. But look at Lake Charles at 85, and you can see just west of Cameron that eye showing up on the wind speed indicator. And as far as gusts, Lake Charles seeing wind gusts of 130 miles an hour, 61 in Port Arthur, 45 into Beaumont. As far as tornado warnings, what do we have? No tornado warnings at this time, so some good news there. There is a tornado watch in effect for all of southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana until 8 a.m. And some better news for, say, parts of Hardin, Jefferson, western Orange, and also southern Newton County, no longer under the extreme wind warning. That has been extended until 3 a.m., and that is mainly for extreme southeastern Jas, Newton County, and eastern Orange County, back over to Cameron, Calcasieu, southern Beauregard, southwestern Allen, and western Jeff Davis Parish until 3 a.m. This is a large-scale wind event, damaging winds happening in this location. Hurricane warnings persisting. So here's the latest track. They're starting to reel back the hurricane warnings now. Looks like from High Island back over, instead of all of Galveston Island, that has been reeled back. So just High Island, including our area, all the way over in Intercoastal City, that hurricane warning persisting as the storm continues to move to the north. This is the latest track. It takes it over towards DeQuincy, and then by 7 a.m., we will see a dramatic improvement in through the Triangle and Orange as it heads towards the lakes area. Should be over Newton at 7 a.m. with winds of 110. So it's going to weaken from a Cat 4, a strong Cat 4, down to, let's see, a pretty strong Cat 2. So that means a lot of trees down coming up into Newton County, Jasper County. So you may have to cut your way out off your road and around those two counties up that way. So that's what we're looking at right now.
And if you don't have the resources to do that, it may behoove you to extend your stay where you are. If you've evacuated, you may be a lot more comfortable, and you'll probably be safer because the conditions are definitely not going to be as comfortable as you left them. We're talking about downed trees. We're talking about this type of rain that Jaleesa is standing in right now in Beaumont, and power outages that we're starting to see, and we'll get to that in just a bit. But Jaleesa, my goodness,
wow.
Talk about a difference in just a couple of minutes. Talk to us.
No kidding. It is starting to come down significantly in that wind. Boy, feel that. It is picking up significantly. This has happened over the last 15 minutes or so. These gusts of wind have been very prolonged and really pushing you. I feel like you could probably see me a little bit like that, kind of hold on tight, because the wind is certainly picking up here. Alex, show them the bush. We've been keeping an eye on this bush and how much it has been kind of leaning over to the right of the screen. And boy, it's just hanging out there. But again, that is your indicator of just how strong these winds are right now. I showed you earlier as well some items we saw scraping across the parking lot. Wind is picking up, moving items right now. So please, I hope you're indoors right now if you are still in Beaumont, because there's no reason to be out here right now. The wind and the rain is picking up. You know, it's interesting, my photographer made a comment just before our hit. He said, you know, at dusk when we did our last hit earlier in the day, he said it was so eerily quiet around town, like just so quiet. Now it's so loud. The wind is loud. The rain banging against your hood is incredibly loud and very wet as well. So again, if you are in the Beaumont area, you want to stay indoors because you can see it. This wind is picking up and these gusts are prolonged. They're very prolonged.
As I'm looking at that particular scene, you said feel it. I don't know if you realized that. And I actually did when I saw you and the wind was blowing. I'm like, oh my goodness, what's happening out there? But I'm looking at Patrick out of the corner of my eye, and I think he's saying, we think this is something. Just wait until we see what happens across other parts of Southeast Texas. So, Patty, I want you to chime in because he's been listening, Jaleesa. Let's listen to what he has to say.
No, I agree with you what you're saying. Yeah, it's breezy, it is gusty, Jaleesa, and I think that this may be the worst. Hopefully, this is the worst Beaumont sees. That's what I'm praying. But it's a different animal as we head over.
Crossed.
Yeah, exactly. We're really wondering what's going on over into Orange County right now, because the Eyewall is over Orange right now. The Eyewall. As we speak.
I'm guessing, this is Jordan, I'm guessing we've lost our Skycam from Orange because of the power outages. I would expect that. We do have 37,000 plus homes and businesses in Jefferson and Orange County, Dejanique, that currently don't have power.
Let's let you get inside while we talk about this, because it looks like it's definitely starting to come down. Let's head to Jordan looking at those power outages.
Yeah, you know, as we see those increasing wind gusts around Beaumont, I wouldn't be surprised if things don't worsen quickly. Let's do the tour of the big map here, and we haven't done this in a while. I'm going to start in Port Arthur, a hard-hit spot. I'm going to zoom in here so you can sort of see. That's Sabine Pass. Come on. You know the maps. Sometimes they don't do what you expect here. But if you look at Port Arthur, my goodness, again, Port Acres completely in the dark. Large sections near downtown Port Arthur. This is a huge quadrant of the city all along the Gulfway Drive corridor that's already lost power over to 9th Avenue. You can really zoom in. Griffin Park is in the dark as well. And if we zoom over into Groves, significant power problems there all along Highway 73 and along the 39th Street corridor as well. Let's go over to Port Neches. We've got a neighborhood off Magnolia that has already lost power here. And if you come into this section, this is near Jimmy Johnson Boulevard. There's Twin City. There's 69. And you can see this area of Highway 365. Hopefully they are on backup generator at the Medical Center of Southeast Texas. They are all in the dark. And a pretty large area. This is Stonegate, all off Central Mile Drive, Turtle Creek. Major power problems there. As we come into Nederland as well, significant power problems around the airport. We've already had gusts, Patrick. What's our peak gust at the airport as far as you know?
I want to say 60, 61 maybe.
So, you get the idea. If gusts to 60 do this, we've got some problems. So again, more than 37,000 customers in the dark, Dejanique, at this point. And that's orange. Let's go to orange. I apologize. We're going to get the map. It works better when I use both hands, so I'm going to do that. But as we zoom over here, there's Highway 12. You can see Interstate 10. Again, Southwest Louisiana at this point completely without power. And around orange, all of Mauriceville. Scattered problems around Vidor. Pine Forest looks like you've still got electricity. Pinehurst, kind of a split story there.
West Orange.
West Orange, all around the Orange County Airport. Looks like maybe it's one substation that's protecting Bridge City at this point that they still have power, but you get the idea. Large quadrants of Orange County, Dejanique, that don't have power.
Absolutely, Jordan. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on that Entergy map because that kind of gives us a view, if you will, of how the storm is starting to affect different areas of Southeast Texas. We started, like I said, in the green all across the board, and we're slowly starting to see it work its way up as the outages continue to become a little more widespread than we initially saw.
I was just thinking, when we checked it at 11 o'clock, as recently as a little over 2 hours ago, there were no outages. So this is all, we've gone from 0 to 38,000. 37,000 here in the last couple of minutes, 2 hours or so.
Do we have Brandy with us, guys?
Brandy Smith?
Brandy Smith has been working on social media for us throughout the evening. Welcome back, Brandy. I just wanted to talk for a second about the emotional toll that this is going to take on people. This area has been through so many storms, so much trauma. PTSD is real when it comes to natural disasters, and to have them back to back like this. You have a Harvey, you have an Imelda, and now you have a Laura. All of these historic storms. Social media is a place that a lot of folks use almost as their diaries. So it's something that we're able to use to document what's happening, but also keep up to date with information from officials. So just talk to us about what you've been seeing, the sentiment, the vibe you've been getting from folks that are posting about Laura.
Well, I want to jump off on that point, Dejanique, about it being a diary and an outlet, because so many people suffered trauma in the past couple of years as we've been hit by storm after storm. I was in it out in Harvey in 2017, and here we are on the 3-year anniversary of when the flooding really took hold in Houston proper, and a lot of those videos are coming back into my memory feeds. Looking at them is hard, and I opened up on social media just yesterday talking about how I had a little mini breakdown seeing video that I hadn't seen in 3 years because it stirred up all that emotion and the anxiety. And I think for a lot of people, that's probably happening right now as we're watching this storm move on shore. We're seeing the wind, power is being knocked out, rain is coming down, and they're all such familiar feelings for folks who have lived in Southeast Texas and gone through the Tax Day flood, Harvey, Memorial Day flood here in Houston. It's just been one storm after the other. And I want to jump into social now, because really the primary image that's being shared is of Laura making landfall near Cameron, and just the power of this thing. So when it came on shore, it knocked down 2 radar sites as it worked its way in. And this is a really interesting video. So this is a storm tracker video that was low to the ground that got knocked out when the storm surge hit it. We've talked about storm surge, but it is just a massive, powerful wave of water. You think about the storm is just pushing all of it on shore. A lot of warnings from the National Hurricane Center about the power of the storm surge associated with Laura. Looking at some conditions around the area, Charles, just north of Cameron, where landfall happened, Martin here says you can feel the whole hotel shuddering. Go to those feelings of anxiety, that has to stir up some of that. Josh Morgerman, he is the hardcore hurricane tracker that we've been following. He says he's hearing whistling. You saw just now that explosion. He's in Sulphur, so right next to Lake Charles, really in the same area. Wanted to show you what it's like in Port Arthur. Winds are picking up there, but not like what we're seeing just across the border in Louisiana. So we were talking about power outages, how quickly all of those racked up. A heads up that hundreds of power trucks are staged. This is in Louisiana, but still, it shows you the response. Teams are ready to go once the storm is out of our area and they can get in. Just a quick thank you to all of the linemen, all of the utility workers, all the first responders who are out there right now, because they're putting their lives on the line. They're going to do their best to get power back on and to make sure you stay safe. TxDOT also has its crews ready. It says they're going to roll out. They rolled out earlier this evening, hunkering down for a bit, and then they're going to go assess what the roads look like. You know, Bolivar Peninsula, across Southeast Texas, and then Louisiana crews are going to be doing the same. There's going to be a lot of cleanup based on the wind speeds that we're seeing, guys, based on the amount of rain that's coming down. We've talked about how fast the storm is moving and how quickly it'll be out of our area, but that doesn't mean recovery is going to happen just like that.
All right, Brandy, we definitely appreciate that information. And it does give you a sense of solace to know that even through the midst of what's happening right now, unfolding before our eyes, that we have these crews that are already in place, not just from Texas, they are from all over the country, willing to leave their families behind in the midst of a pandemic to come to an area that's been ravaged by a natural disaster. So if there's any consolation, at least we know that help is on the way. Well,
it is.
Thank you so much. Control room, give me that one more time. Okay, there we have Jordan James. Jordan has been out and about for the better part of the evening as the storm is starting to really bear down on Southeast Texas. But where you are, I don't see too much wind and rain. JJ, kind of walk us through, set the scene, and give us some updates.
Yeah, Dejanique, we spent most of our day in the Kuntz area, and then we traveled down here to Lumberton. Now I'm at the high school. The wind is starting to pick up. The rain is picking up. It's been raining on and off. So the thing about here at Lumberton High School, there's several state groups, rescue groups that are gathered here to support folks with Hurricane Laura. Right now I'm joined with the superintendent of Lumberton, Tony Tipton. So just talk to me a little bit about what's taking place here.
Well, you know, I will tell you that as the wind is picking up and as the rain is starting to come down, we are just really happy to be able to provide this facility for the first responders, our PAC, our Performing Arts Center. It's a joint collaboration between the district and FEMA and all of our first responders, and we have groups gathered here from all over the state. We have representatives from Dallas, Grand Prairie, from Denton Fire Department. We have Water Rescue, Department of Public Safety, Denton County. Gosh, we just have Lumberton PD. We just have folks from all over getting ready to respond to the needs of the community after the hurricane passes.
And you mentioned one of the key things to you was how Southeast Texans are coming together in times of need. How much does that resonate to you as the superintendent of this district?
Well, I'll tell you this: being new to the district, being superintendent since June 25th, I can tell you, I have never seen such a tight group of people come together in time of need. The logistics that have been involved in this thing are amazing to me. I'm happy to be here at the PAC representing the district, and just really doing anything we can to make these first responders comfortable and making their job easier, and that's really our pleasure here at the district to do that.
And speaking of making them feel comfortable, you told me there are hundreds of people here using all of your facilities, showers, all kind of things. I mean,
yeah, so we have some folks housed over here at our intermediate school. We have some folks housed here at the Performing Arts Center, which is our storm dome. And then we also have some folks over at our high school. Our field house is open for showers. The restrooms are open, obviously. Kitchen's open, coffee's brewing. We are just doing everything we can to make sure that these folks have what they need. So when it's done, they can go out and help our community members.
And so, Dejanique, as you can see, Southeast Texans helping Southeast Texans during these times of need. We haven't really felt the impact of Hurricane Laura, but these resources are here on hand to head toward the Louisiana area to support them during this time. That's the latest here from Hardin County. Jordan James, 12 News.
We're going to go ahead and switch it over to Jordan Williams right now. We're starting to get some updates on the conditions in Sulphur, Lake Charles, and we know that area is getting hit really hard right now. Jordan, what can you tell us?
Well, Dejanique, you folks at home, you probably just heard Patrick say, oh gosh, and I think that was in response to some reports that he's getting about the Lake Charles Civic Center being torn apart, windows blown out, etc. This is video from a storm chaser, and this may be the same gentleman that Brandy was sharing reports from. I just found this clip from Josh Morgerman. I'll share it with you here on our screen, and you can see this is in Sulphur, just relentless rounds of rain. It looks like one tree, one of these palms, has already been snapped, and that's really rare. I mean, these things typically do fairly well in high winds. I want to go to the power grid as well. And show you just a couple of things on that. We are now up to 47,000 outages. These are not numbers we enjoy sharing by any means. I just want to let you know, again, significant outages in Orange County. We'll walk through again at the top of the hour what's happening around Port Arthur. Port Acres is in the dark. Large parts of Nederland and Groves. Scattered stuff, starting to see just a few more outages scattered around the city of Beaumont at this point. That would be expected. Tropical storm force winds still continuing around Southeast Texas, Dejanique. And maybe worse at this point in Orange County. I know Patrick's particularly concerned, as are we, about our friends in Orange because they've got the edge of the Eyewall impacting them.
Correct. And if we could just loop Patrick in, if he has a second, just to talk to us about what's happening right now as these power outages continue to spark up in numbers, that gives us an indication of how the storm is moving towards the inland.
Exactly. And let me loop this. Yeah, the Eyewall is basically from Lake Charles down I-10 to Sulphur, Westlake, Vinton, and on into Orange right now. So I'm very curious what's going on in Orange as far as wind speeds. I don't have a lot of information as far as that goes. But as we continue, let's see as far as the wind speeds. Yeah, there you go. All along I-10, serious winds occurring in Lake Charles, Sulphur, Vinton, and possibly Orange, but I cannot confirm that right now. As far as wind speeds, sustained wind speeds as this loads. Okay, 38 in Orange is the last that I've got, 48 in Port Arthur, 85 in Lake Charles. As far as wind gusts, yeah, 128 in Lake Charles, 72, there you go, Port Arthur 72, very close to hurricane force in Port Arthur. Beaumont up to 54 miles an hour. And Jordan, you remember just 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had that severe thunderstorm that went right over Beaumont, Washington Boulevard, and College Street did not do well in that severe thunderstorm as we had wind gusts to 54. That's exactly what we're seeing right now on that same magnitude that we saw just 2 or 3 weeks ago.
And it's interesting that that particular monitoring site at Beaumont, folks, is at the municipal airport out on the west end, west of Major. near the other ExxonMobil facility,
Exactly.
the chemical facility. Let's come over to the board. I've got some new video that just came in from 12 News anchor Kelsey Johnson. She is hunkered down. We've said that 100 times tonight. Safely positioned. How about that? At the Jefferson County Courthouse. She reports, as of now, we are locked up inside because the wind is blowing the doors open. I'm going to bring this full just so you can get the picture downtown Beaumont. We'll cue this up again. You know, we've got clearly enough wind to start tearing trees apart. And this isn't even hurricane force. Dej, these are tropical storm force gusts. Say that 3 times. Tropical storm force winds gusting through downtown Beaumont right now. So we'll keep monitoring this. The power problems I'm only expecting, unfortunately, to get worse. And you know, Energy had all of these crews. I mean, what they say, thousands of their own employees and contractors. I feel like at some point someone said 7,000 in our region.
Yeah, we
I mean,
did hear that
that's the number
earlier.
that's sticking out with me here at 2 in the morning. And as we zoom in, and I can also pull it up, the outages by county. 48,000. I mean, this is going up about 1,000 customers a minute.
My
in
goodness.
the last couple of minutes. While we do that, if you want to do something, I'm going to check right now to see exactly how many customers Energy actually has in our area.
All righty,
Perhaps it'll
folks.
tell us that.
We're inching towards that 2 o'clock hour, and that number is standing out in my mind because that's when Patrick said areas like Beaumont are going to start to really feel the effects of this storm coming through the area. So, Patrick, are we still on track for around that 2 o'clock hour?
You know, I'm trying to get some ground truth here out of this because this, it may not make it to Beaumont, the really bad stuff. Because
that's okay.
The wind speeds or the serious stuff is in a very small ring, basically, and that ring may not make it to Beaumont. You know, you're talking about a ring that is probably 15 miles wide. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you do feel like Orange is getting it right now?
I think Orange, if they're going to see, they're probably seeing the worst of it right now. But that ring is 20 miles away from Beaumont, 15 to 20 miles away. It may not make it into Beaumont. It may not make it into Port Arthur. And Port Arthur, it may have seen its worst. As this heads, this is maybe a blessing that we're looking at right now because of the small extent of where the hurricane force winds extend outward from the center. You know, you're only talking about 30 miles from the center. So that's small. And that would be some wonderful news as this continues to head north at 15 miles an hour. So that means it's heading towards DeQuincy out of Lake Charles. Lake Charles is getting ready to get the break and is getting ready to get into the eye. Same thing with Sulphur, Westlake. It's probably already decreasing as it heads towards DeQuincy. And really, Moss Bluff is in the Eyewall right now. And this is basically going to parallel the river, Sabine River, and maybe up towards Newton. So with any bit of luck, the Jasper will not see the heaviest rainfall and strongest thunderstorm activity and winds, and it may be just Newton and Orange County, extreme eastern Jasper, or I should say eastern Orange County, and Newton seeing the worst of the weather as this heads towards DeRidder, DeQuincy, and up towards Kinder over the next hour or two. So this may be it in Beaumont. This is looking a lot better for Beaumont.
You know, maybe an hour and a half ago, we spoke to Orange Mayor Larry Spears, and we were asking him just how he felt, what were his sentiments, and he said, we are praying for a miracle. We are praying that, you know, this thing kind of changes paths or it dissipates. And even though Orange is feeling the effects right now, it does look like for the most part, compared to what this forecast was just a few days ago, and in the way that Southeast Texas looked like we were going to take that direct hit, things are definitely looking in our favor. So we are feeling it. We are getting the wind. We are getting the rain. But it could have been so much worse. And I think that is something to be thankful for right now. Speaking of so much worse, though, we want to take a look at some video. This is coming out of Sulphur, Louisiana. And the winds that you're going to see in just a second, my goodness, I'm hearing they're just relentless. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's the video that
This is the full screen video from the storm chaser, Josh Morgan, and we must have received permission to share this.
Yeah.
Incredible power flashes. And, you know, this is before that tree in the center of your screen came apart. In some of the later clips, of course, it went dark there because of the power outage. But
look at that. Those trees looking like toothpicks.
That looks like a Cat 4.
Wow.
As if we know what a Category 4 hurricane is supposed to look like.
Just some amazing images there. And of course, we're going to see more and more of these images coming out within the coming days. Just keep in mind, right now, we are in the thick of it. This is unfolding right before our eyes. So as we're getting information, we're trying to share it with you as quickly as possible. Again, trying to keep our crews as safe as possible. So some of them are staged in areas where we don't feel comfortable having them out and about. When the conditions start to clear, we will then go ahead and hit the streets and start to assess the situation so that you all are aware of what's happening all across Southeast Texas.
Coming up on 2 a.m. this morning, Dejanique, I did pull up some new video from Beaumont. This is from Luis De Leon. He's on the other side of the highway. This is at the Academy right there on East Tex and north end of Beaumont. And you can really see as he pans across here, we'll recue the video, the winds really whipping apart these trees. Some small debris, looks like leaves and small branches flying, but certainly these conditions have really worsened in the past 15 minutes. This is brand new video that Luis just shared with us. Again, as you mentioned, our crews are positioned at hotels, at banks, at very safe spots that we had pre-identified so that they would not be out in the very worst of this. Dej?
Absolutely. And so, Jordan, just as we're coming up on the 2 o'clock hour, we're taking a moment just to be thankful. Patrick has let us know that into the Golden Triangle, we may not feel those hurricane-forced winds. It looks like Jaleesa, though, is still out in Beaumont. Looking windy, looking rainy, but she's still standing. Jaleesa, what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, I was listening in on Paul talk, and boy, it's nice to hear that it isn't going to get significantly worse out here, because the wind has certainly picked up. As you can see as I'm standing here, the gusts of wind really pushing this way, and we're actually starting to see some power outages out here as well. I'm going to have Alex pan over to this Academy parking lot. So about 20 minutes ago, that Academy parking lot was in the dark, so the backup generators just started up. That wind definitely having a significance here in Beaumont. We've also seen a few more items fly across the parking lot. I mean, it was just some flyers and whatnot, but ironically enough, it was severe weather closure flyers, but we are seeing some things pick up and move around because of this wind, and that means you should not be outside right now. If you are in Beaumont, you should remain indoors, because this wind is strong. I'm a small person, I know, but it's really been pushing me significantly over the last half hour, 45 minutes or so, and the rain really coming in directly on my side. So that's what we're seeing right now. That's what we're hearing right now. It's very loud. You can hear some of the street signs rattle a little bit and shake a little bit. Alex, I don't know if you want to show them the street signs over there and how they're shaking over by the light over there. That's what we've been seeing and hearing. As I was standing by with you guys, I kept hearing this weird creaking rattle, so I looked over to the right, and that indeed is what it was. So once again, really no reason to be out on the roads right now. The wind is strong, and I know it could be a lot worse, and I'm thankful it doesn't sound like we're going to get that right now, but sounds like we need to seek shelter for a little bit, because these rain boots are soaking wet, guys.
Definitely. Folks need to seek shelter. Folks do not need to be outside, but you hit the nail on the head there, Jaleesa. It could have been so much worse. So if this is the worst that Beaumont is going to see, that wind and that rain, and you are still able to stand strong right there, I would consider that a win for how strong this hurricane is, how intense it was, and how it grew as it came through the Gulf of Mexico. So again, we appreciate you. Please stay safe out there and try and get dry. At least switch those socks out, girl. We want to get over to Jordan Williams, because Jordan, as you've been mentioning, it seems like every minute we're at least getting another 1,000 power outages, and that number has grown since the last time we spoke.
And unfortunately, this is the time where we've topped 50,000, the new number from Energy, as we are with you here 2:02 in the morning. 50,000 plus homes and businesses in Southeast Texas in the immediate energy service area in the dark. I'm going to pull it up here so you can see county by county. I know you can't read these numbers. We now have roughly 1,000 customers in Hardin County without power, close to 30,000 in Jefferson County. Remember, these are homes and businesses, so you figure out maybe 2.5 people live at these houses. Tens of thousands of us now, affected by this. 20,000 in Orange County. Orange County especially hard hit. We're going to zoom in here. Some new data coming in around Beaumont. Looks like the area, I'm going to take you in even closer, right along the College Street corridor. The HEB, Gateway, all of that is in the dark right now. Also some scattered outages on the south end of town, closer to the Lamar campus. We'll continue to watch that. And we're going to go down into Mid-County right now. And you can see, Port Acres completely in the dark. A huge section of Port Arthur and Groves has lost power. The area right along Highway 69, just across from the airport, I would say roughly half of Nederland has lost power. Let's come across Bridge City, starting to see significant power outages there. All of Mauriceville, the Highway 12 corridor between Highway 12 and the interstate, my goodness, so that's why the numbers keep going up. And I'm afraid if I hit refresh, this is real time, folks. 50,140 at this point, Dejanique. So again, the numbers have been rapidly rising because we've had the edge of the Eyewall move into Orange County. Patrick's been telling us about this for the last hour. The power outages are an immediate response. It's changing quickly.
Well, that's why I'm very glad that, as we saw earlier across social media, Entergy has those crews. They're stationed and they are ready to rock and roll, and it's very obvious we're going to need them in the coming days because there are so many outages, not only in Southeast Texas, but if you just scroll over and look into Louisiana.
Let me get this out of the way.
It is bright red, Jordan.
Yeah, this is the state line right about there, and I know it's kind of difficult to see, but you get the idea. I wonder if it'll tell us exactly how many. I mean, I just clicked, clicked 57,000. On that one dot.
Yeah, that wasn't even a total.
12,000 there. Yeah, so I would venture to say another 4,000. I mean, this entire quadrant of southwest Louisiana looks like there's a small section to the east of Lake Charles. Patrick knows this area better than I, but there's a small area to the east side of Lake Charles that still has power. But yeah, pretty much everybody over there in the dark.
Absolutely, and your heart just breaks for them. As I mentioned, these are not just numbers we're looking at on an Entergy map. When you talk about the collaboration between Louisiana and Texas, these are our family members, they are our neighbors, they are our co-workers. So many ties there. So yes, we dodged a bullet. But we know how this feels, and we know these folks that this is impacting, so we're just really thinking of them. And we're also going to see some of these impacts in Southeast Texas, especially in Orange County, as the sun comes up and we're able to start to see some of that damage. They took the brunt of it for our area. Jordan, you were about to comment there.
Well, I always think of the state line as being such an imaginary dotted line because we all go back and forth to visit people and to visit those we love and to do business. And, we talk a lot about how a lot of people live in Orange and may work at the plants in Lake Charles. And there are significant questions about how much the petrochemical infrastructure there right around the lake in Lake Charles was perhaps decimated by storm surge. We just want to reiterate this. Patrick's had to completely readjust where he's getting his radar images right now because the Lake Charles radar was either blown apart, taken offline because of a power outage, or perhaps flooded by the storm surge. You pick. Maybe it's option 1, 2, or 3, or maybe something that we can't envision. But it's completely offline. Could just be because of the power outages.
And when you talk about the petrochemical industry, refineries, plants, and things like that, guys, just putting that into perspective, if all of our plants in Southeast Texas were to all of a sudden flood, think about how many people, how many paychecks would be impacted. So not even the loss of property, but just the loss of income. And when you think of the economy and the domino effect that has on top of a pandemic that has already crippled lots of people and their lives. This is tough stuff to process. So we are really going to have to rally around one another, be there for our neighbors, and help in any way we can, because this is not going to be an easy road to recovery with all of the factors that are in play right now when you look at the total picture. Alrighty, so guys, it's about 2:07 right now. We're continuing to keep a close eye on Hurricane Laura as it continues to move. Yes, we can.
We've had a request to do the weather. You know, we want to be fully transparent. Deja, you and Lauren Hensley and Patrick all came on the air around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Our Daybreak team is arriving in the studio right now as we speak, so there's going to be a little bit of transition. We appreciate you sticking with us through this. We'll look at the maps for just a second. Patrick is just about to hand things over to meteorologist Jeff Gerber, so we'll let that happen here in the next couple of minutes. Patrick, yeah, do you want to do one final update from you? Yeah, we'll let that happen here in just a second. In the meantime, a quick check of the power outages. You know, Dej, you said it so beautifully just a minute ago. These may seem like numbers, but these are families who are going to have a lot of frustrating times. And I am seeing some new additional outages in Beaumont. So Patrick's we hear Patrick putting the mic back on. And that's okay. That's okay. If you've been with us for the last couple of hours, you understand the microphones are not always friendly to us. But that's okay. They're hurricane proof. Patrick, you want to take it away?
All right, let's this is it for me for today. Okay. Let's get to the radar. And looking at radar, it appears that the worst of it is going to be into Orange County. Let me get some illustration here. I think Beaumont is going to dodge the proverbial bullet. But as you can see, the Eyewall is over Orange County, and I really think that this is going to be something to the west or to the east of this. So all this area right in here will likely see the hurricane force winds, and Beaumont may not see anything. It may be a wonderful situation for Beaumont, and for Port Arthur, probably mid-county. Yeah, you're going to be without a power, but I think the worst of the damage, the worst of the weather is obviously going to come into eastern Orange County, affecting Deweyville, Mauriceville, Orange, BC, extending back over towards, was that Trout Creek, back over towards Call, maybe the other side of Kirbyville, Bon Weir, Newton, DeRidder, Maryville, Burkeville, all up that way, including DeQuincy and what is that? Reeves. Yeah, it's Reeves then Ragley. Reeves is going to see it. DeQuincy's going to see it. Lake Charles is out of it though, but they're on in the Eyewall.
Around what, 130?
Yeah, 130. So that's heading towards DeQuincy and DeRidder. So that's what we're thinking. So the winds are not going to make it to Beaumont. I think we've seen the worst of the winds in Beaumont. From looking at radar, everything is going to stay off to the east. If you look at the ruler, the center of circulation is like this. If you go out 30 miles, that's how far, and it's really only a ring of about 10 to 15 miles in diameter that you have hurricane force winds. So that ring is not going to make it past Beaumont. So you got hurricane force winds possibly about 15 miles in the northwest and southwest, and maybe only 10 miles. That's how small this is. So that's why it's going to miss Beaumont as far as hurricane force winds. Extremely, extremely, extremely small for such a powerful hurricane. As you can see, the ring only 10 to 15 miles wide, and it's going north. Beaumont's, I think, in the clear. Winnie's in the clear. I think it's basically, if you live in eastern Orange County and maybe Newton County, those are going to see the worst of it. Jasper, Tyler, Hardin County, the rest of Jefferson County, we're pretty much in the clear. the way I see it right now.
It's going to be gusts possibly.
Yeah, there'll still be gusts, but not sustained, and that's what we're looking at. Let's take a look at where we're at as far as the Eyewall is right over Deweyville, right over Mauriceville, and right over Orange. So that is the worst you're seeing right now. But notice, just 15 miles to the west, not much going on in Beaumont. That's how small. This is amazing to see this right now occurring. I would never suspected this as how small the hurricane force winds are. Current wind speeds right now are being reported 36 in Beaumont, 38 in Orange. This is sustained winds, and 39 in Port Arthur, 90 into Lake Charles, though.
But still, when you're talking about 40-mile-an-hour wind, you're talking about some tree limbs down.
Sure.
Things like that.
And look, you got the winds now shifting to the north in Beaumont at 51, 66 in Port Arthur. So that's nothing to sneeze about.
That's an important note, Patrick. We've been talking about, we missed the brunt of it, but these effects that a lot of the folks in Southeast Texas are feeling, this isn't anything to sneeze at, especially when you're having some property damage. I'm having a lot of people who are sending me messages on social media saying that their fences are down,
right.
That they're starting to
And they're going to have trees down.
Correct. Some
Yeah.
people are saying that the trees are coming down in their yards. I'm not sure of the sizes just yet, but these are things we'll be able to assess tomorrow.
And trees will come down on homes. You know, that's what these winds will do. They will bring trees down. Okay, so we didn't get the 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and I don't think we will. Not in Beaumont, but or in Lumberton, or probably not in Jasper and Woodville. Now, this storm is a very small storm as far as its wind field, and it's moving due north now. So, eastern Orange County and Newton County, those are the ones that are going to see the worst of this weather, as the Eyewall, the western Eyewall, affects Orange and also Newton County. But west of there, you may get close to hurricane force wind gusts, but we're pretty much done after this little bit of go-round, I think, in Beaumont. Improving weather conditions expected within the next hour or two.
All right, we want to send it over to Victoria DeLeon. She's been in Koontz for the evening. Last we checked, she was with Jordan James. They were at a gas station. I saw some video of Jordan. He was sprawled out over the concrete, Victoria. It looks like you guys have been having a pretty long day out there with that coverage. We appreciate every single thing that you're doing. But just talk to us about what you've been experiencing, because I also saw you tweeted and you were holding on to your hood because the weather was really starting to pick up there.
Yeah, Deja, I'm going to be completely transparent. Before we got to Lumberton, I had eyelashes on, and those are just gone now. We were in Koontz for the majority of the day, and the winds weren't as bad or as strong, as I should say, as they are in Lumberton right now. We are at the dome near the high school. This is where first responders are staged, so that when the storm does pass and people do need to be rescued and there is help needed out there, they will make their way out. Some of them, again, have been sticking it out since Monday, but again, we are under within the building, so you're not seeing a lot of the wind gusts. But if we step downstairs a little bit, that's when you'll start to see it. For a majority of the time, I've been having to hold my hood because it will fly off. Even when we just got here, opening the car door was a little bit of a challenge. Getting our gear out, it was a little bit of a fight with the wind gust, and then we kind of just had to stick it out. At one point, one of the wind gusts were just too strong. I just had to kind of hold on to the door handle and wait it out. It passed by very quickly, and as Patrick mentioned, the good thing about this storm is that it's rolling through quickly, and so the sooner that it does that, the sooner we can get to the recovery part of this. And that's, of course, when we see a lot of people in the community coming together, lending a helping hand. We see it already at this dome where the first responders are. Earlier, Jordan James talked to the superintendent of Lumberton ISD, and he just echoed his messages about community being there to support each other. As far as the electricity here goes, the power was flickering on and off. It was off for about, I want to say 10 seconds, and then quickly came back on. And then this rose bush over here, that's what we've been keeping an eye on. It's been, again, the wind gusts are on and off stronger, and then they calm down a little bit. Right now it's moving a little bit. The wind gust is picking up a little. But again, we are within the building, and this is where we're keeping safe. But I think we're going to be heading out of here pretty soon.
I'm going to recommend that. It looks like the winds are definitely picking up, Victoria, and we want you guys to be safe. We want you to be secure. And then once the storm passes and the situation is just a little safer, you can go out there and assess. Looks like Victoria's saying
I'm sorry
some
about
power
that.
outages.
The power just went out again. It's back on. It's doing that flickering thing again, and I think this is something that we're going to see throughout the night.
All right, Victoria, we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. You guys, please stay safe out there. Really quickly, we want to send it over to Brandy Smith. Brandy has been keeping a very close eye on social media for us all night. We've been hearing from officials. We've also been hearing from folks who are just trying to keep track of what's happening, telling us how they feel. I love that meme that we've been seeing of the state of Texas and Louisiana just kind of embracing. So a lot of different ends of the spectrum when it comes to information there. Brandy, anything new you can share with us?
Dejanique, right now, the great thing about social media is it provides us a real-time look at what's happening all over Southeast Texas, as well as across the border in Louisiana. And the Eyewall has now made its way to Lake Charles. And I'm just going to cycle through some of these videos that show the strength and power of the winds in the Eyewall. So this, again, is in Lake Charles. You see trees down, and it is just stripping bare hotels, signs. Look at that. You can see absolutely sideways rain. I do want to point out that the videos I'm sharing with you are from experienced weather trackers, hurricane trackers. This is not something I recommend you try to jump outside and film on your own. So again, extreme winds there. This is about 140 just nearby. You can see the power of that wind. So again, this is in Sulphur, Louisiana. That same guy, he said that things were quieting down. He wasn't hearing like the whistling, the howling of the wind. Well, 3 minutes later, he tweeted, "Spoke too soon, big bone rattling gusts, worst of the night." He says lobby windows are starting to fail, maybe an inner eyewall eddy because radar says we're practically in the eye. So this is what he's talking about. Pieces of the hotel are coming down, are falling off as the wind just blasts them. Here's another look at buildings being gutted in Lake Charles. This is from Reed Timmer. I mean, just pulling pieces of buildings off. The strength of this wind, and the roof of this hotel is coming off. You can see little bits and pieces there. This same guy noticed that cell phone towers were starting to go down in the area, so connectivity is being lost. We may not get as many updates from the Lake Charles area, especially if they're losing power and cell phone towers. But I want to wrap up with this video of water. It's hard to make out. I know it's really dark, but there are pools of water coming into this hotel. Again, this is in Sulphur, right near Lake Charles, Louisiana. So this is all the impact of the Eyewall, guys. We talked about how powerful this storm is, and that is the most powerful core.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Brandy. Making landfall as a Category 4, that is something to behold. We've been hearing from meteorologists from all over the country that Laura is likely a name that will retire, and it's because of those images that we just saw from all across social media. So we do appreciate you gathering that info and sharing that with our viewers this evening. Guys, the night crew is going to wrap up here. It's about 2:20 in the morning, and we're going to hand it on over to our colleagues on Daybreak. Vanessa Broussard is standing by, and I think she's going to take a look at the power outages we've been seeing. So, Vanessa,
okay, I'm going to charge up my phone for
when we started this process, the board was totally green. I'd been looking at it since about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. As I can see behind you now, red just everywhere, and that's just an indication of how many outages we have. So if you want to just take it away and give us a look at how many folks are in the dark right now.
Yeah, good morning, Dejanique, and kudos to you and the team for keeping us all informed all day yesterday, all into the evening hours, into the morning hours. As soon as I woke up today, that's the first thing I did was look at my phone to check into 12 News, and good job keeping everyone informed. We're here, 12 News Daybreak. Our team is here to be with you throughout the morning now. Good morning to all of you. If you're just waking up with us, you know it was inevitable. It was going to happen. Power outages all across Southeast Texas. We're starting to see those now that Hurricane Laura has made landfall. Taking a look at Entergy's website, we're going to pull up Beaumont right now. 9,231 customers currently without power. Port Arthur, right there along the coast, 12,000 customers without power. We're going to go further north a little bit, 5,800 customers without power in the Mauriceville area. We're going to move on down to the Mid-County area, Port Neches, Nederland, 1,000 customers there. 5,000, almost 6,000 customers without power there. Into Bridge City, Orange County, you're on alert this morning. Let's see, Bridge City with 5,700 customers without power. Now, these are customers we're talking about when we give you some of these numbers. And we're going to go into West Orange. 3,000 customers without power. And folks, you know that whenever you stay home and you're hunkering down and you're weathering out these storms, you know you're going to lose power. A lot of you may have generators. That's good news. We heard this week there were long lines outside some of the places like Lowe's, some of our stores, M&D Supply, trying to get generators before this storm. So we hope your generators are on this morning if you did stay home, because it's August in Southeast Texas. It's hot. There's mosquitoes. It's going to be bad for the next couple of days, maybe even weeks. But we do have Entergy crews on standby. They're ready to come in as soon as the storm moves through to help restore some of this power. So we're going to keep an eye on Entergy's website. But as you can see, thousands, tens of thousands of people without power in the Southeast Texas area. You can move on over into Louisiana and see, of course, Vinton and Lake Charles also without power this morning as that storm, the Eyewall, makes its way through the Louisiana area. So stay with us if you want to look at your neighborhood to see what it's looking like there. But again, Mauriceville, looking at that number right now, 3,300 people without power, customers. And then again on Beaumont, 5,700 customers without power. Patrick Vaughn was just mentioning Beaumont may catch a break in all this when it comes to storm damage. That's good news, but we're still keeping an eye on Orange County, Mid-Jefferson County. We're watching you closely at this time because that storm is starting to push its way through, and we will keep you updated. Meteorologist Jeff Gerber just now joining us as well. He's logging in, getting a handle on what's going on. Jeff, is there anything you can tell us right now?
Right now, as far as Southeast Texas is concerned, the worst of it is right over towards Orange and heading up into, it looks like the
Okay, Jeff, I'm hearing we do not have a microphone on you right now.
There we go. How about that?
Hello, good morning.
Right now, as I was saying, the worst of it, what we're seeing is over towards Orange County, and then it's going to be creeping up along the edge of Newton County there, right along the Sabine River. And winds that we've been seeing are upwards of about 60, 70 miles per hour across Orange County, and looks like some of those are going to kind of translate up north. But now that the storm is literally starting to move on, it's completely on shore, it's starting to weaken. And places like Beaumont, we've been seeing wind gusts up around 50, 60 miles per hour, but that's about it. We're not going to see hurricane force winds in Beaumont, but 50, 60 miles an hour is enough to knock down trees, cause a lot of power outages. But the hurricane force winds that we thought could translate all the way over into the Beaumont area, that's not going to happen. Folks in Hardin County, Tyler County, you're not going to be seeing wind gusts upwards of hurricane force. Might see some tropical storm force winds. That's about it. I want to show you the current radar, and the center of the storm is actually starting to weaken just a little bit. Here's wind gust right now, and you can see 54 Beaumont, 66 Port Arthur. Not seeing anything on the wind gust as far as Orange. You can see up in Kirbyville, you're looking at a wind gust right now of about 50 miles per hour, at least what we had in the last hour or so. Here's a look at radar, and you can clearly see the eye. It's right over Lake Charles, and what you're looking for on radar is the orange and the red and the yellows, and that's where some of the strongest weather is. And definitely you can see some of the strongest of the activity is now moving out of the orange area. It looks like it's over there towards looks like Mauriceville a little bit, and then of course on the other side of Lake Charles, that's where you're really seeing some of the stronger winds and some of the heavy rainfall. Take a look at this radar. This is for the majority of the area, and we're talking about 98% of the area. We are getting a moderate to light rainfall. We're not going to see 8 inches or 10 inches of rain. Those folks who are worried about seeing things flood out because of some very heavy rain, That's not happening. The heavy rain is right around the eye. As Patrick was saying earlier, this is a very compact eye, and most of the real strong weather is basically right near that eye, and it's not very far across. So looks like most of southeast Texas is going to dodge some of these strong hurricane force winds. Lake Charles have been getting pounded. They've been seeing winds anywhere between 100, 130 miles per hour. Right along that area there, you're seeing right in this part of the eye right in here. This is where all the real strong weather has been across parts of southwest Louisiana. This eye actually came at the last second, really kind of jogged a little, enough towards the east that it kept the serious winds. And when I'm talking about serious winds, I'm talking about 100, 120, 130 miles per hour off into southwest Louisiana. Now, we've caught some winds through Orange County, and now we're going to catch some winds probably right along the Sabine River going up into Newton County where we could see hurricane force. But the majority of the area is not going to see that across southeast Texas. Places Jefferson County, at least you can say, I wouldn't say maybe Port Arthur, they had some stronger wind gusts earlier, but right now Port Arthur winds are coming down. But from Jefferson County, Hardin County, Tyler County, Jasper County, we're not going to see those wind gusts up over hurricane force, which is 74 miles per hour. We're going to miss out on that. Now, we are getting tropical storm force gusts. We'll see wind gusts, especially as we go later on in the morning up towards the lakes area, maybe 30, 40, 50 miles per hour in some isolated cases. And that's enough to knock down trees and cause some problems with power outages and things like that. But as far as homes damaged and power poles down, we're not going to see that. We'll see maybe some power lines down and things like that, but widespread damage through the lakes area, it looks like that's not going to be happening, Vanessa.
Hey, Jeff, it's Tracy now.
Oh, Tracy, okay.
We're changing all the time, right? Okay, so you had mentioned the Lake Charles area, Sulphur. I know we have some live pictures right here of Sulphur, Louisiana. Are they still seeing that 130 mile an hour wind? They're telling us relentless winds is what we're hearing from that area right now. Yeah, well, basically right now, Sulphur is in the middle of the eye. Mm-hmm. Sulphur had this, you can see right near Lake Charles, and I just pointed it out, this northern part of the Eyewall right here just went through Lake Charles, went through Sulphur. That is where they were catching winds anywhere between 100 and 130 miles per hour, and that's going to continue to translate north. But that Eyewall right there is starting to weaken just a little. It wasn't as strong as it was earlier, and then as it continues to go north, you're going to see those winds lighten up. But right in here, this is the eye of the hurricane right here, right over Lake Charles. And if you know Sulphur, it's right just to the west of Lake Charles, and right now that wind is died down because they're in the middle of the eye. And as the southern edge of that eye comes in, yeah, they're going to still see some pretty strong wind gusts, but definitely you can see it's really just that one band north of Lake Charles where we're seeing some of the strongest winds. Now let's take a look at some wind speeds here, if I can get it to come up. And right now they take these at the top of the hour, so this was about 28 minutes ago, but you can see 20, 30 miles per hour, 40 miles per hour through parts of southeast Texas. But look at Lake Charles, 90, and they've had gusts up to 100, 120, 130 miles per hour. So 90 miles an hour, that would make it a Cat 3?
Yeah, well, that, like I said, that was one observation they took at the top of the hour. Okay. This is not updated every 2 minutes or what. This is what they had at the top of the hour. But I've seen a lot of different sources basically saying that they've been seeing wind gusts between 110, 130 miles per hour over the last hour or so in Lake Charles. But now that the strongest part of the storm has passed through there, things will get better for Lake Charles. Here are wind gusts, and you can see 54 in Beaumont, 66 Port Arthur, 54 into Quincy. That's going to go up as that northern edge of the Eyewall kind of moves through there. But southeast Texas, we'll see those 50, maybe 60 mile an hour gusts, but we're not going to see 100 mile an hour winds, 110 like they see once again on that northern part of the Eyewall.
And about how long, so these people that are sitting in this right now who may have their cell phones still are saying, how much longer do I have to endure this?
This is moving through fairly quickly, so you're going to see these winds probably for half an hour to an hour, and then it moves off towards the north. And excuse me, and it'll continue to move off towards the north. Let me see if I can pull this down here. And this is, like I said, the strongest part. To Quincy's just now starting to see the strongest part of the storm. And once again, as it's over land now, it's pretty quickly diminishing. Once we get the next update with Laura, we're not going to see those winds at 140 miles an hour. That's going to come way down on the next update as far as what they're looking at as far as winds. And it's, once again, this band right in here that is the strongest part of the storm right now, and it continues to diminish. And you notice as it goes north, it's going to clip little parts of Newton County right along the Sabine, and you're going to look at wind gusts possibly up over hurricane strength, 75 to maybe 90 miles per hour gusts. Those are going to be very isolated, but in general, you're probably going to be seeing anywhere from about 50 to maybe 80 mile per hour gusts, not sustained winds, but gusts, as this Eyewall travels right up parts of southwest Louisiana, and that very western section of the Eyewall, that northern part of the Eyewall there, will clip little parts of Newton County.
Yeah, Newton County probably wasn't anticipating that, were they?
Well, I mean, before it got here, we were anticipating maybe 100, 110 mile an hour winds for most of southeast Texas. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, we were thinking that we were going to see hurricane force winds throughout all of southeast Texas.
When
even
did that shift actually happen where it went back again?
It happened last evening where it really kind of, instead of going northwest, it really kind of shifted a little bit more towards the north. So instead of that Eyewall coming right up the Sabine River, or the center of the storm coming up the Sabine River, now you see it's over towards Lake Charles. So that's what, maybe a 40-mile shift off towards the east, and that made all the difference for parts of southeast Texas. So when we were talking about that, we can get a 30 to 50 mile an hour shift. That's going to make a big difference for the area, and that's exactly what's going on. It shifted just a little bit, so the eye, and also the eye is not that far across. So we are looking at, let me see here, if we can take the ruler here and kind of just measure from one side to the other. Well, that's not exactly what I wanted. Hold on, let me see if I can grab this tool here. There we go. We are looking at about, 45 to 50 miles across as far as the eye, the ring around the eye. So it's not very big.
That's great news, right? Because that diminishes the destruction as far as how spread out it would be had that eye been much bigger, right?
Like I said, if this eye was over another 30 to 50 miles the other direction, then let's take from the center of the eye, and we'll go out
and there's Beaumont.
50 miles, there's Beaumont, and there's parts of Hardin County, there's all of Jasper County. We could have saw those winds travel right up through southeast Texas, but because it shifted over that 30 to 50 miles, yes, Orange County, Orange has got clipped by the eye, and we're going to see parts of Newton County, but the majority of the area is not going to be seeing what they've been seeing over in southwest Louisiana. Still wind gusts, though. We're talking about 30, 40, maybe 50 miles an hour, and that is enough to knock down trees, still cause a lot of power outages, but hopefully we don't see any power poles down. We were talking about the difference about that yesterday. A power line is a little bit easier to repair than putting up a bunch of new poles and things like that. So I think it's good news for all of southeast Texas that this thing shifted off towards the east a little bit. Parts of Cameron Parish, Calcasieu Parish have been getting the brunt of this storm, and that looks like that northern edge of the Eyewall heading up into parts of Beauregard Parish right now. And it'll continue to weaken as we go through the morning as it moves northward, but that's where the strongest storms are right now. It's that kind of 50-mile wide swath of the eye that's moving up through southwest Louisiana, where we're seeing some of the heaviest weather.
All right, I did talk with some folks who are in the Vider area. They still have power. So that's the good news. It's because of that tight rotating eye there in the middle that's not extending that far.
Places like Tyler County, Hardin County, there are going to be some power outages, but it's not. I don't think it's going to be too widespread. We're looking at wind gusts there, 20, 30 miles per hour, which is not a big deal for that area. And like I said, if we're going to see probably a little bit more in the way of widespread power outages, it's going to be that eastern section of Orange County and probably throughout parts of Newton County as we go through the morning, as we catch that western side of the Eyewall.
And we want to tell people too, even if you do have a lull in the storm, don't rush outside, because we do have these gusts that come up. Talk maybe the difference between the sustained winds that we're hearing or seeing in some of these areas, and then those gusts that just pop up that people may not expect, and that's when one of those weakened tree branches or something could, snap off at that moment.
Yeah, I mean, look up towards, say, Kirbyville, where the winds are about 20 miles per hour. Now, as this Eyewall, at least the western edge of it, moves up that way, you could see a wind gust about 40, 50 miles per hour, and that definitely could knock off a tree branch or something like that. So if you're standing out, hey, this is not too bad. You've got to watch for those gusts to come through, and they're going to be periodically popping up here and there, so you're not going to know when they're going to come through, but they will be coming through the area there. Right now, we're looking at winds right around 40 miles per hour throughout the triangle, so that's nothing to sneeze at there. That's causing some power outages, that's causing some limbs to be down, some fences are going to be down, and things like that. But once again, yesterday at this time, we were thinking we could be into that Eyewall where the winds would have been a lot worse, and we saw a lot more damage.
All right, our Kelsey Johnson standing by now with Jefferson County Judge Jeff Brannick, and I'm sure he's breathing a little bit easier this morning, Kelsey.
Tracy, I can tell you that when he walked through these doors behind me right there, he was all smiles. Now, Jefferson County Judge Jeff Brannick here. Judge, these last few hours, what has been going on behind those doors?
Well, it's been, worry and concern for the area. I said whenever I signed the evacuation order on Monday, I told my emergency management staff that it was going to be a 2020 conundrum, and that's it. If it goes 20 miles to the west, we're going to have a heck of a wallop. If it goes 20 miles to the east, maybe we're going to be okay and have less significant storm surge. And fortunately for us, and unfortunately for Louisiana, it went 20 miles to the east. So, we've seen winds of 89 miles an hour down at the Sabine Pass area, 60 up here in Beaumont. That's something that we can handle. I'm absolutely thrilled for our community that suffered so much for the last several years. There's so many serious incidents that, we're going to get a reprieve here. I know we've had some significant power outages. I also know that Entergy has over 10,000 utility workers staged and pre-positioned to come in. I'm sure there's going to be some property damage, but not near what we could have experienced if we'd gotten the 141 mile an hour winds that they got just 20 miles to our east. So I'm happy for our community this morning.
Definitely. So as we approach this 3 o'clock hour, 3 o'clock in the morning, what is maybe one of your greatest concerns that you're having right now?
Just restoration of power. I think the property damage is going to be minimal. I hope that when we're able to get out, when the light comes and we're able to get out and assess the situation, that we're going to have fewer of our thoroughfares that are impacted by falling trees and things of that nature. So, I'm not even certain that we're going to have to execute any search and rescue operations, but that'll remain to be seen. Normally, when we do have people who are trapped or in need of search and rescue, we get calls to the Emergency Operations Center behind you. We've received no calls, and so that's a good thing.
That's a very good thing. Judge, what's kind of then a message you want to say right now to the community?
Just that I'm relieved, and I hope that they're relieved, and I'm glad that I was wrong about the evacuation, but I think given the severity of this storm, the likelihood that, like Harvey at the last minute, changing just a few degrees makes a significant difference in what you might experience from a damage perspective. And so, I'm extremely happy tonight.
Judge, how many hours of sleep have you gotten in the last few days?
Not very many. Not very many.
Okay.
And none since early this morning, or yesterday morning, I guess it is now.
I can only imagine. Well, now, tonight or today, whenever you get to get off and get out of here, you're going to be able to get to go sleep and at least a little bit of peace knowing that, we kind of dodged the severity of what the storm could have been.
We did dodge the bullet, and just by 20 miles.
All right, Judge, I appreciate your time. I know you're a busy man. You got to get back in there. So it was a pleasure talking with you.
All right, y'all. Have a great.
You too, Judge. Again, we're here at the Jefferson County Courthouse, and they've started on us on a generator here, and they've also locked all the doors. Earlier today, we were seeing a lot of wind, and that was actually knocking some of the doors open just a little bit, so they decided to kind of lock us in here for just a little bit. So once we can get out and kind of look around, we'll let you know kind of what's going on later today.
Yeah, I knew
All right,
that.
Live in Beaumont, Kelsey Johnson, 12 News.
Kelsey, can you hear me? I knew that moment that you could hear the doors knocking. They were telling us. What were your thoughts at that moment? Were you starting to get a little bit like, oh goodness, what if this door blows in?
A little bit, yeah. David Ingram was actually one of the ones at the doors. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but I was honestly trying to see if there's a way that I could get outside just a little bit to look at some of the wind. But once I saw it started picking up, I was like, it's probably not the smartest decision. But yeah, once those doors started kind of rattling and shaking, I was like, okay, this is getting a little tense here for a moment.
Right. I know a lot of us have felt that throughout the night. Couldn't sleep either, right? Up all night watching, just wondering, and then texting people, loved ones that we know are in different areas. I know you have loved ones. You have a little sweetheart who got taken from you in this moment. That's hard for families, right? That's hard for you to separate and be concerned.
Yes, this is actually my first time to be away from my daughter for this extent of time. I know I can tell you the first day there was some tears shed. It's been difficult to be separated, but I know that she's safe, and that's the most important thing for me, and that's really what has helped me so much get through this, because I know that she is out of harm's way no matter what. My family is out of harm's way. I'm sure my mom's probably watching this morning, thankful that her daughter and her son, my younger brother, also works there, but he evacuated with you guys to Houston. She's so thankful that both of us were out of harm's way. My older brother got out of harm's way, so I'm really the only one in the family here right now who decided to brave out the storm. But of course, our coverage and making sure our community is safe is the most important thing. So, staying back was a decision that I wanted to make sure that our community stayed safe and stayed informed with everything that's going on, and I think we've done an incredible job with that.
Absolutely. We're glad that she's okay as well. And as Jefferson County Judge Jeff Brennick said, so far we haven't had to do any of those emergency rescues. That's the bottom line. A lot of people evacuated, and we're praying for our neighbors in the Lake Charles, the Sulphur area, that those areas as well, that they are safe and that they don't have to have any of those rescues, and we don't have any fatalities there as well. So thank you so much, Kelsey. And Vanessa, you are standing by. What you got for us?
Yeah, good morning. She just talked to Jefferson County Judge Jeff Brennick, and Jeff Brennick, as you saw, a little smile this morning, a big sigh of relief that Jefferson County not getting the brunt of the storm. Kelsey was talking about wanting to take a little peek outside to see what the wind was like, what the rain was like in Jefferson County at this hour. Here's that video. She was talking about landfall winds starting to pick up in Beaumont as Laura makes landfall in Cameron Parish. Kelsey, again, mentioning here on Twitter, she is locked along with our crew inside the Jefferson County Courthouse due to these winds blowing doors open there at the courthouse, so they moved further inside, but you can see those wind gusts right there in downtown Beaumont. I want to show you, this was just about an hour ago from Louis De Leon. These are the winds in Beaumont as well. You can see debris, light debris flying around, trees blowing right there, really strong wind gusts as the rain starts coming down. See if we can get some video here from Victoria De Leon, our reporter. Look at this in Lumberton. Trash cans being blown across parking lots, debris flying as the storm makes its way through southeast Texas. Jaleesa here, she says you can actually hear the wind coming through. You know, that howling noise. That's the scary part. If you're at home and you're listening outside your windows, you don't only just hear the rain, you hear those wind gusts and they start howling, maybe a little whistling sound. That's the scary part. So she's hearing that from where she is. And then we are following Jordan James this morning as well. He's in Hardin County, saying that the wind is starting to pick up there as well. He says in Hardin County, he's seeing rain on and off at this hour. So not too bad in Hardin County right now, but he's keeping an eye out for us there. Again, there's Kelsey's video from Jefferson County. We want to show you again power outages. Again, this is very important right now. Power outages in Southeast Texas. If we want to look, let's start in Vidor. I know, Tracy, you mentioned Vidor earlier. Some people there saying that they still had power. That's good news. But we do have 1,597, almost 1,600 customers in Vidor without power. Really keeping an eye on Orange County right now. They're right there at the state line with Louisiana. So let's zoom in a little bit here, and we can see, let's go to the Pinehurst area if we can. 1,200 customers. West Orange, 719 customers, not bad. Orange, just over 1,100 customers. So we're keeping an eye on power outages, 1,500 also in Orange County, right there by the Orange County Airport. Let's see if we can get this to pull up. 1,200 customers. So you're looking at several thousand customers in Orange County without power out at this time. As those winds start picking up and continuing to go through those rain bands, we may see some more. So stay tuned with us as we continue to watch these power outages in our area. As a reminder, Entergy crews are on standby. So as soon as this storm moves through, they're coming in right behind it to help restore that power for you. For more coverage, here's more.
All right, hey Vanessa, I want to tell you this. Speaking of those power outages, just reading this, the extreme wind warning that was in place, or still is in place for the Cameron area, Cameron, Louisiana, until 3 o'clock. Their winds gusting 127 miles an hour and 104 in the Lake Charles area. Right now, they have over 100,000 customers without power there. So, of course, that's where they're getting the brunt of the storm, the eye of the storm going over them right now. So, as it passes by, so 100,000 folks there. But we do have, as you were mentioning earlier, crews stationed all throughout Southeast Texas and at the ready for both Southeast Texas and Louisiana to get the lights back on. A lot of those folks in Lumberton this morning where they've been staging. So
and this may take days, this may take weeks, because they're going to go into the hardest hit areas and they're going to try to restore those power outages first, and then kind of make their way across Southeast Texas, Southwest Louisiana to restore power. So pack your patience, because the crews can only do so much. I know, I've been there, and you want to be first in line because it's hot in August in Texas, and as you go these next several days without power, you're sweating in your own house, right? So it's really hot out there, but be patient. They're going as fast as they can once Laura moves on out of our area. Here are 3 things you need to know as you wake up with us this morning. Maybe you've been up with us all night, can't sleep. I know I barely slept because I'm watching my house, my mother's house as well, Port Arthur area. I'm keeping an eye on Mid-County, Beaumont, and it was hard to sleep last night as I continued to watch coverage. So here's 3 things you need to know. Number 1, Laura has made landfall just after midnight as a strong Category 4 hurricane near Cameron. Number 2, extreme wind warnings are issued for parts of Southeast Texas until 3 a.m. So that's 10 minutes from now, extreme wind warnings. There's also widespread power outages, as we've been mentioning, all across Southeast Texas. We could see some more in the coming hours as these bands keep swirling, making their way through as this storm moves inward.
Yeah, and when it did make landfall near Cameron, Louisiana, as we mentioned, it was about 7 miles an hour short of a Category 5 storm. I mean, so basically the same amount of destruction, just 7 miles short of that. At 9 p.m. local time is when it was a Cat 5, short of a Cat 5. For context, Hurricane Katrina was a Category 3 when it made landfall, and for those of you who went through that with us, it was in 2005. Tornado watches issued for parts of the state until 8 o'clock this morning, and more than 500,000 residents in Louisiana and Texas have been ordered to evacuate. So let's go to Jeff now. What's the latest, Jeff? I know you get the next update about 4 o'clock, right? But what can you tell us?
Yeah, the next update will probably come right before 4 o'clock, so probably in about an hour or so. And really expecting those winds you can see at 140 miles an hour, that's going to drop way down as the storm is now. You can see the eye right over Lake Charles, Sulphur, Iowa. They are getting right in the middle of the eye right now. The strongest part of the storm is really north of the eye, and you can see that on radar where you're seeing the reds and the yellows. That's where we're seeing the heavy rains, and that's where we're seeing those wind gusts up over hurricane force, and probably still some wind gusts up there, maybe 100 miles an hour or so, especially north and east of Lake Charles. That's probably where we're seeing the heaviest stuff. But you notice, once again, as we talked about earlier, this eye went a little bit farther off towards the east than they were projecting, and that's making all the difference in the world as far as what's happening over southeast Texas. You notice we're kind of right on that western edge of the eye right now, around the Orange area. You head up towards Mauriceville, Deweyville, you can say Newton County is going to be right on the western edge of that eye, and the western edge is a lot weaker than the eastern edge or that northeastern quadrant of the eye. And usually that northeastern quadrant of the eye, that's where we're seeing, you typically see the strongest as far as gusty winds and things like that, and that's what we're seeing for this morning. So that storm continues to work its way northward. Like I said, those winds at 140 miles per hour you saw at 2 o'clock. I think those are going to come way down as it starts to move into parts of southwest Louisiana. I'll switch over and take a look at some of the winds that this was towards the top of the hour, so I'm waiting for the next update here around 3 o'clock or so. But you can see as of about 2 o'clock or so, we were looking at winds into sustained winds in the middle to upper 30s. So that's why we're seeing a lot of power outages around the triangle. And then you get farther to the north, we're looking at winds anywhere between 15 to 25 miles per hour sustained. And what about the wind gust? Yeah, we've seen some strong wind gusts. That's why we're seeing a lot of power outages. 58 in Beaumont, we've seen gust into the 60s. And look at Port Arthur, wind gust top of the hour 66. Orange, you definitely have seen some of the strongest winds. I've heard a report that the wind gauge over there is not operating right now, but you're definitely seeing hurricane force winds, or had hurricane force wind gust over towards the eastern sections of Orange County and into southern sections of Newton County. But as that storm moves forward or moves northward, those wind gusts are going to be coming down as the storm continues to weaken across the area. Let's go back to the radar. Another thing I want to point out, there's not a lot of heavy rain around the center of this thing. We're looking at some moderate to light rain all through southeast Texas. We're not going to see 4 to 8 inches of rain. We hopefully won't even see 4 inches of rain right now, it looks like. As I mean, we saw some heavier rains yesterday afternoon than we're seeing right now around the eye of this hurricane. So even great news there is that the rains are not that much. A lot of folks I've been talking to say, well, I'm worried about flooding. I'm worried about the rains coming in and flooding out my house. Well, there has been a little bit of storm surge. I have to check on that and see what we've been seeing down towards Jefferson County, Orange County. But as far as widespread heavy flooding, we're not seeing that at all. So if you're watching from somewhere where you evacuated from, I think you'll be okay. The biggest problem really this morning has been those wind gusts, 50, 60 miles per hour, knocking down some tree limbs, knocking out power, loosening up some power across the area. So hopefully we can get that restored fairly quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And nothing you're saying is making me sad.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, what a sigh of relief waking up this morning for us here in southeast Texas. But you can't help, you know, Lake Charles, they're our neighbors. We love them. We're there all the time, whether it's for casinos or for food, right? Or just to visit our loved ones. We have so many loved ones and friends in that area. So while we're happy, we're kind of getting spared here. So
They're
sad
in
for our neighbors.
the center of it right now as it passes over them, right? And Jay Gray is there as well. He's in Lake Charles. He's covering what's happening right there on the ground. Let's go to Jay.
The most powerful hurricane to ever cross the shoreline near the Texas-Louisiana border.
We are anticipating catastrophic damages,
From a major Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 150 miles an hour, gusts even stronger. More than a foot of rain in some areas, and what the National Hurricane Center calls an unsurvivable and potentially historic storm surge. At just 3 feet, the surge can be life-threatening. At 6 feet, the waves can smash through windows and doors. At 9 feet, entire neighborhoods can be swallowed. Laura's storm surge could crest at 20 feet.
To think that there would be a wall of water over 2 stories high coming on shore is very difficult for most to conceive, but that is what is going to happen.
And Laura will continue to wreak havoc as it pushes inland.
We could have 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts up to southern Arkansas, so we expect millions of people to be without power by Thursday evening, and then we have to deal with possibly even some rainfall and flooding in Tennessee and Kentucky.
This massive storm tonight just beginning its assault. Jay Gray, NBC News, Lake Charles, Louisiana.
And let's look at Lake Charles when it comes to power outages. We're going to zoom in here to Entergy's website. Lake Charles right now, 57,000 customers without power in that area. So a lot of Cameron Parish in the dark this morning. So tens of thousands. We're going to move east here. Go to Vinton, 2,600 people. Let's go to Southeast Texas. Orange County, 3,000 customers in the West Orange area without power right now. This is just updated. They update this every few minutes. So here we go with Bridge City, 5,700 customers without power, moving farther east into our area. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see where we are. Let's go to Vidor, in the Vidor area, 757 right there, and just over 1,000. Tracy again mentioning that some of our viewers are reporting to us from Vidor saying they still have power this morning. So that's good. You're one of the lucky ones. So hopefully it'll stay like that for you. Beaumont, we're seeing some power outages there as well. 1,000 customers in this area, 1,800. 1,000. Moving on over down south to Mid-County, Port Neches, Nederland. We're looking at 10,000 right there, 3,000 there, so about 13,000 in Mid-County. Port Arthur, Groves, about 10,000 customers without power. So we're seeing tens of thousands of people without power between Southeast Texas and Southwest Louisiana. We do have some video to show you of some power outages, if we can show you that right now. Again, as a reminder, as we're looking at this, you can visit Entergy.com for updates. You can check outages in your area in real time. This is some of the wind gusts that we're seeing, the rain coming down hard. People talking as they're actually outside, letting their loved ones know that lights are out. And we want to remind you to keep sending your pictures in. If you did stay in Southeast Texas, and if you're hunkering down with your family and you're checking outside to make sure you don't have any trees down, limbs down, trash cans flying around or blowing in the wind, take some video for us. Let us know what's going on in your area. Snap us a picture. That way, for your neighbors who have evacuated or for your family members who have evacuated, we can get those rolling for you. We can get those posted for you. That way, we can let all of Southeast Texas know what's going on in their area, because they're waking up, they're out of town, they're hours away, and you know how it feels. We all feel the same way. What is it looking like at my house right now? Do I have wind damage? Do I have water damage? So luckily, we're not getting that in Southeast Texas when it comes to flooding, but we'll have Jeff touch on that here momentarily. But send those pictures in. Weather impacts all over Southeast Texas. Photos, video, text messages. You can send that to that number on your screen, 409-838-1212. Let us know what you're seeing in your area. But again, Southeast Texas, we're seeing tens of thousands of people, Entergy customers without power. Crews are on standby, staged. We've been seeing their trucks staged at local hotels in the parking lots there, and they're just waiting for this to blow through so they can get to your neighborhood. Tracy.
All right, and you know, I've been monitoring Twitter and social media, and so many people talking about what's happening where they are, right? And that's what we want to see. Of course, many of you are our eyes and ears on the ground, because where you are, we can't be in all those areas. And our Brandy Smith from KHOU is standing by now with what she's seeing on social media. Good morning, Brandy.
Good morning, Tracy. I wanted to give you a live look in Lake Charles. This is from Reed Timmer, a meteorologist with AccuWeather. When we showed you this feed earlier, it was when the Eyewall was hitting Lake Charles and you could see debris blowing all over. Now you see that line there, but you're not seeing those same strong winds. So proof that it has passed. This is also from right around that time in Lake Charles. Wind gusts just knocking over an RV. It's a reminder of how powerful that wind can be. And it's not just wind that's a concern. Obviously, we're dealing with a lot of rain coming down, and as winds have battered hotels in the Lake Charles area, the rain is starting to find any way in that it can. This is from meteorologist Jordan Steele, and I want to emphasize that the videos that I'm showing you are from experienced weather trackers. We really don't encourage anyone to go out there into the elements. It's just not safe right now. These are folks who are trained. They know what to do. They know all the protocols and procedures to make sure they are safe and that the folks they're with are safe. This is actually a chief meteorologist from the Arkansas area down in Lake Charles. He reported that the roof was coming off his hotel a little earlier, then noticed that cell phone towers were coming down, so he worried that he wouldn't be able to share photos and videos. That's probably why we're not seeing as much new video coming in as power is knocked out, as cell phone service is knocked out. But he ended up moving to a safe room because the side door of the hotel blew out and ceilings are coming down in some places, he reports. This is a live report from a San Antonio reporter. I'm just going to let it sit for a second because it takes about 18 seconds for you to see the moment a power line falls down behind him. He was live on TV. There it is. Terrifying. So when we're talking about the dangers of being out there, that's one of them. You don't know if power lines are down nearby. The ground is wet. It is saturated. It's just not safe. So unless you have an emergency you have to address, best to stay home and hunker down right now. I know Vanessa mentioned just a moment ago the crews that are out there ready to respond as soon as Laura passes. Entergy has its crews all stocked up, ready to go on the Texas side. Here's a look on the Louisiana side. I mean, just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of power trucks. So we really want to thank the linemen who are out there, who are getting the job done, who are going to jump right in as soon as Laura's gone, and to all the first responders who are doing their best. That includes the folks from TxDOT who are going to be out on the roads once Laura passes, cleaning up any debris and making sure we can get around. You know, there are a lot of materials, a lot of resources we're going to need for rebuilding and cleanup, guys.
Yeah, really, these are the people. I was talking to one of the security guys here, Brandy, yesterday, who said he's worked every major hurricane, and it's something that they know they have to do. And so he's been, you know, at the ready so many times with all these storms, and we really do want to thank all of them, because now they're the ones that can help us all return home. And we're glad that they're at the ready there and glad that they're safe. Okay, let's go back to Jeff now. And Jeff, you know, I was just reading this, that they're worried about the Little Rock area, 350 miles from the coast, with tropical storm conditions. Is that kind of something you don't hear very often, right, with this storm now going up?
Well, you know, and a lot of these things that you hear like that, they were, I think they were said and written before the storm even made landfall, because you're talking about, you know, a very strong Category 4 storm coming in, and you're thinking that, okay, this is going to be all the way up into Arkansas. Well, this storm has really been an underachiever as far as what it's doing. I mean, yes, we saw. That's what we hope everyone is. Yeah, we saw. No, I'm talking Cameron Parish, Calcasieu Parish.
They're getting hit hard.
They're getting hit hard for sure. Wind gusts 130 miles per hour. As it moves northward, though, it's going to continue to weaken. Let me go back to. Let me show you another graphic here. This is just wind gust that we've seen over the last hour. I want to go to the radar. And notice that, oh, let me go to this other one. Notice at the top, winds are down to 130 miles an hour. So we dropped off 10 miles per hour since the last hour, since the 2 o'clock update. 3 o'clock update, we're down to 130. By 4 o'clock update, it could be 110, 120. I mean, it's dropping down fairly quickly. And so once it gets, we're talking about up in the lakes area a little bit later on this morning, I expect the winds to probably be fairly close to maybe 100. Yeah, we're going to see maybe some gusts a little bit higher than that. But by the time it gets to Arkansas, you might see some gust 40, 50 miles an hour, but we're not looking at any major storm moving through that part of the United States there. But right now, the heaviest stuff is definitely just been in that northeastern quadrant of the eye. You can see Lake Charles has been in the eye for a little while now. They're going to be catching the southern edge of the Eyewall. And we've been seeing some wind gust over towards Newton County because they're on the western edge of the Eyewall as well. Let me find this little tool here. Let me jump back over here. I'm trying to, there we go. So the computer goes a little slow, so we have to kind of, there we go.
While you're getting that, Jeff, you're talking about in the eye. So but when you're in the eye, is it really true that it's calm right in the eye of the storm as it's passing over, and it's really the outer, as you start to go the northern or southern parts of the eye?
That's exactly true. Around the eye, that's where you get the hardest rain and you get the strongest winds. You can see around the eye here, this is where all the strongest winds are, right in here. And definitely the northeastern part here is the strongest as far as the winds and the heaviest rain. And that's where you're still getting wind gusts up 100 miles per hour or so. When they're talking about 130 miles per hour, that's where it is, the northeastern corner. You get on the western side, we're talking about right along the Sabine River, you're still seeing hurricane force winds. We're talking maybe upwards of 80, 90 mile per hour gust, but nothing like they're seeing over towards the northeast. And then inside the eye itself, winds could even be almost calm. They're going to be very light. The rain has stopped. Lake Charles right now is seeing a break, but here comes the southern end of that eye wall, and yeah, we're going to see hurricane force winds possibly again come through the Lake Charles area, but nothing like what they saw earlier. They might get 80 mile an hour winds, but they're not going to get the 130 that they saw on the northern edge of this eye wall as it came barreling through there earlier. So
that's why when we talked yesterday, if there's a lull in the storm, don't think it's, oh, let's go out and check everything out, because then here comes that 80, 90 mile an hour wind.
Yeah, exactly, on the on the south side of the system. So yeah, we're still going to, like I mentioned earlier, we're still going to see wind gusts 50, 60 miles per hour here in southeast Texas. So that is nothing to ignore. That's causing a lot of power outages. And on a regular day, if we said, hey, a 60 mile an hour wind gust is coming through your town, we'd have a severe thunderstorm warning, you know. So, and sustained winds right now anywhere from 20 to up to 40 miles per hour. Of course, the heaviest winds are closer to the center of the storm. We're looking around the triangle here. We're looking at around 31 to 36 miles per hour. And then as far as wind gusts, we were looking at 50 or so in Beaumont. Now we're showing 48 in the last hour, 63 Port Arthur. Orange, I think the instruments there are not working, but I'm sure we've seen hurricane force winds in the orange area. Well, as far as gust, Kirbyville's been showing 49 and up towards Woodville gust to about 36 there. So once again, you're talking about gusts to 40 miles an hour. That's still enough to knock out power in that part of southeast Texas. So no, we missed the strongest part of the storm. We lucked out as far as getting that center of the storm across southeast Texas, but we still are seeing winds between, I would say, 20 and 50, 60 miles per hour as far as some gusts. So that's nothing to take lightly.
Right, and of course we do have our crews staged all throughout southeast Texas and monitoring the situation for us. Among them is Amelia White, who is in Beaumont. What are you seeing, Amelia? Okay, they're telling us just a second. She's not quite ready. But as you mentioned, Jeff, yeah, we did dodge a bullet in Beaumont. Initially, why were we thinking that Beaumont would get so much more? When did that track actually shift, and is it because the center of that storm is so much smaller than we thought?
Yeah, across the eye there, we're looking at hurricane force winds at about, I think it was, I read 60 miles out from the center of the storm. That eye would be about 50 miles off towards the west. And that would have put places like Port Arthur, maybe Beaumont, Orange, Lumberton, Deweyville, that would have put us right where Lake Charles saw as far as being into the center of the storm. So that's, I was supposed to be back over towards the Sabine River, a little bit farther off towards the west. But it basically last evening just kind of decided to go north instead of northwest. So that took the track right up through southwest Louisiana, and it didn't come into parts of southeast Texas here. Let me see if I can go back in time here on the radar. Let me see if I can loop it here. And you can watch it come in. As it comes in over the last 6 hours, you notice that eye straight up through Calcasieu Parish into Beauregard Parish. It did not make that northwesterly jog, which we thought the eye would be another 30, 40 miles off towards the west, and that would have put those 130-mile-an-hour winds right along the Sabine River, and we would have seen a lot more of southeast Texas seeing those winds up over 100 miles per hour. We could have saw 130-mile-an-hour winds in Port Arthur, in Orange, in Vidor. We could have saw 100-mile-an-hour winds in Beaumont, but because the storm decided to make that northerly turn at the last second and go straight up through Calcasieu Parish, we're getting wind gusts to 50, 60, maybe a few 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts into sections of Orange and Newton County. So
that's so interesting to watch. It's almost mesmerizing, but right there is where it kind of shifts and then goes north. Looks like it's coming straight to the
You can see the northwesterly motion, and all of a sudden there it goes north.
Takes a turn.
Yeah. So
and that's why we say, you know, people really far out from it making landfall saying, where's it going, where's it going, where's it going? And you always say, hey, sometimes you don't know until a moment or two before it hits land. So
and every update we get, you know, people's like, oh, it's over here, it's over there. You can't hang your hat on those every update that you get, you know, 3 or 4 times a day, and you're talking like 5 or 6 days out. Everybody's, oh, look at that, look at it here, and then the next time it's there, and it goes back and forth. You get a general idea where it's coming, but until it actually comes in, you don't know exactly where it's going to make landfall and what track it's going to take. And like I said, this is just a shift of what, 20 to 40 miles, and it made all the difference in the world for southeast Texas as far as getting those 130-mile-an-hour winds and some of the heaviest rain, and maybe Cameron Parish definitely got some storm surge, but I haven't heard any reports of really a lot of water coming into Orange County or Jefferson County with storm surge. So because of that turn of the track, I think that really lowered our storm surge chances across the area as well.
All right, excellent. All right, now our Amelia White is ready, standing by for us in Beaumont. What are you seeing this morning, Amelia?
Good morning, Vanessa and Tracy. Right now I'm in Beaumont, and I want to go ahead and set the scene for you guys. I'm not seeing really strong winds. I want you to go ahead and take a look at the scene. You can see some trees. It's not really much of a tug going on. The wind gusts are coming in different ways. It'll pick up a little and then it'll calm back down. We're currently at our shelter near Sports Academy. I'm not seeing many people on the roads, but I have seen a few people taking a sneak peek outside just to see what's going on. I'm seeing a few lightning going on in this area as well. We currently still have power. I want to make sure that's clear. We do not have any power outages at our shelter right now. When I was getting ready this morning, I did see lights flicker, but as of a light just flickered just now. But as of right now, we're still in good shape. I think right now people are just curious what's left of Hurricane Laura and ready to see the aftermath of what's going on. So I'll make sure I keep you guys updated on my end. But for right now, live in Beaumont, back to you.
All right, thank you, Amelia. And we are just getting this, the 3 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center telling us the Eyewall of Laura pushing inland across southwestern Louisiana. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, flash flooding ongoing. So, you know, that's the reality of it. We're thankful for the shift for those in southeast Texas who, of course, endured Harvey and Imelda. But now we're hoping and praying for our neighbors to the east of us. And Jeff, about how long do you think that this this catastrophic storm surge, these extreme winds, how long will they have to endure this? Is it still moving at the rate that it was before? Is it going to get out of here soon?
It's moving off towards the north. Let's take a look at the latest. Winds are at 130, and it's moving to the north at 15. So it continues to move very quickly. A lot of times when you see a hurricane coming in, it slows down significantly. There's a lot of storms I've tracked where once it gets close to land, it's moving 6-7 miles per hour very slowly. But this one, all the way through, has been a quick mover, and it's right now moving north at about 15. So, as we've been saying the last few days, it's already moved over Calcasieu Parish, now starting to move into Beauregard Parish. By later on this morning, as we get towards 8-9 o'clock, this eye will be up towards the lakes area, if not even farther north than that. And as we head towards this afternoon, it'll be in northern parts of Louisiana. So it's going to be moving out of here fairly quickly. And the interesting thing, I think, is with this is there's just a lack of rainfall. There hasn't been much rain associated with this. We are seeing rains, some steady rains out there, but we're not seeing widespread rains. I mean, this rains are pretty much right around the center of the storm. You get away from the center of the storm, you're not seeing much rain at all. There's no rain as you head over towards Liberty, Baytown, Houston. We're not seeing any rain at all. It's all right around the center, and it's not that heavy a rain. So predictions of 10-15 inches of rain with this thing, that's not going to happen even around the center of the storm. So even more good news as far as people that were, a lot of folks I talked to were worried about flooding. They were worried about, getting 10 inches of rain and their house was going to go underwater, or they were going to see some flooding. It looks like that's not going to be the case at all. Once again, the calling card with this storm has been around the Eyewall and those strong gusty winds, and most of that has been northern part of the Eyewall and the northeastern section, the eastern sections of the Eyewall. We actually got worse weather yesterday when we were getting those tornado warnings, and we had some of those northern edge of the northern squall lines coming in. This morning it's rainy, it's a little bit windy and breezy. Yes, we are getting some wind gusts of 40 to 50, and that's still a problem, but a lot better than we were expecting, thanks to that shift in the last, say, 3 or 4 hours of that Eyewall going straight north instead of coming to the north and west.
Okay, and Jaleesa Irizarry is one of our reporters on the ground in Beaumont. She's reporting that they've lost power now, as well as most of the block where she is. Vanessa, let's go to you now, and how are the power outages looking now?
Tracy, my mic has just died, but I hope you can hear me at home. Let's refresh the grid here. Yes, my batteries are out. It's been a long day, right, for all of our crews, but if you look, 13,000 customers right now in the Orange County area.
I'll come stand near you or give you my mic.
Yeah, sorry. It's been a long night. We just replaced our other crew, and so we didn't get new batteries.
We replaced the crew, but not the batteries.
Yeah, that's right. But we're still working for you. Hopefully I'll get some new batteries for my mic soon. They can hear me in the back. So in the West Orange area, 700 customers without power. Orange, 1,100 customers right now without power. Tracy's standing next to me, so hopefully you can pick me up on her mic. 1,500 without power right here. Pinehurst, 1,200 customers. We're going to move over to near the Orange County Airport. And they're saying, let's see, they have an alert for us. Hurricane Laura currently impacting our service area. As soon as the storm has passed, our crews will begin assessing damage. Given the severe impacts of the storm, we will be unable to provide estimated restoration time. So they will be here as soon as they can. This storm moves through. All right, Jeff, what else you got for us?
We're just continuing to watch that Eyewall move up through parts of southwest Louisiana. As I mentioned, Lake Charles still kind of in the center of the storm into the eye, and hurricane force winds are only extending out around 60 miles from the center. So we might see a couple of hurricane force winds along the Sabine River into Newton County. So we might see some wind gusts over 74 miles per hour. But that's really kind of the worst of it right now as far as the winds associated with this eye. definitely seeing some stronger wind gusts as you get into the northern part of the eye and then the eastern part of the eye right now. And there is a little band of some heavier rains, as you can see, down into sections of southeast Texas here. See if we can zoom in to that area real quick, and you can see between, you can see the southern part of Orange County and down there towards, say, Bridge City, some heavier rain right there, a little band of some heavier rain. You're probably seeing some wind gusts there between 30-40 miles per hour. Once again, 30-40 miles an hour, enough to knock down some branches, cause some power outages there. But as far as winds across the area, haven't seen too much as far as the strong stuff. If we get stronger winds right now, over the next couple of hours, it's going to be this western side of the Eyewall, and we could see some hurricane force winds there. If you live in, say, Jasper County, Tyler County, Hardin County, I really doubt you're going to see any hurricane force winds. You're going to see maybe some tropical force winds up over 39, maybe some gusts to 45, 50, 55, but you're not going to see the hurricane force winds. Those are really staying really close to the eye. Like I said, they only extend out about 60 miles from the eye there, and yeah, it's easy to pick up where the real heavy stuff is, and that's over here on the northeastern quadrant of the eye. That's where usually you see the strongest winds and some of the squalliest weather over there towards the northeastern quadrant, and that's what we're seeing out there for this morning. Lake Charles getting a break, Sulphur getting a break. Looks like DeQuincy now has entered the eye of the storm as it's going to be quickly moving off towards the north. Places like DeRidder, they're seeing that northern end of the eye starting to work its way northward towards them, so they could see some hurricane force winds up towards the northern end of Beauregard Parish there. And then this eye once again could continue to move off towards the north. Let me see if we can go back to another graphic here, and I want to see if we can put this into motion again. And once again, you can see what happened over the last 6 hours or so. And as the storm came in, moved right into parts of southwest Louisiana and continued to shoot up to the north. It didn't go northwest, it went north. So it made a little bit of a turn in the track, so it missed a large section of southeast Texas. But you notice the last hour, maybe 2 hours, that western edge of the Eyewall had clipped parts of Orange County, clipped parts of Newton County, and will continue to do that as it moves farther to the north. So you're still looking at maybe some hurricane force winds, Orange County, and then up into right along the Sabine River, Newton County. Don't be surprised if you see some of those wind gusts around 60, 70, 80 miles per hour over the next 2 or 3 hours, and that's going to be causing some more problems as far as winds kicking down trees and causing more power outages, especially as you hit up towards, say, maybe Newton over the next hour or so. You could see some hurricane force winds as that Eyewall, the western section of the Eyewall, gets a little bit closer towards you.
All right, and Jeff, you know, we've been through Harvey, we've been through Imelda, and now we're watching this storm, and it's almost like, wow, this is moving through quickly, because we're thinking back to the last two storms that came our way, and they just sat on top of us for days. So good to see this storm moving through fairly quickly. You're looking at video just in to 12 News from Orange County. Strong winds from Hurricane Laura. Tracy, look at that, the gusts just blowing across streets there, parking lots. Just showing you how powerful it is in our area, even though southwest Louisiana is getting the most from this storm.
Getting the brunt of it, and so worried about this is actually from Orange. You hear some people kind of yelling. And that's the thing, when you go out into these storms, first of all, don't do it, but you never know, because things can become missile projectiles, right, that you don't even see coming, especially when it's late at night.
And dark, you can't see.
You can't see what's coming your way. So.
And this is near Highway 87 and Interstate 10. Wow. Look at that rain just coming down at this time. Our viewers sending this video in from their, hopefully, windows, front doors. But again, we encourage you not to go out into this. But we do appreciate the people sending this video in. So we here and all of our neighbors who are evacuated and watching from their locations, whether they're with relatives or in hotel rooms, they are watching this right now. And thank you to our viewers sending all of this in, because you are our eyes and ears out there when we can't be there. So thank you for this.
Vanessa, I was just going to tell you, I have cameras on my home and they keep going off, and so I keep trying to look, and it's of course still dark at my house, but to be able to have some of these pictures to see how it's actually looking in your neighborhood, it's critical for folks, and so we do appreciate those, especially the professionals who go out and do this, risking their own safety, right, to get us these pictures. But wait till it's safe to go out and get your pictures.
I too have been watching the monitors, the cameras from my house too, but you know, I'm farther inland and away from the state line and away from the coast, so good news for there, Jefferson County. You know, nice to see that. You know, we talked to Judge Jeff Brannick earlier, and he came in with a smile. It was a big sigh of relief for him. You're looking at this video, the strong winds, the strong gusts. What does that mean? Power outages. So we're going to show you now county by county. Galveston right now, 2. So they're good, 2 customers.
Oh,
I mean,
good.
Galveston, we were worried about Bolivar. We were worried about the island. Galveston County issued a mandatory evacuation yesterday. So good news for the island and those on Bolivar. Hardin County looking at nearly 5,000 customers at this hour without power. Jasper, you're still sitting pretty, except for 1 lone customer without power. Let's look at Jefferson County. 35,000 customers in Jefferson County without power. We're going to move on to Orange County. That's what we're really watching this morning as well. 21,000 customers without power. But we're hearing that there's a lot of flickering going on. Lights are going on and off, and then they come back on, and then they go back off again. But that's normal as these winds start picking up and moving through the area. You're going to see a lot of that flickering going on. But again, Jefferson County sitting at right about 35,000 customers. Orange County sitting at just over 21,000 customers. So Entergy keeping us updated in real time, letting us know how it's looking. I'm going to refresh this grid because we want to take you to Lake Charles. A lot of people have family and loved ones with homes there. We're looking at right about 57,000 people in Calcasieu Parish and the Lake Charles area, moving down 12,000. So, you know, you're looking at about 75,000 plus another 3,000 here. So just about all of the Lake Charles area without power this morning. And Jeff, you know, again, we just mentioned the storm seems to be moving fairly quickly, which is good news for us because the last 2 storms we've seen in our area, they sat there for days.
Yeah, I mean, it's moving to the north at 15, and gosh, that's great news for us. It seems like we've kind of gotten used to these storms kind of stalling out, and that's why so many people get anxious when the storms come in because they think, oh my gosh, it's going to be a couple of days of rainy weather and flooding and all the other stuff. Well, this is a different animal as far as this storm is concerned because we are seeing this one move very quickly through the area, and it's going to continue to move to the north. So by lunchtime, I'm expecting this to be completely out of the area, and we're looking at probably most of the rain to end across southeast Texas as we head towards late this morning into this afternoon. I've been watching some of these wind speeds. Now, some of these instruments are updating and some of them are not, like Lake Charles. I think they have kind of lost power over there, so we're really not getting the latest from Lake Charles. Last time we did get some wind from there, it was 90. Places like Kirbyville have been updating. They're at 27 as far as sustained winds, and they've been seeing some gusts now starting to pick up as that western section of the eye gets a little bit closer. And you can see the last I saw from Kirbyville, there's about 64 mile an hour wind gust. That's going to be problems as far as maybe knocking down some trees, causing some power outages going up through Newton County there. Beaumont at 45 as far as the wind gust. Port Arthur's been sitting at 63, so I'm thinking that we're not getting an accurate report from there. Like I said, some of these, the power's out, so you're not getting accurate stuff. So I'm trying to pick out a couple here and there that are still working. And definitely on the northern end of that Eyewall, western section of that Eyewall, we're going to see hurricane force winds, 60 mile an hour gust, maybe up to 80 mile an hour gust. And right now, you can pick out that western Eyewall coming into central parts of Newton County. right into sections right here, and that's where we're probably going to see some of the strongest winds here over the next hour or so, right where that western eyewall is. And we'll probably see some gusts as well down here on the southern end of the eyewall, of maybe 50, 60 miles per hour through southern parts of Orange County near Bridge City. And then, of course, the heavy stuff where you're talking over hurricane force winds. We're talking maybe some gusts up to 100 miles per hour is this northeastern section of the eye, where that's where we're really seeing some of the strong winds. And luckily for us, that does not include any of southeast Texas. That's southwest Louisiana. They've really taken the brunt of this hurricane. I hate it for those folks. I have so many friends in Lake Charles. I lived there for several years, so I hate to see that they caught the center of this storm. But good news for them is it's moving out quickly, so by late this morning to this afternoon, they'll be able to assess the damage and start picking things up. It's not going to be they're going to have to wait for a day or two before they can kind of go out and see what's going on. We're going to be able to do that as we head towards this early afternoon across the area. Let me see if I can pull up the radar once again, and we'll put it into motion over the last few hours, and you can see how quickly this is moving through. We'll go back about 6 hours on radar, and we can see once again, look how quickly this thing is climbing to the north, right up through parts of Calcasieu Parish, and continues to move off towards the north. So it's very quick in its movement, and like I said, the one thing I really like to see is there's not a lot of heavy rain out there. There's rain, and there are pockets of heavy rain, but it's not widespread. We're not going to see widespread flooding with this. Matter of fact, I think most folks probably see under 4 inches of rain, maybe just a couple of inches of rain before it finally moves out of here. And I know a lot of folks are relieved. A lot of folks that evacuated, that was their biggest fear. Is my house going to flood? And it looks like maybe a little storm surge towards Cameron Parish, but overall we're not going to see a lot of flooding. It's just been the wind damage that we've been seeing mainly over southwest Louisiana, but some of those gusts, 40, 60, 70 miles per hour through southeast Texas, have knocked out a lot of the power lines, and hopefully they can get those fixed fairly quickly.
Jeff, what time is the sun going to come up? What time will we be able to see? About 6:30?
6:30, 6:45.
About 3 hours.
Yeah,
from
we'll start to see the sun come up, and you can kind of assess what's going on. I'm sure people are going to have tree limbs down. Some of those shaky wooden fences, some of those are going to be down. And you might run into a weak shed or something out in the backyard that might have lost a little bit there, here or there. But as far as widespread catastrophic damage in southeast Texas, we're not seeing anything like that.
Okay, let's go to the 3 things we need to know right now. First of all, Laura made landfall just after midnight, right around 1 o'clock, as a strong Cat 4 hurricane near Cameron, Louisiana. Extreme wind warning issued for parts of southeast Texas until 3 a.m. Well, that's passed, so that's good news. What are the winds now, Jeff? Is that expired, completely expired? They don't need to worry about the extreme wind warning anymore?
That was mainly over towards southwest Louisiana, that extreme wind warning.
And that's probably still in effect for those folks.
The reason why they posted an extreme wind warning is because when you would get the eye to come moving in from a hurricane, you would get these sustained winds at over hurricane force. Right. So instead of issuing a bunch of tornado watches, they'd have to issue hundreds of tornado warnings to catch up with all the wind. Gotcha. So in order just to kind of cover the whole thing, they say, well, we're going to go with an extreme wind warning. So basically means we're looking at winds that are over hurricane force and they're going to be sustained. So that's just basically been over southwest Louisiana. We have not seen sustained winds over hurricane force through southeast Texas. We've been seeing wind gusts up to that, but not sustained winds.
So Lake Charles still 90 miles an hour. So.
And I think their anemometer there is not working, or they lost power.
Oh, right.
Because we're not even getting the Doppler radar from over there. So I think that's the last that they saw. I don't know exactly what hour that was, but I think that was the last report they got in Lake Charles as far as the wind speed.
Right.
So I know they had wind gusts up over 120, 130 through the Lake Charles area. So I think after that came through, their instruments stopped kind of working. So that was yeah, don't pay attention to that 90 in Lake Charles. That's not the current speed of the winds there. Matter of fact, they've been in the eye, so I imagine the winds are way down from that right now.
Okay, what we do need to pay attention to, especially as the sun starts to rise and people are saying, hey, can I get back home? What is the damage in my area? Are the road closures. So drivetexas.org has all of those road closures. You'll see there I-10, that's at the Texas-Louisiana line. So basically it's over the Sabine River there, the bridge that goes over the Sabine River, the Texas-Louisiana line, that's closed. The Atchafalaya Basin, I-10 westbound there, and detour north to I-10 using US 61, I-55 or I-59. I know there are several road closures. You'll see on that map when you go to drivetexas.org, if it's blue, just straight blue line, that means there's flooding on the road. If it has a line like this, that circle with a line through it, that means it's completely closed. And there are several of those as well. And even around the Houston area, Mont Belvieu to Winnie, they've closed I-10, by the way, so that direction going in. And I'm not sure if it's going back, but I know that they were trying to keep people off from I-10 late last night, so that was closed. 69 in the New Caney area, New Waverly as well. They've had some closures there, so you can check out some of those. And they will tell you the detour to take, obviously, but you want to check that before you either try to go in or out of the area. Maybe you've lost power, maybe you've had damage, and you're saying, now I want to get out. So you want to check that before you hit the roads this morning. All right, and
we also have video just coming in to us of Interstate 10 in Lake Charles, a bridge there. You can see the camera very shaky as those winds. Jeff, again, 90 mile per hour right now going through Lake Charles?
No, that was earlier.
Okay.
Right now, they've been in the eye, so they basically are looking at a lot less as far as the winds, and I don't think they're going to see winds probably gusting up to 90 anymore. Looks like their winds are probably going to be in the order of maybe like we're seeing over here now that the northern end of the Eyewall has gone through there. They'll probably still see maybe some hurricane force winds as this southern end of the Eyewall kind of comes through their area. But let me switch back over to radar here, and you can see Lake Charles now kind of getting ready to deal with the southern part of the Eyewall, which is not as strong, definitely not as strong as what they were dealing with earlier with that northern part of the Eyewall. And even that area has weakened somewhat. Probably the worst weather across southeast Texas right now is in Newton County, and we're looking at, say, places just to the south of Newton where you see that yellow there. We're going to zoom in a little bit, and places right there to the east of Call and Kirbyville. That's probably where we're starting to see some of the strongest winds. We could see some hurricane force wind gusts in this section right here of the Eyewall, maybe 75, 85 miles per hour wind gusts there coming up through Newton County. So that's going to be a problem as far as maybe some power outages there. The heavy stuff is definitely over here by Reeves, just onto the, close to Moss Bluff. That's where you're looking at wind gusts still probably close to 100 miles per hour on that northeastern side. But we could see definitely some hurricane force winds through Newton County as we go through the next 2 or 3 hours as this Eyewall continues to move off towards the north. So as far as seeing hurricane force winds, Tyler County, Hardin County, Jefferson County, I think the rest of the morning we're not going to see that. That's not going to happen as this thing is already starting to weaken and move off towards the north. Interesting to see here at 4 o'clock what they do with the update and what they show from the National Hurricane Center. I bet those winds, which are showing about 130 right now, I bet those are going to drop off fairly quickly. I would imagine they'd be closer to 110 or so, but we'll see. We'll see. They might drop them just another 10 or so, but it's going to be interesting to see at 4 o'clock. But here's kind of a zoomed out version of the radar, and you can see the center of the storm very clearly over southwest Louisiana. We thought this would be a little bit farther off towards the west, and that would include a good section of southeast Texas, but really it only moved about 30 to 40 miles off towards the east, and that made all the difference in the world as far as the damage across southeast Texas.
interesting to see what happens once the sun comes up in Lake Charles and see what kind of damage they have over in that section of southwest Louisiana.
All right, we do have crews all over southeast Texas this morning. We want to go back out to Amelia White, continuing our coverage. Amelia, what are the conditions there? And we look like we're having some technical difficulties with her audio, but you can see behind her as we wait to see if we can figure that out. The winds, the rains, the conditions going on as she gets back on her feet there. Let's take a look at Entergy outages again. I'm going to refresh Entergy's website to give you an idea of want to go. You can look actually outages by county on the website. I want to go to Orange, 21,000, Jefferson, 35,000, Hardin, Jefferson, about 5,000 outages right now. We're going to zoom in. I'm going to take you to Lake Charles. And Lake Charles, just about all of Cameron Parish, that area, is without power this morning. Just in this area alone, 57,000 customers without power. Moving back over into Texas, zooming in here, let's see, Orange County. We're in Vinton. Orange County, you're at about 14,000 in the Orange area. Moving up to Mauriceville, 3,300 customers without power there. Going down to Mid-County now. Port Neches, just over 3,000. Wow, 11,000, almost 12,000. Let's zoom in here. This is around the Jack Brooks Airport. 12,000 customers. Port Arthur, this is near downtown, the downtown area, 5,200. And in Groves, 4,100. Beaumont, we're going to move over to you now. We have 2 stars here. So one star is showing 2,300, the other 1,200. So Beaumont actually looking fairly well this morning. 1,200 customers there as well. Not a lot of power outages when you consider how big Beaumont is. Not a lot of power outages there. So we're getting the big bulk in Orange County and also in Mid-County at this hour. We didn't see that number earlier, but we're starting to see more power outages in mid-Jefferson County. And Jeff, again, you know, we're waiting for this storm to kind of move through. It's moving through quickly. That's good news for us. And hopefully, you know, by sunrise, we can kind of start assessing the damage and seeing what's going on in our neighborhoods.
Yeah, and we're getting a 4 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Winds down at 120.
Right, I'm not sure they can hear you, Jeff. I'm going to let you, maybe your microphone has gone off. But hey, look at this. This is in Groves. And
this is what we don't recommend.
It's not what we recommend. But of course, that Mid-County area kind of dodged a bullet as well. And so it wasn't quite as severe as they thought. So we got this from a viewer who sent it in. And, you know, you hear of people going out and trying to ride the waves. Why not ride
and their canoes sometimes, right.
Yeah.
But definitely, we don't encourage that at all. It kind of makes you chuckle at first, but then when you think about the severity of the dangers behind it, that could happen. So be careful if you want to, you know, be a jokester in your neighborhood. We do not want you to try that at home.
Yeah, this is before the lights went out. That second video you saw there was also in the Groves area, and you hear the guy say, "Lights out," and that's when, you know, the power went out in their area. But
and we're still hearing that there's a lot of flickering going on. So we're seeing more power outages in our area, and reports are coming in that the lights are coming on, they're coming off, coming on, going off. So if you haven't lost power yet, there's a good chance that you won't, but there's also a good chance that you will.
Yeah, and they were reporting 2 hours after Hurricane Laura made landfall, Southeast Texas had 57,000 Entergy customers without power. And I was looking at your map earlier, I think about 62,000 customers are affected now around that. Entergy Texas, if you want to go there, Entergy Texas has all those. And you can go by your area, by your county, you can go by your zip code, and they'll tell you about the power outages. So hopefully get the lights back on quickly.
Tell them that I've lost power.
He's lost power. Okay, so this is what we tell you all the time. Make sure you have extra batteries during a storm. And we have those. We just have to get them to Jeff. And so, Jeff, if you want to walk around to this little corner over here, they have some batteries. That's where I got mine just a few minutes ago. But yes, we hope you too have some extra batteries at home. It's one of our survival kit items, and we have those. He's making his way to change out for his microphone so he can give us an update on the forecast.
Yeah, you're kind of an important deal.
Yes.
Hey, back to what you're going to see when you get back home, because already people here were saying, I want to go back home. I want to, you know, now that if they're in the Beaumont area or whatever, I'm ready to go check out the damage or whatever is around my, you know, see what happened to my home. Be careful as you're doing that. You know, Vanessa, so many people get excited about it. They say, oh, this tree may have fallen. I want to cut the rest of it down. Then we have injuries. We hear, you know, we made it through the storm, but then people walk through an area where a power line went down and be electrocuted, or try to touch one of those downed lines and not realize, you know, that a tree has fallen on it and that it's electrified,
right,
or that there's snakes or other things in those high waters. So be careful. Don't put yourself at in harm's way.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, Tracy, because I've already seen on social media this morning people asking, when can I go back home? Can I go back home yet? The answer is no. The storm is still very dangerous as it's moving its way up north through southeast Texas and Louisiana. So don't go home yet. There are road closures. The first responders, the rescue crews, they're still staying hunkered down. They're not going out yet because this is still an ongoing situation. Now, even though we didn't see this storm come directly into our area, there's still dangers out there. So you can't come home just yet. I know a lot of people of you are ready to get back to your house to see if it's okay, but just wait it out a couple more hours and we'll let you know from officials when it's time to go back home. And Tracy, you also mentioned trees down in our area. Yes, you're going to want to clean up as soon as possible. Leave that to the experts. There are tree cleaning up services out there. Entergy is on standby. Leave that to the professionals because there are accidents that can happen and we don't want that happening to you. Jeff has new batteries in his microphone. Jeff, what can you tell us about the latest forecast?
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, but now I've been trying to look at the kind of the what's going on with the Eyewall across southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana, and here's kind of a big perspective of what's going on. The eye now moving into southern parts of Beauregard Parish. We're right on the western edge of the Eyewall, right there in Newton County, so you could still catch some hurricane force winds, maybe 75, 80 mile an hour gust on that western side of the Eyewall. And you can see here's the center of the storm. Here is the eye of the hurricane right here, right over northern parts of Calcasieu Parish, southern parts of Beauregard Parish. So around this is the Eyewall. Of course, we always talk about the heaviest part of the storm, or the strongest part, is going to be around that eastern and northeastern quadrant, and that's what we're seeing. That's where they're reporting winds of 120 miles an hour. That's where they're reporting it from. That's where they're getting that from. As over in that section of southwest Louisiana, they could see some wind gusts up over 100 miles per hour. Now, over here on the western section of the Eyewall, which is coming through Newton County right now, you can still see wind gusts, like I said, 75, 85 miles per hour as it moves towards the north. So you guys need to stay hunkered down in Newton County. That's not translating so much over into Jasper County. You'll still see some wind gusts over tropical storm force, 50, 60 miles per hour. Once again, some problems there. And then you farther away from the center you get, the less winds you get. So Tyler County, Hardin County, seeing less in as far as the stronger winds. And matter of fact, if you look over towards western sections of Hardin County, the rain has come to an end. And we're going to see that general trend, the rain ending from you can see also western sections of Jefferson County, southern Jefferson County, the rain is ended, and as that storm lifts to the north, so will the rain. So by, I don't know, lunchtime, just after lunch, most of the rain should be out of the area, and this storm, the center of the storm, should be up north of the lakes area, up into northern parts of Louisiana, and we can get out and see what's going on. I think a lot of folks, the only reason why they might not be able to come back is because of the power outages, not because there's damage and the roads are impassable or anything like that. It's just going to be some trees down and just maybe some power outages here and there. And once those get fixed, I think at least a good portion of the area won't have too many problems. Now, Orange County, Newton County, maybe a little bit more in the way of some damage because they've had some hurricane force winds. So, but the majority of the area has just been power outages due to some gusty winds that we've seen overnight, and we'll see through a good portion of this morning.
All right, Jeff, you mentioned that western side of the Eyewall, they're now starting to get into the Beaumont area, and our Amelia White is in Beaumont, and we're going to check in with her in just a moment, see what she's seeing, and maybe see if some of the winds have picked up, see if the rain has intensified in that area. So, and your next update on this storm coming up in about 10 minutes, what do you expect to see here? I'm guessing downgraded from our
Well,
last...
actually, we've already got the update.
Oh,
you see, yeah, see at the top of the screen there, it's 4 a.m. Sometimes they'll put it out early. Sometimes they'll do it right at the top of the hour.
Okay.
But yeah, they've last hour it was 1:30. Now it's 1:20, and I think that trend's.
So this is your brand new one. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's trend's going to continue as we go through the morning, as those numbers are going to start to come down. I was hoping it'd drop to 110, but they dropped it off to 120 right now. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if each update, each hour, that we can see at least 10 being knocked off that top wind speed. And by later on this morning, it'll be below 100 fairly quickly, I think.
I like it. Okay, now we're told that Amelia is standing by and ready to go for us. How's it looking, Amelia?
Good morning, Vanessa and Tracy again. For those of you who are just tuning in, I want to go ahead and set the scene for you. I am live in Beaumont. You can see the wind gust is flowing in. It's coming in different waves. It'll pick up and then it'll kind of slow down. But I can actually hear the wind gusts. We also are getting a few raindrops. It's not a downpour, but flooding will not be a main concern for us. Also, what I'm hearing is I can hear the wind gusts coming off the roof of these businesses around me. I spoke with some.
All right, we're having a little bit of technical, obviously, with the winds and the rain. I can't hear her very well, but didn't look like, Jeff, that there's a significant amount of rain right now where she was reporting from in Beaumont. So,
and that's one of the things I was talking about is kind of an underachieving hurricane. When you're talking about a Category 4, almost a 5 coming in, you would think we'd see a little bit more rain, but hasn't been a ton of rain with this. We saw heavier rains actually yesterday with the northern edge of the storm system bringing in some of those heavier rains, and actually a couple of tornado warnings across the area. This morning you have seen hardly any tornado warnings. None in southeast Texas, but we've seen a few earlier this morning over in parts of south central Louisiana. But you can see that western edge of the eye kind of creeping its way up Newton County right now. This goes back 6 hours, and you can see the storm coming right up over Big Lake, over Lake Charles, and now coming up into Beauregard Parish. The western edge of the eye never made it any farther to the west than parts of Orange County and Newton County. The eye never did reach Beaumont, didn't reach Lumberton, didn't reach Silsbee. As it moves its way northward, it's still going almost due north, so I don't think you're going to see that western section of the eye past Newton County. I think Jasper County probably going to stay just to the west of that eye, and once again, that's where you were looking at some of the stronger wind gusts up over hurricane force. So if you live up in Newton, looks like you're going to see that western section of the weakening eye come in, and you can see some pretty gusty winds here over the next hour to maybe 2 hours as it continues to work its way towards the north. But it's moving fast, north at 15 miles per hour. So great news is, like I said, by a little bit later on this morning, sun comes up. A lot of, at least coastal sections of southeast Texas, maybe even up to Beaumont, the rain will be gone and things will start to quiet down.
And let's talk about what you're seeing right now in the Port Arthur area. Jeff, any idea of what the wind conditions, maybe the rain is looking like right now?
Yeah, I've been trying to see the winds, but I think a lot of the areas with we get wind readings from, you have to have a little bit of power to catch the latest. I think we're seeing a little bit of an update. You can see Port Arthur at 25 as far as the winds, and Beaumont at 28 as far as more a sustained wind. Kirbyville's been showing 27. I don't know if that's been updated. And then we'll look at some wind gust. And yeah, we've been seeing some updates from Port Arthur and Beaumont, 44, 45 miles per hour. That Kirbyville one hasn't updated in a while. It's been stuck kind of at 64. And I think DeQuincy and DeRidder also have been kind of stuck because they should see a little bit higher wind gust than that as that eye gets closer to them. But yeah, generally that's what we kind of been seeing between Port Arthur and Beaumont. Wind gusts between 50 and 60 miles per hour, which is, you know, like I said, on a normal day, we'd have a gust to 65 miles an hour. We'd be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning. So, yeah, those are nothing to take lightly, but it's a lot better than the 130-mile-an-hour wind that they saw through the Lake Charles area earlier for this morning. And right now, the storm continues to weaken as it moves north, and by lunchtime, most of this will be out of here. The rain will be out of here, the high winds will be out of here, and we can kind of assess what's going on as far as the power outages and maybe some damage as we get into southwest Louisiana.
And a lot of our viewers are our eyes and ears right now. You know, we're encouraging you not to go out in this, but a lot of you are taking pictures. We want to go back now to Brandy Smith monitoring what we're seeing on social media. Brandy.
Hey, Vanessa, we're tracking the conditions that we're seeing on social media. I've given this reminder over and over again because I really want to emphasize it. The folks we're using video from, these are reporters, meteorologists, trained weather trackers. They know how to do it safely, so we want to encourage folks to stay in your home, stay safe, hunker down as this storm moves through. But this is Chris Sadeghi. He's a reporter at one of our sister stations showing what it's like in Beaumont. Now, it doesn't look like a lot of rain. It looks like a kind of a normal thunderstorm rolling through, but when you account 50-mile-per-hour winds rolling through, and this is nothing like they're experiencing to the east in Louisiana. Moving a little bit farther east, here's what it looks like in Orange. You can see that wind just carrying the rain in sideways. Another look in Orange as well. The trees just being beat up by those gusts. Now we go to Lake Charles. So this is video I showed you a couple hours ago, actually, as the Eyewall made it into town, and you can see the wind stripping these buildings. Well, now we're getting a look at some of the aftermath there. So look at all of these windows blown out. A little zoomed out look, you can see how many windows are missing the glass. There's another shot of it. And then St. Pat's Sky Bridge, the wind ripped the whole top just right off of it. So the power of this storm is one of the reasons why I-10 is closed at the border. I want to jump into some road closures now. So I-10 eastbound is closed at the state line with Louisiana. For folks who are traveling westbound, it's closed at the Atchafalaya Basin. There are detours in place. You don't want to be out on the road, so you don't need to worry about detours right now. TxDOT says I-10 is open here. If you do have to get around for any reason, any emergency, check drivetexas.org for the most current conditions that are out there. It did also close the Rainbow and Veterans Bridge access points. Really high points on those bridges mixed with the wind. It's just a very dangerous combination. And it says after Laura passes, its crews are going to head out, evaluate the roadways for any damage, and start removing debris. A reminder that even after this storm has moved through in a couple of hours, it's going to take days to clean up the mess that it left behind. But TxDOT does have its crews standing by. They're going to be out on 87 on the Bolivar Peninsula, cleaning that up. I've already seen a couple photos of debris lining that, making it impassable in some spots. And just a few reminders during the storm, because we are seeing that wind, the rain in Orange, even into Beaumont, those power outages. So keep listening to radio, watching TV. You're doing the right thing. Check there. You also need to stay indoors. Don't go walking on beaches, riverbanks, or floodwaters. And you don't go in the water because it could be contaminated with sewage. It can contain dangerous insects or animals. You also don't know what kind of debris is in there that could knock you off your feet. The power of this water sometimes, guys, is just so strong. It might look like it's only a couple feet deep, but you step into a pothole and then that current pulls you. It is so dangerous.
All right, thank you. And Brandy, I know I just retweeted something you tweeted from out of Lake Charles, one of those hurricane-proof hotels that was just the the glass broken down, the door broken down. So a lot of damage out there in that area. Let's go to the 3 things you need to know now. As we mentioned earlier, Laura moved in over Louisiana. The storm surge ongoing, moved in just after midnight as a category. It was a Category 4 storm. Very close to a Category 5 storm, though. Jefferson County Judge Jeff Brannick saying, "We dodged a bullet." Minor damage reported in the Beaumont area. Of course, that Eyewall not extending as far out as we thought it would, kind of shifting a little bit more northward instead of northwest as we thought it would. Also, widespread power outages all across southeast Texas, and especially across Louisiana. We saw about 100,000 people without power at one point across Louisiana, and that's probably going to be ongoing because, of course, it's going to take a while to get that power restored. But as Brandy mentioned, we do have those crews spread out across Louisiana and Texas, ready to get the lights back on just as quickly as they can.
Yeah, and you're looking at pictures now from Lake Charles, a bridge there at Interstate 10. Shaky camera. You know, those winds coming in very strong. Jeff, can you remind us what the wind was like in Lake Charles as Laura hit?
Yeah, when that Eyewall went through, they were looking at wind gusts to 130 miles per hour, and I was just checking with the National Hurricane Center. They said even still now towards Chenault out there on the east side of Lake Charles has sustained winds close to about 93 with gusts still over 100 miles per hour. So still dealing with parts of the eye. One of the things I really kind of was shocking to me that Brandy reported, showed that picture of the building in downtown Lake Charles with all the glass blown out. That is kind of the iconic building in downtown Lake Charles. That's kind of their only real skyscraper down there. And to see all those windows out of that building is a little shocking. Definitely had some strong winds there. So a lot of damage through the Lake Charles area in southwest Louisiana. Another thing to look at is satellite, and you've got to think this is fairly impressive. We're looking at winds at 120 miles an hour. This is still a Category 3 hurricane that is just to our east, and it's now fairly inland as far as the hurricane is concerned, and on satellite it still has an eye. So that is an impressive thing to see with a hurricane inland with still an eye, a Category 3. So we're still seeing wind gusting up over hurricane strength, and we'll switch back over to the radar, and we can see that, kind of zoom in towards southwest Louisiana there. You can still see a very well-defined eye. Some of the heaviest, strongest winds, though, have been on that western or the eastern side of the eye, northeastern side of the eye. We are on the western edge of the eye through Newton County, so you guys are still probably seeing some hurricane force winds around this part of the storm. Back over here, you're looking at maybe wind gusts 75, 85 miles per hour as it moves up towards the north fairly quickly. Beaumont never did see, we never did really get close to the eye. Parts of Orange County and Newton County are the ones that are experiencing the western sections, southwestern sections of the eye where we're seeing some gusty winds. But you also notice the rain's not too heavy across the area. As this thing continues to move towards the north, we kind of zoom in a little bit towards the orange area, backed up towards Lumberton. There is a strip there, some heavier rains kind of being wrapped into that southern edge of the eye. But as far as flooding rains, we're not seeing that across southeast Texas. The winds have been the problem with this storm, with gusts generally across the area anywhere from about 40 to 60 miles per hour. And we've been seeing some gusts, once again, right along the state line, places like Orange County, Newton County. That's where we've been seeing the hurricane force winds, but they haven't translated too far off to the west from there. So I think we really dodged a big bullet here as far as this storm making a track towards the north instead of the northwest. So, I mean, what they're seeing in Lake Charles, or what they saw in Lake Charles overnight, could have easily been another 50 miles off towards the west, and that could have been right over Beaumont, could have been over Vidor, Orange, could have been over places like Groves, Port Neches, Port Arthur. We could have seen those type of conditions here if that last minute change in the track didn't take it due north instead of right over parts of southwest Louisiana. Once again, let's see if we can pull it up here. We'll show the last 6 hours of this storm. And the last 6 hours, you can see the track coming. Well, I have to go back to this graphic, but we've been showing you this last 6 hours of the storm, and you can actually see that shift towards the north. It was going northwest, and then it decided here in the early morning hours to go due north, and that's what it did right up through Lake Charles. It continues to go almost due north up into Beauregard Parish, but you notice that western section of the eye, we're still catching that through Newton County, so we're still seeing hurricane force winds through Newton County for this morning, but it's moving very quickly, so those won't stick around for long. And we're seeing still wind gusts 40, 50, 60 miles per hour in Jasper County through Orange County, Jefferson County, wind gusts around 40, 50 miles per hour, possible still through Tyler County and Hardin County, which is definitely enough to knock down some trees and cause some power outages. So we're seeing a lot of that, and that's what we anticipated. I think most with this storm was to see widespread power outages, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We thought over the last couple of days, as it really continued to intensify up into Category 3 and then eventually 4 strength, that we'd see a lot of damage across southeast Texas as the eye came right over. But it didn't come right over. It stayed about, say, 30 to 50 miles off towards the east, so widespread catastrophic damage wasn't here. They're seeing that over towards Lake Charles, parts of Cameron Parish, over towards Calcasieu Parish, but we, like I said, kind of dodged a bullet, and we're also dodging the heavy rain. We are seeing some rain out there, but not 7, 8 inches of rain. It's more like maybe 1 to 3 inches of rain across southeast Texas. And if you look at the loop there, look at that rain starting to lift up across Jefferson County over the next hour or two. The rain will start to end here in Beaumont. The rain will start to end in places like Nome and Sour Lake, and the rain will start to end in places like Lumberton and Silsbee, and it's going to be dry for pretty much the rest of the day as things kind of lift towards the north. We're still dealing with wind because the eye is so close. We're still dealing with gusts between 40, 50, 60 miles per hour for this morning. And I think we're going to be dealing with those probably until we get this eye north of the lakes area. So still windy conditions out there this morning. Still not a good idea to go out and see what's going on, even though maybe the rain is starting to end across southeast Texas. Wait for the sun to come up. Wait for this storm to get north of the area, well up into parts of northern Louisiana before you decide to go out and kind of see what's going on. Especially if you live over in southwest Louisiana. I know on cable systems over there, some folks can watch us over here, that some folks do from southwest Louisiana. So yeah, wait for this storm to completely get out of the southern part of the state. Let it get up north. Let the sun come up before you go out and start trying to see what's happened overnight. Quite a bit of damage over there in Lake Charles, and on that eastern section of the eye, you can see it moving right through places like Eyewall and Lake Charles and down towards Cameron. They dealt with some very strong winds overnight, and as it moves off towards the north, still, like I said, they still have 120 mile an hour sustained winds, and that's going to be that northeastern corner of the Eyewall where you're seeing those constant reds there. You can see it as it kind of moves up across Calcasieu Parish and Beauregard Parish. Those little red splotches that pop up on the northeastern side of the eye, that's where you're seeing those winds sustained at 100, 120 miles per hour. You get back over into the western sections of the eye, you're not seeing those winds as quite as much. You're seeing maybe some gust up towards hurricane strength, but not sustained winds up over 100 and gust even higher than that. So continue to watch it go up towards the north, and we'll take a look at maybe some wind speeds, see if some of these have updated. They've been very sporadic this morning because of this power issues, I think, with some of these sites. Take a look now. You can see winds across southeast Texas in the 20s, not the 30s and 40s like we saw earlier. Wind speeds 22 Port Arthur, 26 in Beaumont, 27 in Kirbyville, and wind gust over the last couple of hours in the 30s now. We were seeing 60s and 50s as far as wind gusts through Beaumont and Port Arthur, now around 39 in both of those locations. So winds are starting to come down a little bit as the eye moves off towards the north, so which is some great news for places across Jefferson County, Hardin County. The winds are going to come down there as well. But very impressive storm as it was out in the Gulf, and as it started to come in, and it, like I said, kind of almost I think as far as southeast Texas is concerned, I wouldn't say that in the Charles area, which is now starting to see the southern edge of that eye, but very much an underachiever in the parts of southeast Texas as I guess I so much, because if we would have saw the eye move through southeast Texas instead of south, we would have dealt with the stuff they dealt with, and that would have been kind of as far as the damage. Once you saw some of those pictures earlier from Lake Charles for quite a while, when you're seeing what used to be called the Calcasieu Bank building, I don't know what they call it now. I think it's a building or something like that. With all those windows out, that's kind of shocking to see all those windows out of that building, and the shit you're seeing over towards the hospital and things like that with this storm. But we're talking about a Category 4 storm that came on shore overnight and continues to move through the area. Right now, it's a Category 3 hurricane. On that western side of it, or the eastern side of it, we're still seeing very strong winds, and around the eye you're catching hurricane force winds. We'll continue to do that as we go through the morning until it starts to weaken even more. I'm sure at the 5 o'clock update we'll see those winds probably down to 110, 100 miles per hour around the eye. I would pitch it back to Vanessa or Tracy, but I don't think either one of them's in the studio here.
I'm right here with you.
Oh, there you are,
Jeff. Yes,
there you are. I know you were checking on some stuff, so
yes.
Yeah.
And actually, we're just like you at home. We have family and friends who are evacuated and watching from home. So I was letting my family know who live in Jefferson County, Hardin County, giving them an update on the conditions, because everyone, if they are sleeping, they're starting to wake up and hoping for the best in our area. And I was just giving them an update, just like a lot of you are at home, letting your family and friends know what the conditions are like. So Mom, if you're watching, we're good so far. So still, we have some time to go, and we're still hoping for the best. I want to update you on some power outages right now. I've been keeping an eye on Mid-County, Port Neches, Nederland, more in the Port Neches area, about 1,800 customers without power right now. Right now, that's what we're really getting the most of, is power outages. We're not seeing any flooding, any major wind damage. None of that has been reported for southeast Texas just yet, mainly just power outages. So we're going to focus on that right now. Going into more the Nederland area, 8,600 customers without power. This is interesting because if you go into Port Arthur, you're looking at 4,000 customers in the Groves area, but in Port Arthur, we're seeing a widespread power outages, 3,000 customers there, but it's looking like Port Arthur and Mid-County are seeing a lot of power outages right now, and Port Arthur is kind of equal with Nederland and Port Neches. Again, I feel that that's interesting because Port Arthur is right there on the coast, and Nederland, Port Neches, Groves, you're more inland a little bit, but just about the same when it comes to power outages. Beaumont, you're getting a lot of power outages right now as well. 1,300 customers there, 2,000 customers there, 1,200 customers. Beaumont's not seeing a lot of power outages, but we're still getting some. Let's go to Bevel Oaks in this area. 3,600 customers right now without power. Heading east, Orange County, you're right at the state line. So moving over, let's go to Orange. That's where we're seeing the biggest star right now. Orange, 6,000 customers. 1,700, and that is more along Interstate 10 heading into Beaumont. And then just about, as you can see, moving into southwest Louisiana, most of Calcasieu Parish in the Lake Charles area, Vinton, Moss Bluff, all without power at this time. Again, we do have crews all over southeast Texas. We want to send it over to Amelia White. She's live with us. Amelia, what are you seeing right now?
Tuning in, I am live in Beaumont. Derry, let's go ahead and set the scene and put things into perspective for the viewers. As you can see, we're not seeing heavy rain at all. Flood is not a main concern, but wind gusts is. You can see behind me, not only can I see it, but I can also hear it. I can hear it even coming off some of the roof around these businesses around me. I with some of my colleagues who just drove back from Lumberton, and they did experience wind gusts and actually had to slow down as the car started to shift. Another thing that's a big talk of the town that I'm seeing on social media, power. We do still have power at our shelter location, but we have seen a lot of flickering going in and off. So again, wind gusts across southeast Texas is what we're seeing right now, up to 45 miles per hour. Again, for those of you who are still tuning in with us, keep reaching out and talking to us. If it's safe, send us a few pictures. We won't see the aftermath until after the storm passes through, so we'll be on the scene getting footage. But Judge Jeff Bragnett did say we dodged a bullet, and this is a minor. We're seeing minor reports of hurricane damages. For now, live in Beaumont, Amelia White. Back to you guys.
All right, Amelia, if you can hear me, you were talking about earlier, we've been watching Entergy and the power outages. Where you are, lights are still flickering off and on, so mainly seeing power outages and some issues with the power where you are, but not too bad.
Exactly. We're seeing constant flickering going on and off, but we're still in good shape as far as power. I won't be surprised at all if our power eventually goes out, but for right now, we're still good.
All right, stay safe out there. Amelia White reporting for us from Beaumont. Again, leave it up to the experts to go out there and get video and be out in the storms for you. That's our job. We're trained in this, and we don't want you out there making sure that your neighborhood is safe. But if you can see from your window, that's great. Please continue to send in those pictures and videos to us because we're using them, and we're letting your neighbors know what it's looking like in your neighborhood. You can follow us on Facebook. You can send us stuff, and we will show that on Twitter and all of our social media pages. And don't forget the 12 News Now app. We have some more video to show you this morning. If we can take that, or we're going to show you, what are we going? A graphic of Judge Brannick. We talked to Jefferson County Judge Jeff Brannick earlier. He walked into the Jefferson County Courthouse. Our Kelsey Johnson is there. She's staged there with a crew. They are safe this morning. When Judge Brannick walked in, Kelsey said he had a smile on his face, very relieved for his county that we did not get the brunt of this storm, that evacuations, people heeded the warnings. They left town just in case. They're safe. They are out of harm's way, but to know that when you come home, that it's not going to be as bad. That worst case scenario, he's just happy. He's happy for his residents, and he's saying, we are just, it's a blessing this morning. But again, you can continue to text us your photos and video if you're taking those from your house, 838-1212. Put the area code in front of that, 409-838-1212. Hurricane Laura making landfall in the early morning hours. Here's a video now to show you that storm coming into southwest Louisiana. This is in Lake Charles. Lake Charles getting hit hard this morning. Our friends in Calcasieu Parish feeling the storm. They boarded up, they left town. We have seen hotels with glasses or the windows blown out of the hotel, that glass shattering everywhere, windows blown out of hotels. Look how strong those gusts of wind coming in into Lake Charles this morning, slamming Cameron Parish. Jeff, can you tell us how strong those winds came in when they hit Calcasieu Parish?
They were recording wind gusts up to 130 miles per hour as that Eyewall, the northern end of the Eyewall, came across the Lake Charles area. actually, when it was happening, I was still back at my hotel, and I was watching some of the coverage and some of the reporters just getting battered around with the northern end of that Eyewall. The Eyewall not as getting a little ragged right now. It's not that circle that we've been seeing earlier this morning comes in, but still packing a punch. Still at least the eastern side of the Eyewall with a wind gust up probably close to about 100, 110 miles per hour over in this section of the Eyewall. Once you get over into Newton County and we're looking at the western section of the Eyewall, you could still see wind gusts to 75, 85 miles per hour, hurricane force there. So if you live over in Newton County, make sure you stay hunkered down and away from windows this morning as this Eyewall kind of passes by right over top of you. If you live in Hardin County, Tyler County, we're not close enough to the Eyewall. Even over towards Beaumont, Lumberton, the Eyewall really didn't affect us because it shifted a little bit farther off towards the east. So missing a lot of southeast Texas, which is great news for us, but it's been a very scary night towards the Lake Charles areas. We've been showing the video over there and quite a bit of damage. They're going to have to really kind of assess the situation over there this morning once the sun comes up. But it's been a scary morning for some folks over towards parts of southwest Louisiana as this storm has pushed through. Want to show you, and we've been showing you this morning. I think it's a good graphic to see just how quickly it moved through this morning, and how close we were to the being in the center of the storm. I'm another 30 miles off towards the west. That center of the storm, that Eyewall, would have been right over places like Beaumont and Vidor and Port Neches and Groves and Nederland and Orange and places like Port Arthur. We just missed the center of the storm. Like I said, a lot more damage over towards the Lake Charles area. You can see some of the damage over there on the video than we've seen over here in parts of southeast Texas. Most of our damage is just power outages and tree limbs downs and things like that. Of course, still dark. We haven't been out to see exactly what's going on, but we haven't heard any reports, I don't think, ladies, of any widespread damage or anything across southeast Texas, except for just some power outages here and there. But over towards the Lake Charles, there's debris all over the place. See their downtown area, windows out and buildings all over parts of Lake Charles, as they saw winds up to 130 miles per hour for earlier this morning as the storm moved through there. And like I said, still moving through southwest Louisiana, southeast Texas, and probably going to be another couple hours before it clears the lakes area and continues to move up into parts of northern Louisiana. Good news is we haven't seen a ton of rain with this. We're not seeing people flooding out from heavy rainfall because it just hasn't come to fruition. We haven't seen a whole lot of rain, maybe a couple of inches here and there, maybe some isolated places, maybe 3 or 4 inches of rain. Rain starting to move out of Jefferson County. If you look at the last couple of images here in this loop, already starting to get close to moving out of Beaumont, moving out of parts of Hardin County. As that eye starting to move up towards the north, we're seeing some drier air being pulled into the southern part of the storm, or at least around the southern part of the Eyewall. So by a little, probably 7, 8 o'clock, this will be well north of the area, and the rain will, for most folks, probably have come to an end.
Jeff, are we getting any reports right now of any tornadoes? Have you heard anything on that end?
No, we had quite a few. Well, I shouldn't say quite a few, but I know at least a handful of tornado warnings yesterday. But that was because of some of the squall coming off the Gulf of Mexico out ahead of this thing. I know yesterday before I left, we had one storm that kept showing some rotation. We had 3 or 4 tornado warnings from it. We didn't have any damage or an actual tornado touchdown, but we saw that yesterday. And now we're definitely looking at staying on the west side of the eye, so we will not see any tornado warnings for this morning. I would be shocked if we saw a tornado warning for this morning, since this thing has already made landfall and moving north, and we're on the west side of it. If they'd see any type of tornado warning this morning, it would be on that east side of the Eyewall as it moves north into sections of Louisiana. We won't see anything like that here in southeast Texas.
Now, I know, Jeff, this came ashore almost as a Cat 5, just short of that. Now a Category 3, as you were mentioning, as it moves over top of Lake Charles. Because it was such an intense storm, one of the worst that Southwest Louisiana had ever seen, they will now retire the name Laura. Is that right?
Well, they'll assess the damage, and once they assess the damage and they decide, well, you know, I don't remember if they put a specific dollar amount on it after it causes so many problems or so much damage with a dollar amount, they retire the name, or they just assess the whole situation and say, you know what, this is one storm that people don't want to remember, or, you know, we're not going to give that another storm this name because this one is such a significant storm. And I think that's probably going to be the case with this. So this will be the last time we have a storm named Laura. I think they probably will retire the name.
Right. So what's for the rest of the week? I mean, as soon you say this is getting close to moving out of southeast Texas, will we see scattered rain showers beyond this?
Yeah, I haven't put together a 7-day. I've been kind of watching this.
You've been busy?
Yeah, I've been kind of busy. So, but the forecast basically calling for you know, a few scattered showers to pop up the rest of the week. We're looking at rain chances around 40-50% as we finish out the work week, and through the weekend about a 30-40% chance of some scattered rain. A lot of tropical moisture is going to still be drug off the Gulf of Mexico across the area as we go through the next few days as this moves to the north. So that's going to keep some scattered showers around the area.
And it's going to move to the north fairly quickly, get out of here, and then off to the east, and then good riddance.
Good riddance, that's right.
Yes. Now, you know, Jeff, we do not usually like to compare storms, but let's talk about Audrey. You know, when we were talking about retiring names, do you see that, any similarities there?
A lot of folks say it's pretty similar to Audrey. Now, of course, Audrey was a storm. It blew up out of nowhere. They were thinking that Audrey wasn't going to be much, and all of a sudden it became a Category 5 storm and moved across Cameron Parish. And I don't know if you've heard some of the stories with Audrey, but hundreds of people died because
over 300.
Yeah, they weren't expecting it. There used to be a guy. Unfortunately, he passed away now, but his name was Rodney Gilbo, and he lived down in Constance Beach. And he used to tell a story about Audrey when he was young and how Audrey came through. And it wasn't a pretty story. It was about cows floating around and friends of his that have passed away. But it was a very significant storm back then as far as damage and deaths and things like that. And this storm, not quite the intensity of Audrey, and of course nothing like Audrey as far as the damage that they had back then, and of course the damage that we're seeing today with Laura is it's not the same storm. Right. Audrey was a much worse storm for Southwest Louisiana. They didn't expect it. Like I said, they went to bed thinking that it was going to miss them. It wasn't going to be much of a storm. And as Rodney used to say, he woke up with water in his bedroom, and shocked him. And you know, and that's why so many people died from Audrey, is because they went to bed thinking they were okay, and they woke up with storm surge already coming into their homes, and they couldn't get out.
And that was in the 1950s, and of course technology has changed a lot those days.
1957,
so we can get you updated during hurricane season at all times.
Back then, they used to have the old grainy satellite or radar scope images, and you know, you'd get those every couple hours or whatever, one, and so they just didn't know any better, you know.
Okay, well, we are going to go back out now to our Brandy Smith, showing us what she's finding on social media. Brandy, good morning. What can you tell us?
I want to give you guys a look at some of the damage left behind in Lake Charles. We're really starting to get a clear view of how powerful that wind was, how powerful the Eyewall was as it rolled through town. So these are the lower levels of the Chase building in Lake Charles. The windows just completely blown out there. Taking a look at the Capital One Tower, you can see a lot more windows missing. And I showed you this earlier, the top of the St. Pat's Sky Bridge just wiped out. So the storm is slowly, well, actually kind of quickly moving north. Now it's headed toward Alexandria. This was a 51-mile-an-hour gust as it moves toward that area. The big issue, you guys have mentioned this, is power outages. About 278,000 customers out in Louisiana. That's when he shared this. That number keeps growing as this storm moves on. But help is on the way. I want to remind folks about that. First responders from Middle Tennessee are going to be leaving later this morning, headed to Louisiana. And then just yesterday, crews from Central Florida made the trip to Louisiana. I know some of them landed in Houston as well. So help is coming. We've shown you all of the linemen, all of the utility trucks lined up on both sides of the border, ready to roll out as soon as conditions are clear. Something else I wanted to share with you is that the world is thinking about Southeast Texas and Southwestern Louisiana. Thoughts and prayers pouring in from all over the country. I think it's important to keep that in mind as so many of us feel isolated, maybe power's out, you're watching this on your phone, and it can be a little scary. It can bring up a lot of those old feelings from storms past. I mean, we've been hit year after year after year, and so just know that you are not alone. We are here, we're broadcasting with you, and you have the thoughts and prayers of so many folks from all over the country, guys.
Absolutely. We can all relate, can't we, Brandy? I know. I remember, Brandy, can you still hear me? Maybe she's left us. But you may have seen Brandy before covering for us at Channel 12 and then moving on through some of the storms and actually seeing a guy in Houston as he went off the road in his 18-wheeler and had to be rescued, pulled to safety. So we all know how it feels in these storms when you ride it out and you're worried for your family. And luckily we did, some of us in Southeast Texas did dodge this bullet. Worried still about our folks in Louisiana. And we are getting a lot of storm damage. Pictures sent in outside Orange and Pinehurst, seeing a lot of damage there. Some downed trees in the Port Arthur area. People texting in and sending in some of those pictures and tweeting those. So continue to do those, send those to us. This is Lake Charles right here. And of course that storm still kind of over Lake Charles, hoping to move out of that area soon. One of the worst hit, and remember this came in just before 1 o'clock this morning in Cameron, and then just shy of a Category 5 storm, and then moving on northward. We expected it to take more of a northwesterly turn and come more, kind of closer to Southeast Texas, but it didn't. And so a lot of the folks in the Louisiana area seeing the brunt of the storm and made landfall. Now it's about a Category 3 storm, right, Jeff, as it continues to move on northward.
Yeah, as of 4 a.m., they had winds at 120 at a Category 3, and those numbers are going to continue to fall off pretty quickly, I think, as we go through each hour and each update. Probably over the next 2 or 3 hours, the winds will probably be down below 100 miles per hour, I would expect.
Yeah, we've seen shattered windows there, some people sending in those. As I mentioned, there was a guy in a hotel there, and he said this was supposed to be a hurricane-proof hotel, and you see one of the doors, to the outside, just laying there, and he said a rude awakening in the middle of the night. So, yeah, we're hoping for the best. That we have not heard of any significant severe damage or any deaths, and we hope that's the case as we continue to get it on out of here.
I'm really surprised that once that it made that little bit more of a northerly jog and it missed us altogether, really, as far as the eye. We still have plenty of power outages. We still saw hurricane force winds in parts of Southeast Texas and wind gusts over tropical storm strength, 50, 60 mile an hour, 70 mile an hour wind gust through parts of Southeast Texas. But I think one of the things that I was just a little shocked about is the lack of rain.
Don't say disappointed, Jeff.
Yeah, well, no, I shouldn't say disappointed. No, I'm just, well, I thought we'd see a little bit more rain from this system, but it has not brought in a whole ton of rain, which I know a lot of folks watching from all over the place.
That's the one thing we needed, was a little rain.
Yeah,
not the damage.
A lot of folks, that's one of their huge concerns was, is my house going to flood again? Am I going to have 10 inches of rain and is my house going to flood again?
Right.
Well,
nobody needs that much.
Yeah, and so that did not happen, so you can rest easy there. You might go home some tree limbs down and some power outage, but at least we're not seeing flooding conditions.
And the storm surge, much better than we anticipated as well.
Yeah, I don't have the specific numbers of what we saw down towards Orange County and down towards Sabine Lake there, but I know Cameron Parish last night they were looking at storm surge between 6 and 8 feet, which they were at one point anticipating maybe 20 feet. And like I said, I don't know the final numbers on what they saw down there as far as the storm surge, but I don't think it was as high as they were anticipating when the storm was coming in.
All right, we always are happy when it's anticipated to be something much worse, and then it's not, right? Everybody waking up this morning worried, concerned for their loved ones, concerned for their homes, and for at least for Southeast Texas, a much better scenario than we thought it would be. So.
Yeah, still dealing with a lot of power outages, and well, hopefully they can get those fixed fairly quickly. But there might be some folks that are going to be dealing without power for quite a bit.
Yeah, and you mentioned power outages. We've been monitoring that, but also I just looked at drivetexas.org. The only impassable road we're seeing right now, which is astonishing to me, is Highway 87 and 124 at Bolivar Peninsula. That's the only road that's closed right now. And Jeff, who knew? Just yesterday, you know, we were thinking that we knew we'd see power outages. We would think, you know, that maybe a few low-lying areas, some roads would be impassable. But I want to show you, Drive Texas, look. Right here at Bolivar, that's the only road closure we're seeing. So great news to report to you this morning.
And yeah, once again, you know, I don't think the storm surge was as bad as anticipated. Usually when you see a system like this, you're going to see some very heavy storm surge. I haven't got the final numbers in from the weather service, but like I said, down along Cameron Parish, they were only looking at about 10-foot storm surge last night when they were anticipating double that, maybe around 20-foot storm surge. Still have the eye right over Southeast Texas. We'll continue to watch it move towards the north, and right in here, right along that eastern edge of the eye, that's where they're still seeing those strongest winds. When they're saying 120-mile-an-hour sustained winds, that's where they're seeing them on the eastern side of the eye. You get back onto the western side of the eye, we're looking at Newton County here, and still going to see some wind gusts possibly up towards hurricane force, 75, maybe 85 miles per hour as it moves off towards the north. And then we're seeing some rain kind of wrapping around the whole system here, coming through parts of northern parts of Orange County, parts of Hardin County, Tyler County, and we're still seeing wind gusts anywhere from 25 up to maybe 45 miles per hour, which, as we mentioned, in a regular thunderstorm we'd be very worried about, but we're just kind of happy that it's not what they saw around the eye, or what they're seeing around the eye right now. So this is all going to be kind of working its way towards the north. So these rains that we see to our south are going to be lifting north for today, and that's going to be drying things out as we get into later on this morning, and then you can kind of get out and see what's going on, pick up some of them limbs, and kind of assist a situation around your house. Once again, a lot of folks watching from other locations across all of Texas as they're wondering what's going on in Southeast Texas for this morning. And once again, the eye moved a little bit farther off towards the east than we were thinking over the last couple of days. Instead of making that northward or northwesterly track up through, say, parts of Jasper and Newton County, it moved just 30-40 miles off towards the east, and that really has made all the difference for Southeast Texas. Instead of these 100-mile-an-hour winds that they saw over towards southwest Louisiana, Lake Charles, we saw winds gusting up to 65, maybe 75 at the top end. Most folks were seeing wind gusts anywhere between 35 to maybe 55, which still lots of power outages out there, but definitely not as bad as it could have been if this eye was shifted a little bit more off towards the west. So some good news for us this morning. Still dealing with some rains this morning, but as I mentioned, these rains will be moving out later on today, so we won't even have to deal with the rains all day long.
All right, and Jeff, you know, I just mentioned that the road closure on Bolivar, that's due to water on the road, but I do want to make a point, make sure that people do know that the Rainbow Bridge and Veterans Bridge, those are also closed right now because of the wind gusts. So no water on the road. It's just that the wind, when the wind started picking up and those bands started moving in, the TxDOT crews closed off the Rainbow Bridge and Veterans Bridge. But again, when it comes to water, we're only seeing right there at Highway 87 and 124.
Now, did I hear right earlier? Did somebody report that I-10 is closed?
In Lake Charles.
In Lake Charles.
At the state line, so you can't go east or west, so that's shut down. So I don't think anybody would want to go to the east right now. So
no.
Check there too, Vanessa. I think between Winnie and Mont Bellevue, it looks like there's
Right here,
yeah.
it says other due to some type of lanes closed to traffic, detour in place, and I don't know why there would be traffic right now either, but that says FM 563, detour to State Highway 61.
Okay. Yeah, so, and you can check that. You can, okay, so that's not, as you zoom in, it's not I-10, it's a road adjacent.
Right.
Okay. All right, good to know. And yeah, that is the I-10 between the Texas-Louisiana state line. I-10 eastbound is closed. So don't try to go into Louisiana. Of course, they're having significant issues right now. So
and that's not picking up on here because this is Drive Texas, and I guess they're considering that Louisiana because of the storm. But yes, right there at the state line.
All right, so drivetexas.org is where you want to go for that. What else do we have?
We do have, we can look again at the power outages because that's the main thing that we're seeing right now. I want to go county by county again. Let's update that if we can. Hardin County right at 8,000 customers without power. Jefferson taking a hit, more than Orange County. Jefferson County seeing almost 38,000 customers without power. Orange County right at 22,000, Tyler 865, Newton just 4. And Jeff, that's interesting because you were talking about Newton County earlier with the storm. What's the latest in Newton County?
And I expect the numbers to go up in Newton County as we take a look at the radar as we look over the last 6 hours. You notice that western edge of the Eyewall starting to work its way up through Newton County. So expected to see maybe those numbers climb a little bit as far as the power outages. And the population, of course, a little bit less up through Newton County as well. So maybe not quite as many folks losing power because there's not quite as many as folks. But definitely dealing with that western edge of the Eyewall. So I expect to see those numbers probably go up, especially the northern half of Newton County.
All right. And again, you know, we do have team coverage all over Southeast Texas. Let's go to Chris Sotigy now, who's reporting for us from Beaumont.
West of where the eye of Laura passed over Lake Charles and also where it made landfall in Cameron. We're really experiencing the outer bands of the storm here in Beaumont. Winds around 50 miles per hour, a little rain kind of whipping the trees around, but certainly nothing like the images we're seeing coming out of Louisiana right now. But just because Beaumont and this area in Texas isn't in the direct path, in the direct cone, that doesn't mean there's not worry. We've heard a lot about concerns about power outages. That is still a possibility. And also that storm surge that they said could reach up to 30 miles inland. That's approximately how far inland Beaumont is, although because it's not directly in the path, we probably won't see that type of storm surge here. However, it is still an issue for a lot of those places along the coast, especially in Louisiana. But right now, these are just the outer bands. We will wait and see when the sun comes up just how much damage it did here in Beaumont and especially across the state line in Louisiana. In Beaumont, I'm Chris Sotigy. Now back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. And as he mentioned, of course, Louisiana getting the brunt of the storm and 130-mile-an-hour winds, Category 3 storm now over Lake Charles. Let's go there now.
Cameron, Louisiana, landfall point of Laura at 1 a.m. this morning. It is now several hours after that, and the doors on the outside of this building just opening on their own. There's been several breaches of the building that we are in. So this building is literally breathing as the air comes in and out. Not surprising because here in Lake Charles, where we're at, we've had wind gusts well over 100 miles per hour, well over 120 miles per hour, even gusts over 132 miles an hour measured officially at the airport before the anemometer went down, as did the radar. There was an unofficial gust up here in Lake Charles at 137 miles per hour with this northern eye wall. We're going through the eastern eye wall now, and we still got the southern eye wall to go before things start to quiet down here. We got a long night ahead.
Yeah, Jeff, I know that was something you guys, we were monitoring all of the information out of Lake Charles, and then suddenly they were gone, right?
Yeah, I mean, they took a big hit at the airport, and that's, of course, where the National Weather Service is. Their radar apparently was damaged and all their instruments, but, you know, what was it? What did he say, 132-mile-an-hour winds before it went down? So it's very typical when you're seeing a strong hurricane like this come through right over a National Weather Service office. It gets damaged.
It's supposed to be underwater at some point, but I wonder, we really haven't heard yet how much damage they took there. But
yeah, and I think it was just wind damage. I don't think as far as water they had any problems. I think it's just it's 130-mile-an-hour winds.
That'll knock it out.
Yeah, and if you've ever seen the Doppler radars that they use, it's under a big dome that's up on, it's elevated. So winds probably off the ground or even a little bit higher. So I imagine that dome probably took some damage. It might be a while before we have our Lake Charles radar back.
So when that went down, where did you shift to? The Houston?
Yeah, there's different other radars we can use right now. This one's basically out of Houston. We also have Fort Polk, which is down. I think that's more of a power issue than anything. And then you can go as far as north of Shreveport, and that will catch some of the area. So there's several radars around that you can use, and you can use kind of a composite radar to kind of get an idea of what's going on. And that's what we're looking at here, the composite radar. As you can see, gosh, that big swirl around the center of the storm. And you notice how a nice clean circle it was, and now as it gets a little bit farther inland, that's getting a little bit more ragged now in the last few images there as the storm continues to weaken. As we head towards, it looks like 5 o'clock, I imagine the advisory is going to show the winds are down even more as it works its way up towards the north. And right now, the only concern for us, the winds, is going to be this western sections of the Eyewall as it moves through Newton County with possibility of some hurricane force wind gusts. But the strong stuff has really just been that northern and northeastern Eyewall. That's where it's consistently been looking at winds upwards of 100 and 120 miles per hour, and you can see the reds associated with that as it moves off towards the north. Southern part of the Eyewall, not quite as strong. There are still some wind gusts that probably will go through Lake Charles here over the next hour or so. So they're not quite done with the storm as far as the center of the storm or the eye of the storm. And right up Newton County is where we're seeing the western sections of the Eyewall. Haven't seen a whole lot as far as everywhere else across southeast Texas as far as hurricane force winds. And you notice the rain already started. Rain, for the most part, has moved out of Jefferson County now and continues to kind of lift off towards the north and east as this storm moves off towards the north. So, like I said, by later on this morning, we'll have the rain ending, the wind will calm down, and Thursday afternoon it looks like it's going to be fairly quiet. So if you want to get out and kind of assess what's going on, maybe pick up some limbs in your yard, and hopefully those power crews can get back in here and we can get the power back up and running fairly quickly once this moves out of here. They have to wait for the storm, of course, to clear the area before they can start assessing who needs power, who doesn't, and how quickly they can get out and get things taken care of. But another 50 miles off towards the west, it would have been a completely different story across southeast Texas overnight into this morning as far as wind damage. There still is some problems out there, but this is what they saw in the center of the eye for this morning over towards Lake Charles. We've been showing you pictures all morning, lots of windows out, damage on structures and things like that, stuff that we were anticipating when this storm was out in the Gulf of Mexico. And we were anticipating that over southeast Texas because we thought the eye or the center of the storm would be a little bit closer towards us. So I hate this on anybody, but we really did dodge a bullet for this morning as this storm now moving almost due north. Well, you can see north at 15. We thought it'd be a little bit more of a northwesterly track, so good news for us. Let me take a look. I want to go back to the winds real quick here and see if we can see if this is trying to update a little bit. Like I said, a lot of places have been kind of, I see some wind gusts. A lot of places we've been kind of losing power, so we have to have some power to kind of transmit what's going on as far as the winds around the area. Let me check real quick here. I had pulled up the National Hurricanes or the Lake Charles. Well, it can't. The last report was earlier because they've lost all power there. But I was looking at some of the winds from the Lake Charles Weather Service, but they haven't reported for a while because of the damage that they took there.
Right, and you know, and you're talking about those winds, and it's causing a lot of power outages. We've been keeping an eye on Entergy this morning. We want to take you to Orange County to update you on some of those conditions there. Judge Gauthier stating saying wait to return until crews can assess roads. So again, I saw this morning on social media people asking, okay, we kind of dodged a bullet here. Can we come home? No, you can't just yet because we still have to wait for the storm to move through and wait for the experts to get out there and, like the judge is saying, assess these conditions, make sure it's safe for you because we just don't know. And it's still dark outside. We haven't even hit 5 o'clock this morning. And so it's still dark. They have to wait until daybreak, until the sun starts rising so they can see what it's like in your area. No significant storm surge in Orange County. Great news for the people at the state line. No significant storm surge there. Thousands again are without power as these strong winds from Hurricane Laura moved through Orange County. You're again looking at video there, palm trees, the grass blowing there, very strong winds coming through. But I mean, Tracy, just to say that we're just dealing with power outages this morning is so good to tell our viewers.
I mean, it could have been so much worse. First damage reports, they came in more than 290,000 without power. Extreme wind warnings extended. The storm surge reaching 9 feet, but at one point we thought it could reach 15 to 20 feet. Yeah. So, I mean, and
I was, assessing my home, my mother's house, family members' homes, thinking, okay, how many feet above sea level are we? Because you're talking about these storm surges and you want to make sure at worst case scenario your home may be okay. And so yeah, we were just expecting the worst. People heeded the warnings, they got out, but luckily we are right now okay in southeast Texas.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, Cameron, Lake Charles area not faring quite as well. Just getting this and breaking news coming in just about an hour or two ago. It says downtown Lake Charles skyscrapers have blown out windows. Some of the buildings even may be total losses, many roofs off massive flying debris all around that area. So as the sun does come up in about an hour and a half here, we're going to be able to see a lot of this significant damage, and we're just hoping that people, stay safe around it. But that's what we're going to experience with Category almost 5 storm. Came in at 150-mile-hour wind, so just about 9 o'clock, and then it's moved on shore just after midnight. And so a lot of significant damage. The Lake Charles area seeing some of that now as well. So
yeah, and I'm looking at the numbers here, Tracy, and those numbers for power outages still going up in Calcasieu Parish in the Lake Charles area. Taking a look, 73,000 customers without power, but right here you're looking at 885, so about 74. And adding in all the ones around it, you're looking at 75 to 80,000 customers right now without power just in and around the Lake Charles area. Let's take a look. We're going to move into Texas now. Orange County, we just showed you information from the judge there saying no significant storm surge in Orange County. Wonderful news for the people there. We're going to zoom in a little bit and see. Okay, we're in Vinton. Okay, let's go to Orange. 6,000 customers now without power. Let's see, 1,700. That's in the Pinehurst area. Bridge City, let's look and see how you're faring this morning. 5,600 customers without power in Bridge City. But again, Orange County, the judge telling us this morning, they're doing okay when it comes to significant damage and also any water damage. So good news to report there. Let's look at Vider, 1,000 customers, and then another 800. So looking at again in Orange County. Beaumont seeing widespread a lot of green, more green than red in Beaumont. So that's good news. Looking at one of the biggest stars here, 2,300 customers, 1,500 customers. So I can say really not bad for Beaumont. Port Neches, Nederland, Groves, Port Arthur, we're seeing more red than green in those areas. Port Arthur, it looks like the numbers are increasing now. This is in the downtown area. On the other side of Gulfway Drive, when you start getting to 6th Street to 12th Street and those areas down there, 5,300 customers without power. and the downtown area. Groves, 4,000 customers. We're going to zoom in here. This is the Nederland area, taking a look at some of those numbers. 1,000 there, 6,000 there, so 7,000 now, another 2,000. So we're actually seeing some outages. That looks like in the where the airport is. 1,600 Port Neches right now. You're looking at around 1,300 customers without power. But you know, I think the majority, as we would expect, is in Orange County. Beaumont, not seeing a lot of outages. There's several thousand, but considering the size of the city, not too bad. So we're sitting well there in Beaumont. Let's look at Sour Lake. We haven't visited Sour Lake recently, just 9. And then let's move up some. Lumberton, let's go to Hardin County. Lumberton, the biggest star we're seeing here, showing 900, another 2,500, so we're over 3,000 in the Lumberton area. Moving farther north to Silsbee, 1,800 customers. Koontz, you're sitting at just over 1,000, so that's in the Hardin County area. Let's see if I can zoom out here and see where we are. Okay, this is still in Hardin County. Right here, 94 customers. So as you start going north, the power outages seem to be getting better is what we're seeing right now. So we want to go back and talk about Orange County right now. We talked to the judge there. He's saying, again, residents, do not come back home just yet.
Jen's mic, testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, meantime, protests are growing across the country in solidarity with those in Kenosha, Wisconsin, in response to the shooting of Jacob Blake. As Laura Podesta reports, professional athletes are also calling off games in the name of Black Lives Matter. Take a look.